Good morning and welcome to round 2 of the Trico VSRS, the Vic State Race Series. And as you can see, we are here at Calder Park, which can mean only one thing. This is, of course, the second of 5 rounds in 2025. Have a go at it. It's an absolute coliseum and it's beautiful to see that it's still here and standing. But all of the race action is happening just a couple of 100 metres that way on the national circuit. We've got 10 categories here this weekend, which means we've got 20 races coming your way live and free on Blendline TV. It's a big shout out to our corporate partners as well. We've got Trico jumping on board as the series partner for 2025. 888 Capital Group Home Loans, who have been a supporter of grassroots motorsport for the past few seasons, as well as Karting Madness, who have joined the family for this weekend with a fantastic activation happening down at the paddock. Without further ado, we're going to hand over to our commentators up in the box to bring you all of the action for the opening race of the Porsche 944 Challenge coming up your way very shortly.
Thanks very much, Callum. It is a decent old day here at Calder. It's blue sky to the left of me, grey sky to the right, and it is about 20 degrees. So if you are watching via the live stream, welcome. It's great to have you on board. And if you made your way to the track, doubly welcome. Thanks for coming and joining us. And if you are out there in TV land, live streaming land, we're just northwest of Melbourne, very close to the Tullamarine Airport. So if you know where that is, we're very close to that. So in easy reach from anyone, probably from Bairnsdale over to Warrnambool and Echuca up to Mildura. You could probably get here and see some races by the end of the day. We'd love to see your smiling faces trackside. It was great to see race fans making their way to the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, supported by 888 Home Loans and Karting Madness here this weekend. Yesterday we had lots of people up on the hill viewing the races, and lots of friends and family supporting the drivers that are going to be competing right throughout today's racing. We've got a full calendar coming up for this entire season. Round 2 here this weekend, Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit on the 16th, 17th and 18th of May. Sandown for the round, which just last night won the Motorsport Australia Round of the Year at Sandown. That will be on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th of August. So Round of the Year went to that particular round, and final round will be at Phillip Island on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of October. Here's our schedule for today. Up first will be the Porsche 944 Challenge Race 2 for the weekend. Production sports cars, the magnificent field of Porsches we've got here. Sadly, no one else has mixed it up in there, so you can guarantee it'll be a German car that wins the production sports car race this morning. Sports sedans will follow them for their race 2. We've got BMW E30s, Formula V's, our only open wheelers here this weekend, but I guess the bumpy confines of the Calder Park Raceway Formula V's have got a decent bit of shock of travel, and ground clearance, they're on at 1040. The Saloon cars lit it up last year. They lit it up again yesterday, and a track that is absolutely suited to flying. Yes, that's right, literally airborne over the top of ripple strips. Wait for the Saloon cars at 11:10. HQ Racing, a really, I'm going to say, traditional home to have the HQs racing here at Calder this weekend. They turned it on. We've got a ripper field of cars. Talking about ripper field of cars, the Circuit XLs are out there at 11:55. We know lots of people love coming to the track to see the XLs, and then the MG and invited British racing cars, which presented 3 ground-thumping V8s yesterday, and they were absolutely awesome to watch. Improved production for their first race of the day, and you can't tell me after round 1 that improved production wasn't the most exciting racing there, and sadly it ended up with 3 of the, 1, 2 and 3 on the road in the final race in the sandpit at turn 9. Those cars are still being repaired, and I believe are trying to head off to Bathurst for Easter. Then we do it all again in the afternoon. I'm Darren Smith. A very big welcome to round 2. Right beside me for the second race for the weekend in Porsche 944s. He's doing warm-ups as we speak. The Porsche 944 Challenge by Melbourne Paving. Joey Kellogg, welcome to a it's a little bit chilly this morning. I've got the top on. You're in t-shirt and underpants here, but that's because you're about to get in the lather for this race, aren't you?
It's a great pleasure to be here, Darren. I just took my mittens off and finished my warm cup of hot chocolate and stripped off the jacket, and I'm ready to get fired up here on what is going to be a fantastic day of racing. And what better way to start it than the Porsche 944 Challenge. It is peak Western inner Melbourne here as we see the metro chain flying down the train track, heading out to Werribee most likely. We've got partly wet track. We can see some surface water and some puddles and lots of muddy, green, water-soaked areas just over those ripple strips. So if anyone dares push the envelope too much and gets a couple of wheels off the black stuff here, we're going to see some action. We might even see some mud and madness.
Certainly this standing water around Calder Park is going to play in it. It'll just take a couple of cars to go through it with hot race tyres and disperse it. So it will certainly play a part in this race in the early laps, because if you're offline and at the start of a race you go barrel on down into turn one, there's a whole lot of standing water there.
100%.
Oh, yeah, like you said, sorry, not standing water, surface water.
Yeah.
So we better watch out for that. Let's have a quick look through the grid sheet as a result of yesterday. Progressive grid. It'll be Cam Bella and Mark Verdino, who pretty much just roll reverse to what they were on the grid yesterday. Jamie Westerway had a good run yesterday, got himself up into P3, his happy place there as well. Ads Brewer is into position number 4. Then we go to Peter Grant in the 84, Chris Lewis-Williams out of 6th place. Tony Westerway in the number 50, he'll come out of 7th. Manny Menazelma out of 8th. Good starting spot there for Manny. He played a sensible race yesterday. Then we go to Michael Westerway, Sam Roth, Petter James. Great to see Petter there. Andrew Jackman out there as well. Nick Carpenter, Jack Atley out of 14th. He's made a couple of spots off up there as well. Mark Torbitz, El Presidente, down there in 15th. He's got some work to do in the multicoloured Apple Computer tribute livery there. And Andy Goldman in the 333 out of position number 16. But Joey, this front couple of rows of the grid, it's a pretty serious bit of competition, isn't it?
Oh, hell yeah. This is going to be action-packed. Keep an eye out for Chris Lewis-Williams. Little birdie told me he's got brand new tyres this morning, which should hold him in good stead for moving up the field in this first lap. Let's get ready for this. This is going to be awesome. I'm pumped.
Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power car on the 3rd row of the grid. The all-important green flag being waved by our officials at the back of the field. We're in the starter's hands, red light on and off, and that was a quick start. You would not want to be napping off the line there as they get away nicely. Andrew Jackman's pulled away nicely. That's not what we wanted to see from Petter James. He's gone nowhere. Look at that water. That's
lots of water.
Spray. The Dino car driving straight through it. Lewis Williams looking to the outside here. He's looking left, he's looking right. Now he's moved over in behind Jamie Westerway. It's probably not a bad spot to be, because have a look at this. The Black Widow Spire Ads Brewer for AVI Technology just pushed a little bit wide there, but Lewis Williams not able to get the white nose in there. But the Matt Black car number 3, he is absolutely circling like a shark. CLW draws alongside. This will get interesting. You cannot go 2x2 as they've come together.
Oh!
They locked wheels and both of them have come together. I said you couldn't go 2x2, and as I said it, it happened. And well, CLW's pulled up. He looks like he's broken some suspension there.
Oh.
He had suspension failure and that's a Westerway too. That's got smoke billowing out of it. So we haven't even got through the first lap, and there's drama aplenty for the 944s.
There is. We've got Petter James, who hasn't made the first lap. He's being recovered at the end of the main straight. We've got engine drama, it looks like. Well, we had a lot of smoke coming out of Tony Westerway's car. That smoke seems to have cleared up.
Does that mean it's emptied all its oil?
Well, quite possibly. We've got Lewis Williams off the track, and Brewer, now is he back on?
Brewer has continued. We've got safety cars.
The safety car.
The safety car has come out there. So CLW, Chris Lewis-Williams is out of the car. He had right front spindle failure at Tailem Bend last year, which was worn out stuff. And Westerway continuing. There's Ads Brewer in the black car with the orange stripe over the driver's side of the car, being a left hooker in that instance. We've got left and right-hand drive Porsche 944s, being that they were on the international market.
Yeah.
And at some circuits, the left-hand drive is a distinct advantage. Think Phillip Island, except for turn 1, all the other big corners are left-handers, and you're on the inside there.
Yep.
I guess the only thing being an Australian, if you've grown up and you've got your manual driver's license, is you've got to sit on the other side of the car and change gears with your right hand instead of your left hand.
Some people find it difficult to adapt to such a change. I was mind driving this track last night in a left-hander as I drive a right-hander, 944. I think it would be an advantage on this track. Yet to try it in real life, but I think it would be an advantage to have a left hooker. Such a shame for Chris Lewis-Williams. We're going to throw to a replay now, which I'm glad for, because I was... no replay. I've just heard it in my earpiece. It's a shame. I was looking down the left of the track at Peter James, and I missed the contact myself.
So
But,
plenty of recovery vehicles arriving over there.
Yeah.
They bought a flat toe, so this is going to take a while. It would have been nice just to snatch and grab that car out of there and drag it to a safe place, but it looks like we're going to bog this race down in a flat toe type of situation. So we've got 13 and a half minutes remaining in this race, so you know we know what a flat toe takes. It's probably going to be a couple of minutes left on this race to get this finished off. But cars are all lined up there. A great field of Porsche 944s. I guess we look for what will probably be just like a club sprint there, Joey, wouldn't it? If we get 5 minutes, maybe 4 laps to complete the race.
Yeah, and what this will do, this safety car period, it will give the track an opportunity to dry out a little. It'll get a bit of a dry line, so we'll see the drivers really going for it in this second phase of this race.
I'd like to see the Bella Motorsport guys on the radios tell their drivers to drive through the water so they can disperse while they're going around in these situations. Get on the blower, tell your drivers to drive through that water and splash it around a little bit. That's how we get rid of it. I guess the problem is that the others that don't have radios, they're looking at them going, what are you doing that for?
Yeah, 100%.
Certainly the Bella Motorsport is a very slick operation, and I mean that in the nicest and friendliest possible way. They are a very, very good organisation and produce a very, very good race package for anyone that goes 944 racing, and even a couple of weeks' time up to the Bathurst 6 Hour as well in the big production car race there. So we know there's a couple of these drivers that are heading off to that again this year. They've won their class up there, so testament to 944 racing in Victoria when they step up to the big dance at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, 100%. Great opportunity with Bella Motorsport. They actually offer a service where you can test drive a 944 Challenge race spec car and test your metal, see if you've got the right stuff to get involved, because it's a great series to get involved in. It's relatively affordable. It's pretty amazing opportunity to get involved in the Porsche Pyramid and state level racing. It's just one of the great categories that we have at this level. It's just awesome.
Well, the interesting thing about the Porsche Pyramid, it is a proven fact that it works. You just need to look at the likes of Matt Campbell, Jackson Evans, etc. Those guys climbed that ladder and they did it very well, and they shone and continue to do so. The other thing is that Porsche Australia's very own Tony Andrewski races in this series as well. So he's part of the, I'm going to say, the commercial success of Porsche in Australia, and he chooses on weekends, just not this weekend, to go racing in his Porsche 944.
Absolutely, it is a tried, true, tested, fantastic category with great high-level drivers and great, fantastic car.
So we got this car has been scooped up. Chris Lewis-Williams in the front of the tow truck. I wonder if the conversation is, hey mate, where do you want me to drop this off? Are we going down to my panel shop, or are we going to your mate's panel shop? Where are we dropping it off?
I reckon CLW will be saying straight to Benalla, please, buddy.
Oh no, they'll be tearing that thing apart to work out what's gone wrong, ready for this afternoon's race. Plenty of time. The 944s aren't on again until 1:10, so you got hours to get into it, CLW.
No, they'll get that back on the road. We can see...
look at that right, left front wheel's
bottom
not
pin,
in the right direction,
I would say, which is a little, that would have been the wall contact, unfortunately.
So Ads Brewer is continued on, so there was a coming together. They were being squeezed as they came over, or squeezing each other in the nicest possible way.
Yeah.
As they came over the hill, my comment was, you got to sort this out, boys, because you're not going to get too wide through the flip-flop, and they never even made it to the flip-flop.
Yeah, real shame there. Just really going for it.
Lights off on the safety car. Over. And we've got the right guy in the right spot to pace this field. Car number 1. He will absolutely have it in the right gear, and I would suggest second gear to launch out of the final corner. And give it the punch. There's the green flag waving already, so we are ready as soon as he comes onto the straight, and you can see that green flag. Cam Bella will be absolutely into it. Look at his eyes. You can see great shots there from the Blendline TV crew capturing our leader's eyes. And he has gone. He has gone. I hope no one overlaps getting to the line there, because you cannot pass or overlap until you hit the start-finish line where that green flag is. They're all pretty much behaving themselves there, Joey. Line astern with each other. There's Jack Atley down the back. Let's see what unfolds down at turn 1. Cambella leads. Jamie Westaway gets one on Bedino, looking to the inside there as well. Grant having a real good look at it and gets it done on Ads Brewer.
Wow, that's impressive. Fantastic stuff. We're seeing Tony Westaway with smoke billow out in his car again on the restart there. So hopefully he can keep it on the track there. Yeah, not looking good for him. Hopefully he's aware of that. But this top 4, incredibly tight. Intense stuff.
Ads Brewer now wants to get back on the 84 here. So Grant looks to the outside. Ads a little bit too far back. That would have been a brave old dive bomb that I would have expected would have ended up in WW2. But that was a good little haul up as he came down to the bottom of the back straight. There's the car we're talking about coming under fire from a bloke who knows how to do it.
He's really doing fantastically well, Peter Grant. Brewer's got the fastest lap. Now Bella, we see on our timing board. Bella has just claimed the fastest lap of the race thus far. A little bit of a gap there as we're seeing the gap between Mark Verdino and PJ. We've got Brewer hot on the heels of PJ coming into turn 1. This top 3, very, very tight. Still almost 8 minutes left in this race, so we've got a lot of racing ahead of us.
I reckon Jamie Westaway's tried something different overnight there. His car looked really nervous coming down into turn 1. The front of the car was moving around quite noticeably there under brakes. Maybe he stiffened it up a little bit, which is, for Calder, an interesting way to go. But I guess he had to try something to try and fall in, do something different to Cambella and try and find some part of the track where he can be faster than Cambella. Oh, Bedino down the inside there. Jamie Westaway just succumbs to that.
Fantastic move there by Verdino. Now, speaking to Cameron Bella before this race, he predicted a very, very quick Jamie Westaway. But he's very quick, but Mark Verdino is quicker through that complex, and he's taken a very, very valuable second spot as we see Manny Metzelma pulling into the through pit lane into the pits there off the track. So some sort of damage there. It's a real shame to see him succumb to the. Oh, here we go. Big move here again from Westaway on the outside of Verdino, but Verdino holding strong thus far through this first corner and manages to close the door. But yeah, Westaway really hot on him right here.
It's just a question of real estate there, isn't it? Location. Jamie just got pushed out. That was not going to work, and he knew that. But he committed to the outside to, I guess, a threshold of braking type of move. Now here it is. We can't go side by side through here, boys. Remember, we're not going to. The Tony Westaway car still billowing smoke as it comes over Jane Hill, and he's got Andrew Jackman behind. Then it's Carpenter and Rolf. And Mark Torbitz has made his way into the top 10 now, coming out of 15th place, so he's on the move.
Let's see if PJ Grant could withstand the pressure, the blowtorch being applied by Adam Brewer here, as we still see Westaway billowing smoke out of that. Can't believe, I wonder if he's got any oil left in that car. Is he aware of that problem, or is he not? Hard to say from here.
PJ Grant holds off Ads Brewer, the guy who's been on the ascendancy the last couple of seasons in this championship. And, well, I guess we add him to the mix there as well. PJ Grant, Mark Medino, he is due a race win as well. But I tell you what, while Cam Bella is maintaining a 1 second lead over you, you've got plenty of work to do, and you're coming under fire with Jamie Westaway, two of the greats of this category over the years. And I add that to Kane Rose and some of the great names, Richard Muscat, that have moved through this category over the years. And if you don't know who they are, just look them up. And they won multiple championships in this series as well. But none more than Cam Bella and sadly Chris Lewis-Williams, who is back in the pit and paddock area, and they will have already been tearing that car apart. Yeah,
real shame to see that. Glad that they were able to get the car off the track and back into the pits, because he may need as much time as he possibly can. As we see two of the greatest looking cars in this field. We've got Rofe and Torbitz here. Two cars doing really well at this period of the race. Torbitz has made 5 positions up on this race. I think that restart would have worked to his advantage, but he's hunting down Rofe now. Two of these cars look fantastic, don't they?
They do, and they're giving it a red-hot go. Mark Torbert's ought to be congratulated for the amount of work that he puts into this category, not only at the racetrack on race weekends, but in between times when he puts down the heavy metal guitar for Coffin Carousel, and none's more heavier than his band that he's in, and jumps aboard the Porsche 944s. Here we are back at the front of the field. Jamie Westaway is just slowly closing back up on here. We've still got plenty of time, and I would suggest at the moment Jamie Westaway is gone right. I'm not going to go with these guys at the moment. I'll have a plan to unfold in the last minute or so of this race, and that is the operators that Campbell and Jamie Westaway are. If they haven't got what's needed to be raw and at the front, they'll be plotting a plan so that they can make a move within the last stanza of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Verdino using every single centimetre of the track there. I think we should really applaud Verdino here. He is really mixing it with these other two past champions. 4, 5, 6, 7 championships between Bella and Westaway. It's amazing to see Verdino here just really holding it down with these guys, and he's really earned his spot up there.
Traditionally, the schools that are open on a Sunday are Sunday school or Greek school, so he's getting Porsche 944 school today on Sunday.
He's
so
getting the Italian school.
He's absolutely learning it from front to back here, but they are doing a terrific job. The 944s, beautifully balanced road cars, set them up, drop the ride height, and get racy with them with some nice suspension and a good tuned up engine, and you go racing in the Porsche 944 Challenge like these guys are here today. And when you look at it, a 68.3 lap time around here is a decent old lap time as well. When you mix it up with 20 other cars, how good's your Sunday school?
Oh, absolutely. Look, it's a go-kart track for these cars. It's absolutely just going for it every single second on this track. It's fantastic.
Keep thinking we're getting a lock up there with Tony Westaway, but it's that smoke is probably it's forward of the car, so the transaxle's at the back, so it's not going to be the gearbox. No. It's going to be back of the motor or something like that where that's coming from.
Well, no power steering on these cars, so it's not that, but amazing to still see him out there.
Just watching the front of Nick Carpenter's car as well, it looks like the front air dam or the splitter has come away there as well. Okay. So flapping away around underneath the front of that car. Look at that smoke now under full load.
Pouring out of there.
Billowing out.
It really is. But, you know, Jackman staying right behind him, so I can't imagine it's oil, because, I mean, that'd be pretty foolish.
It's oil of some circumstance, but is it spraying? If it's spraying out, you wouldn't be sitting in behind him here. The red car just in the back of shot here with the gold wheels that you touched on yesterday, Joey. Sticking with these two and having a real good run at it.
Yeah, he's been doing great. Got in a couple of tangles yesterday, which and received a couple of penalties, but for those tangles. But he's it's great to see Nick Carpenter out here punching up with these two veterans of the 944 Challenge. We've got a minute left in this race. Good for a couple more laps, I think. And as we see that damage at the front that you mentioned on Nick Carpenter's car, it's hopefully that can stay together. It doesn't get a meatball.
Something that's interesting is that on the broadcast shots, we can see the smoke coming out of the Westaway car quite well. But if you look out down the straight, or not the back straight where we saw it, you couldn't really see it at all. But going down the straight now, there's the smoke as we look at it on the telecast.
Yeah, good point.
Can't see it.
Yeah, maybe it's the angle of the sun of which we're seeing our images caught on our Blendline TV cameras. We can see it very clearly, but you're right, looking out the window, hard to see it all.
Great vision as part of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 888 Home Loans and Karting Madness this weekend.
So there goes the air dam off Nicholas Carpenter's car. So that's out in the middle of the track, just over Jane Hill.
Just before Jane Hill goes up. Yeah, that is quite evident, that smoke. But if we have a look out the back, doesn't look like there's much smoke coming out of that at all.
No, we'll have Andrew Jackman will probably have to get some of those Bowden's own car cleaning products there to wipe off the front of his car after sitting behind that smoke for the best part of about 10 laps. Here we go. So we've still got so last lap board is out. We've got Bella in first, Verdino in second, Westaway in third. Westaway's just taken the fastest lap. Grant holding down fourth.
Oh, Nick Carpenter goes through on Andrew Jackman.
Wow.
A momentary lapse of reason on board there, the number 20. And wow, what a pounce. He just jumped on that. Let's watch now. Let's see if this guy in the 28 can pounce on the 44, Westaway. As I said, he's lining them up, and they are really starting to get jiggy with it. The Porsche 944 guys, we're in the last lap of this race. This is the run down the back straight. Our leader, Cambella, doing a brilliant job here. Mark Verdino poised for glory, but he has to watch out. Right behind him is a bronze number 28 that if he makes any mistake at all, he will be absolutely in all sorts of strife. Our leader comes around, car number 1, Cameron Bella from Bella Motorsport, takes race number 2 after taking race number 1 yesterday. Mark Verdino comes into P2, Jamie Westaway into 3, and that's how they started. To the line there, that was a close run for it. It ended up with Grant. No, Ads Brewer. He got it on the line. They switched it on the timing screen just then. Grant into P5. So that was an amazing run to the line for those two. There's Tony Westaway. He has found his way all the way to the end with smoke still coming out of the car. So they're going to have to top up the fluid somewhere. Jack Atley for Pit Lane Clothing in the number 35, having a ripper battle.
Oh, is he going to hold on to this last place? Goldman coming up the inside.
Side by side. These guys are building the drama. You'd have to say Jack Atley's written the script for this one. This is an absolute ripper on the line. Who got it?
I think Atley won the World Championship for last place there in a fantastic fashion. That is absolutely awesome to see those guys. This is the great thing about 944 racing. We're seeing hard battles all through the field. Really great stuff.
Atley over Goldman, therefore 12th and 13th on the road. Wow, what a great finish. We saw Cambella do it nice at the front. Verdino just brought home Jamie Westaway. Ads Brewer and Grant just crossed the line together, and it was about another 20 metres down the road before the timing went, we're going to switch them around.
Yeah, great stuff.
What a great way to start, Sunday school, hey?
Unreal, really good. Can't wait for the third one.
We got sports cars rolling out on track as well. So, Joey, thank you very much. We got Emma Dean standing by to jump on for the sports cars. Back in a moment. Well, without too much further ado, Porsche's exit from the 80s, and we welcome Porsches onto the track from the 2000s as we see the sports cars by Klaus Kenny Intellects Lawyers for their race 2 for the weekend here as Trico seeing you through Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with 888 home loans. And I tell you what, if you want to get on in the world, get your home loan checked out and give 888 Home Loans a call. Also, Karting Madness joining us here this weekend as a round sponsor. Emma Dean has slotted into the commentary booth for what is going to be a fantastic sports car race. Emma, you loved it yesterday, and these flat six Porsches, sadly it's only Porsches, or happily it's only Porsches in the sports cars.
Column A and column B.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice to have some Ferraris and Lambos, and there was even some Dodge Vipers still out there. Who doesn't love a V10 thumping its way around?
I know, there's so many guys out there with sports cars that know how to race and have all their logbooks up to date, so they should be down here. We need to get more guys out on track. Unfortunately, some schedules didn't align and some services weren't completed, not services, but some repairs to cars weren't completed in time for us to have a more packed out grid, I guess, this weekend. But hey, I'll take 6 Porsches over none.
Yeah, absolutely. And just when you hear that flat 6 coming out of the corner there, I will close my eyes for about 10 seconds on this race, and Calder Park will blend into Circuit La Sarthe of Le Mans, and I'll just pretend I'm in France watching that as we see Carmody returning down the pit lane road.
Oh.
So maybe we'll only have 5 cars. They go out for
Oh dear.
2 siding laps, and then they will come into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Joseph there. Everything was all fine in the pits when I was checking out the cars before they went out. They're all on slicks this morning. Only a couple of little wet patches out there, but nothing that the 944s didn't have a good time drying up. So we'll see what race 2 brings. Cam Rees in the front there. Oh, is Joseph Carmody going off there, Darren? Looks like he is coming in. Oh, that's a shame. Oh.
Doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with that car, but the crew are actually running down to have a word to him from Cup Car Engineering. So he's stopped and still driving. Okay, so let's not worry too much about him at the moment. Let's see if car 24 gets back out. We are now under starters' orders. Michael Parker down there at the wheel of the Racer Industries safety car here this weekend. Michael, very, very experienced safety car driver, drove the McLaren in the Speed Series for a couple of seasons, and very comfortable in the family truckster, the Commodore from Racer Industries. The cars all line up now, and we will come under Cameron Rees' attention for the starter. And well, the safety car restart for the 944s was right back to the first corner. Let's see how long they hold the sports cars. They've had 2 siding laps, warm-up lap, whatever you want to call it, so they should be absolutely ready to go. Our starter has eyes for that last corner. We're in the starter's hands. The red light is on. Once that is extinguished and changes to green, away we go. It doesn't matter. No one even looks for the green anymore. You just look for the red to be extinguished. They're being held, and away they go. So it's about grid position 8. They will let loose. So they're going to arrive pretty quick down at turn 1. So they need to be well aware of that. We're just watching. Cars are all on slicks. There are some wet patches, but the newer version of the 911 there with Tim Wolf at the wheel gets pushed wide. Oof. Cameron Rees, the Cooks Motor Bodies entry, holds on.
Yeah, I was having a chat to Cam yesterday. I got it a little bit wrong on the telecast yesterday, Darren, saying that Cam was running without ABS. He is in fact running with ABS. It's made the Veeing that he did into turn 1 that much more understandable. But he's given Tim Wolf a little nudge wide there. No contact, but Tim gave him the room, and here we go.
Fully would have expected that Tim would have given him room there. He's not a vicious racer. He's a skilled racer, and he'll let the opportunity come to him when he can possibly make that move through again. So just watching Stephen Sluger, currently sitting in P3.
Tim's still getting to know that 992, and it's his first time at Calder in that car. So, yeah, he's probably a little bit more tentative than he would be normally. He is a very experienced racer.
He's really only on his second date ever with the car, isn't
I know.
he? We're just getting to know each other.
And they are very different to the 991, its predecessor.
Cars bouncing around on those wobbles on the main straight here at Calder, bouncing around there, and Porsches tend to do that sort of porpoising dance anyway, with the engine right out over the rear wheels, although in the Tim Wolf car it's moved substantially further forward than the car of Rees, and he's using that. Oh, front wheels off the ground for Tim Wolf over Jane Hill. That was clear air.
Now, for everyone watching at home, these cars look really well managed and really sturdy on the road, but to be in that car getting a little airborne over Jane Hill is not a nice feeling, I can tell you, Darren.
No,
it's quite disconcerting.
What it does, it's like driving a speedboat in rough water on a throttle control. It's like your foot bounces around, and then the car applies power and comes off power and applies it all in a nanosecond. And the electronics swing in to help you manage that. And at the moment, Tim's about 1 microprocessor nanosecond ahead of the computer at the moment.
Absolutely. And around the back there with those with the what do we call it now?
The flip-flop.
The flip-flop. It's a bit disconcerting to be airborne, to not know where you are in time and space, even for that millisecond.
Cameron Rees, the 175, doing nicely, just clipping those apexes, not getting up on the ripple strips because they are still wet, and both cars are jumping over there. It's like Highlands in New Zealand, where the GT Championship will finalise this year. And that bridge over there where everybody gets airborne just adds a bit of spice into the life, doesn't it?
Oh, it brings a little bit of Dukes of Hazzard to Porsche.
And Calder.
Absolutely.
I can see Tim Wolf with that, actually. Would be his kind of style.
We did have a conversation to stay off the ripple strips and the chicanes and the paint, but it seems to be ignored now. They are Porsche drivers.
Down the straight they go. Wide open throttle, and I tell you what, it's going to be interesting later on this afternoon when we see the sports sedans and production sports cars going down the straight. The drag race down to turn 1 is going to be very, very interesting. The bespoke Australian-made sports sedans versus the finest from Weissach going head to head with each other are going to be a really spicy part of our afternoon. That'll be at 1:35. Oh, Tim Wolf again. Wow, you want to be almost like he's bouncing over the ripple strip now as well in the 66, so he's right. We're giving this a go. We're only on our second date here in our new Porsche. Let's go for a run down the beach. It looks like it's going to be one of those ones.
Yeah, that was not planned. To be on the chicanes at that point when you're coming off being airborne, you don't know where you are in time and space, and getting it that little turn wrong at the wrong time with throttle could mean a mistake. But Tim handled that well. Now the guys yesterday were pulling 101s easily, and Cam Rees has just done a 106.2, which is fantastic. I was wondering when the guys were going to get out of the 102s and the 103s, but they were comfortable in the 101s yesterday, and Cam's just jumped back in there.
Klaus Kenny, Intellects Lawyers throwing their weight behind the Victorian Sports Car Championship. It's great to have the sports cars back on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It'd be even better if we could have 20 of them on the track doing laps here. And of course, I reckon the next round being at Phillip Island might drag some cars out of sheds, because if there's a racetrack that suits sports cars, it's the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Well, let's hope Sven has his Porsche out of the garage by then.
Well, he's lending his name, his business to the naming rights of the category, isn't he?
I'm selfish. I just love seeing that Martini Porsche go around.
It is pretty cool. Well, we haven't got our Martini livery Porsche of Carmody back on the track yet, so that's a shame. Joseph had withdrew on the warm-up lap, and at the moment, Cam Rees is really just laying down the law here. A 61.6 to him. A 62 dead to Tim Wolf, so 61.9 now to Tim Wolf. So he's dropped into the 61 second laps, and here's Stephen Sluger, Mobil One, one of the big corporate partners of Porsche Racing internationally, emblazoned across the front of his car. And of course, there's, as you touched on yesterday, Em, there's a mix of both Pirelli and Michelin. And I guess Michelin are more the Porsche official tyre partner these days. And both these cars they've raced in eras that use Pirellis and Michelins.
I've had the pleasure of driving both Pirellis and Michelins on a Porsche, and I've got to say the Michelins do feel a lot more. They give you a little bit more confidence. We've got Anthony D'Alessandro out there in the GT4 on Pirellis this weekend. He'll be running Pirellis all year, but the rest of the guys are all on the Michelins.
Good to see. I like to see a bit of a tyre battle going on out
Bring
there.
It back. Bring it back.
It's good. It is good. And just charging down the straight, Stephen Sluger, if you remember back a couple of seasons ago, he did a full restoration on the ex-Tony Quinn VIP Pet Foods Porsche. He's moved on from that. Someone bought that car off him, and let's hope it's being used somewhere, because a Porsche sitting in a garage is a sad Porsche. They need to be out doing laps like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Dodge Vipers.
Yeah, they shouldn't be sitting still.
Else.
None of them should be. They weren't designed to sit still.
No, they weren't. They weren't designed to have downtime. That's for sure.
Now, I did touch on it before, Darren, that these cars look amazingly stable and quite solid and capable on the road. But driving inside these cars, they're completely stripped out for anyone who doesn't know listening at home. There is no Alcantara inside these. There's no nice leather dash. There's no sound deadening. There's everything's been stripped out for weight, and you are in a steel shell, basically, with bits of carbon fibre around you, depending on which generation you're in. So you've got harness buckles knocking all the time. You've got all sorts of things moving around the car. You've got switches and buttons in different places that anyone else driving
There's
the
a
road
really
cars
good
used
shot
to.
straight into the
Yeah.
cockpit right there on the Blendline TV coverage. You can see the monkey bars in the back of the car there. They're all around the top of the roof of the car as well, and around across the dashboards. All of that safety mechanism joining the car from front to back, suspension pickup points, and all of those sort of things. But yeah, it's just white paint.
It is white paint, it's completely stripped out, but the other thing is you are so aware of all the mechanics. You can hear that gearbox working, you can hear the engine working, and all the pumps, you can hear everything. It's like a living, breathing animal being inside there. Not to mention you're in 4 layers or 3 layers of wool. You got that wool balaclava on under your helmet, you're breathing hotter into it and it's coming back on your face. It's awful sometimes. And you've got to concentrate. So if you make a mistake, you've got to reset, concentrate, regroup, get through the next lap and get through to the end of the race. It's tough. Racing's tough, but it's also a lot of fun.
It's a lot better than commentating, though. I can give you that, Emma. I'd rather be out there with my onesie and my jumpsuit on and little booties and having a red hot crack. And I don't care if it's a Honda Civic or a Porsche 911. It's just so much more fun out on track. Get to talk about it and live from our experiences when we've done this. But here is this magnificent GT4, and they are doing a tremendous job with this car. They've got to hand it to Anthony. He's doing a tremendous job. This car is quite rapidly becoming the Porsche motorsport car of choice. Of course, the GT3 is the flagship, but they really are working very, very hard. And for me, this car seems to be more poised on any racetrack.
Yeah, and I hope we can stay on it while our viewers are watching. When this car comes down the straight, there is something about either its body shape or the wheelbase that makes it look that much faster than the GT3s. Now, it's not. It can be, it's quite competitive, but when it's coming down that straight, this thing looks like it's on fire. It's fantastic. So much fun to drive, so stable, so quick. And like I said yesterday, it's got that stonking 4 litre in it too.
Here it is. What a silhouette. Better check the globe on the Parker on the left-hand side as well. It's only got one Parker on.
That was after a car meets wall in Sandown, so it's just been repaired. We don't have the livery back on.
So, sorry about that. We'll get to that car 71. Doing a great job. Back to our leaders now. Car number 175, Cam Reese's fastest lap. The last lap around a 1:04.6. Does he go faster again? He does, a 1:02.4.
Whoa,
so he's just ticking off the boxes. The good thing is that Tim Wolf has just matched him with a 1:05.3. So there's only 0.2 of a second between these two now. But what it is that Cam Reese is just easing out 0.2 of a second, lap on lap on lap. It's great that we're getting these two cars in the exact same shot. She climbs up over the hill. Tim Wolf in the 175. Cam Reese in the 175 and 997.2 GT3 Cup car, and right behind him is Tim Wolf in the brand new Porsche
992.
Yeah, 992 GT3 Cup, and like all evolutions of the 911, because they're not revolutions, they're evolutions. It's just getting a mousetrap that snaps closed quicker each time, isn't it? It's just like whack, got you
Now,
quicker
Darren,
than the last one.
I know you said you'd be happy going around here in a Honda Civic, but tell me you wouldn't love to go around Calder in 1 minute flat.
Oh, it'd be amazing. Yeah, certainly. The old GTR Diablo used to get around here a bit quicker than that, but these guys are doing a ripping job. That was a 6-litre V12, in the back of a Lambo. These are
the days.
A 4-litre, a 4-litre flat 6. Oh, Tim Wolf. He's enjoying that now. He's had 11 opportunities to do it, and he's now actually grabbing the ripple strip as well. So he's actually gone, yeah, this is really cool. I can get the front. Look, Mum, front wheels off the ground.
It doesn't look comfortable, does it? All that bumping. They've got to come out with a little bit of a bobblehead after this.
Yeah, poor things. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, so sorry.
Cars continuing on. We've got 4 minutes left in this race. 11 laps completed. You'd have to suggest we did 14 or 15 laps completed. And we're just getting a good look at this new car of Tim Wolf. Of course, Tim has graduated through the Porsche Pyramid we were talking about with Joey Callock during the Porsche 944s. the Melbourne paving Porsche 944s, and Tim has done a tremendous job. Still sporting the pit lane clothing stickers on the flanks of this car, so that's great to see. But moving from a 944 front engine transaxle to a rear drive, rear engine, brand new 992 GT3 is a massive jump, and it does take some time. And as we touched on, he's on his second date with his brand new race car.
Yeah, and look, I have spoken to guys that have come out of the 991s into a 992, asked them what it felt like, and they said night and day. So it's not as easy a transition from a 997 to a 991 is. It's quite a different car. A little bit of airborne there with Andrew Smith. But yeah, Tim Wolf, I should say, is doing a great job. But I was having a chat to him in the pits, and he said he did the 944s to get used to the Victorian racetracks, because Tim is a Western Australian. He does fly a long way to be a part of the Vic State Series, which is a great commitment. But yeah.
Just imagine the mind games on that 3.5, 4-hour flight you'd fly. I'm leaving WA, I've got to go to Victoria, I've got to turn from a businessman to a race car driver in that sort of flight. It's like climb in the suit, climb out in the Superman suit. Like, yeah,
I actually think it'd help you at work to think of yourself as a race car driver. To be honest.
You'd never get anything done.
Get you through the day.
Sim, having a go.
Yeah, get you through the day. It's great.
I always say with the Blendline TV coverage is you can catch up with it on YouTube during the week, and when the boss is not looking over your shoulder, bring up the coverage from the weekend, have a bit of a watch. Don't have the speakers on, but just enjoy watching a bit of racing on YouTube during the week. And what better way to do it than at the Trico Victorian State Race Series?
Absolutely, getting some great in-car of Andrew Smith's 991 GT3 Cup car there. Andrew's made the transition from a 997, so he's gone from a manual gearbox and no ABS to flappy paddles and ABS, which is a nice little change up for him.
Certainly makes the driver's job less physical when you're not trying to find a gate in the gearbox and all, and you're able to rattle it off with your fingers. But
especially when you have a brain fade and you need to go through your sequence again.
Yeah. I reckon one of the places I'm going to say is going across the top of Mount Panorama, where your white knuckles hanging onto the steering wheel, and you've got to release your fingers to do the gear shift. A lot easier than having to reach over and do an old H pattern to do that across the top of Mount Panorama.
I'm actually glad to say that I haven't had that experience, Darren. I'm really glad to say, but jealous that you have at the same time.
I haven't. I've not driven a paddle shift car on a racetrack, so I'm just saying that would be a lovely advantage, to just flick your fingers to crack through the gearbox rather than have to take your hands off the steering wheel.
Absolutely. How good does Steven Sluga's Panther Racing Fuels 991 Cup car look? I love the green headlights. I love it when the guys do that with the tints on the...
The magenta and green and white is an interesting mix of colours, but they've done a really good design package as far as that's concerned. Back at the lead now, Tim Wolf's right in the mix here. We've got 45 seconds remaining on this one, so I would suggest next time round they may get the last lap forward, not sure. Depends on how well they go over this one.
Tim Wolf has done a 59. What?
Second date's going well then.
Yeah, it's going very well.
Very well.
They might be moving in soon.
Who knows? Might be getting a puppy.
Wow, a 59.86. That is phenomenal. He's going to love hearing that when he gets back in and has a look at the numbers.
They point up, and we've still got 10 seconds remaining. Will they get the last lap? Yes, the last lap has gone out. So Tim, now is the time. Although at the moment, to start race 3 for the weekend, you are on the front row of the grid in the Porsche's sense, but it is a combined race this afternoon with the sports sedans, so it is time to make the move. Threshold braking, both cars bobbling under the bumps down there at turn 1. Power down. It's the 175 that gets it done nicely here. Well, Tim Wolf bounced his way across the top here. He's just been checked up a little bit going across the hill. All 4 wheels on the ground. You'd have to suggest he was lost a bit of pace under brakes there and didn't get over the hill as quick as what he has been for the previous 16 laps. But he looks to the outside now. Again, under brakes. Puts himself in a nice position to be able to switch back around here. This could be a drag race to the line here. Checkered flag at the ready for race 2 of the Klaus Kenny Intellects Lawyers for the weekend. He's been pushed wide and covers way too much real estate, but pushes hard all the way to the line, and it'll be by just 1 car length.
Wow. It'll
be Cameron Reese over Tim Wolf. So Cameron gets to the line there.
At least team gets to go back to the pits with a 59 under his belt.
He does,
that's a nice
and
little
fastest
achievement.
lap of the race. That's some bragging rights between now and
Absolutely.
this afternoon's race. He's done it with Pipecraft and Pit Lane Clothing. Terrific race there between those two. And a couple of really good dices mixing up back through the 6-car field as well. As we've had Stephen Sluger come to the line now. We welcome Andrew Smith in number 70. He bashes it through the gears down the main straight. He takes 4th place for this one. And the next car to the line will be the Cayman GT4 RSCS. So Rensport Club Sport. All the offers from Porsche Motorsport right there, and brings it home into P5. Another terrific race there for the sports cars. And we will jump out of this one back in a moment because we have got Sports Sedans on next.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
This is what I love about the Trico, seeing your way through Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship presented by 888 Home Loans and karting madness here this weekend. One race leaves the track. In fact, they're just winding down off that race, and we have released the big bangers. The Gods of Thunder are rolling their way out onto track now. For advanced car carriers, the sports sedans make their way out onto Calder Park. Of course, yesterday it was Ben McLeod and Johnny Polito on the front row of the grid. This time round, it is Jim Policina and Dean Cam making up the front row of the grid. Big shout out to QP Lubes and, of course, National Blind Suppliers, Francois Bibbs, National Blind Suppliers, for staying loyal with the category. And a huge welcome to advanced car carriers that joined the Victorian Championship and the National Championship for sports sedans. So terrific inclusion there. Really cool to be able to announce that advanced car carriers have committed to the season, and happy to welcome them along. If you're looking for anything, obviously, in the world of car carrying, make sure you get in touch with advanced car carriers right around the country. They will be able to help you out. Cars rolling down now, just getting a good look at the front of the Corvette of Dean Cam. He got to the line nicely yesterday in P1. There's been a little bit of a mix-up, so I'm not too sure what's gone on overnight. I was not aware of that. There's Rand McGlurkin. He had a starter motor issue yesterday at the machine Colt. The car has made his way out on track there. So that's the Calibra Dodge power plant, NASCAR style engine in that car. Ben McLeod runs a great business, Black Mamba, preparing numerous cars, Black Mamba Racing, and behind Adam Garwood in the Touring Car Masters, as well as Pete Tonks, I think it was, in the Saloon cars. Guy knows his way around a race car. Jim Policina leading the field with the big M on the bonnet. Mocom there as well. The field have got a rolling start, so like the sports cars, they get 2 laps of a siding lap. Great to see Tegan Collins back out there after issues yesterday. Parked the car up, sadly. They have got that car up and going again, which is absolutely terrific. Jim Policina has skated away from the field at the front there. The Dean Cam really needs to get a hurry up to catch onto the back of the Racer Industries safety car. Decent field of sports sedans. Would be nice to see 20 like other fields we've had. Of course, the Victorian Sports Sedan Association, like just last night at the Victorian Motorsport Awards, took out the best round for 2024. So a massive congratulations to them. They ran a National Sports Sedans round as part of that event as well. So a huge weekend for the category and the committee to run not only the event but a national round of sports sedans. And And a big congratulations to Stephen Craig and Ann Gilliland and all of the rest of the committee that Cam McKee and all of them that put together such a great event. Travis Condon, sadly not on track with us today. Johnny Polito, he's out there. No, he's not. As he is, the Black Commodore, he's out there. So Dean Cam sitting right next to Jim Policina. Johnny Polito. Big shout out to Steve Tate as well. G'day, Steve. Aidan Munger, Rand McGlurkin, Greg Lynch, Warren Clellan, Darden Brown, Ben McLeod, Tegan Collins out at 10, and Rand McGlurkin Jr., because Rand McGlurkin Sr. is on row number 3 in the black Corvette, and away we go. The big bangers light it up in Calder. They've been doing it here for over 50 years as they charge down to turn 1. Dean Cam getting a beautiful start on the rolling start, but the 57 charges down there. Jim Policina, what a run down into turn 1. That standing water has been soaked up by the 944s and the sports cars. Ben McLeod just getting a little bit squirrely there. Hasn't got those supercar Dunlops right up to heat yet. At the moment, Greg Lynch just offering him a little bit of room, not too much, just enough so that he didn't scuff up the side of that tribute livery on his Commodore. And it's Aidan Munger doing a great job in the AMS entry. He's sitting back there, doing a nice job just inside the 5. Here's putting 2 and 3 on the road. Johnny Polito getting a little bit nervous with it, just wanting to get on with things here in the 97. Dandy engines on the front quarter panel there. Ben McLeod up over the ripple strips, trying to stay with these two there as well. Ben always presents a magnificent car. Started out at 9th as they come around on their first lap, and Ben has landed himself into P4, up 5 spots. Greg Lynch up 2, and Rand McGlurkin, the junior version, he is up 3 in the Machine Cult Calibra, which looks absolutely menacing out there. Bit of understeer there for Johnny Polito. Dean Cam powers down nicely. Jim Policina has just charged away 4.4 seconds up the road in 1 lap only. The ex-supercar putting itself nicely. The supercars do bounce off curves very nicely. The category's been built around that aggressive approach, and that is what Jim is doing at the moment, just driving away from the field. Here's Ben McLeod. This is not a supercar, this is actually a sports sedan. A spoke-built car. Does run a supercar tyre, has been built to run that tyre. There's Rand McGlurkin in the Dodge-powered Machine Cult entered car number 54, the Calibra. Sounds so cool. Great to see him out on track. Had issues yesterday. I think it was a starter motor. Had to find a pretty special starter motor being a Dodge. And you hear it thump down the straight. Absolutely worth coming to the track just to hear that car get down the straight here at Calder Park. Under brakes for Penrite, a grim ruiner, a musician and a tattoo artist, and a race car preparer is Rand McGlurkin. He's got Aidan Munger trying to stay with him as well there. Aidan up to 4th, just going back down to 5th as the 2 McGlurkins go through in their Calibra and Corvette. There's the 56 of Rand Senior, right in the back door underneath the rear wing of Greg Lynch. Greg's getting a very, very good view of the advanced car carrier stickers on the front window of the Corvette. They come around onto the straight. Ben just runs a little bit wide, bends the power up. I would suggest that's probably the better line to do, just to flow the car nicely. Greg Lynch looks out to some fresh air. These cars look like Commodore supercars. Neither of them have got supercar heritage. Bespoke-built sports sedans. The Commodore being one of the more favourite body shapes for sports sedan racing. Greg Lynch looks to the inside now, positions himself nicely for the run-up. Jane Hill, but Rand is in there as well. Ben makes a very rare mistake in the 72 and just disappears off, loses 2 spots in the process. You have to go to a lot of sports sedan racing to see Ben McLeod make a mistake, and that is a rare opportunity. We'll move on from it, because Greg Lynch has now got the black Corvette of McGlurkin menacing him, continues to do so, has done it for 2 laps now. The across the line goes Jim Policina to complete lap number 4. 12 minutes left in this one. Dean Cam bangs across the line there, grabs another cog in the Corvette. Johnny Polito as well. Gets lap number 4 done. These guys we're watching now. Ben McLeod got some work to do to catch up. And in his mirrors, he has got the menacing Calibra of Rand McLurkin. So he's got a Rand in front and a Rand behind at the moment, Ben McLeod. One in a Corvette, one in a Calibra. Of course, the Calibra last weekend, used by Steve Tomasi, 2 out of the 3 race wins. Did a terrific job, the Victorian. Absolutely lit up Sydney Motorsport Park. Congratulations to Steve Tomasi and his crew. Did a tremendous job travelling north for that event at the Motorsport Australia Trophy Series, round number 1. These guys racing here for the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans at Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Greg Lynch has won races at Phillip Island before. Does a lot of racing. He runs between the Big V8 series as well as the Victorian Sports Sedans, Advanced Car Carriers as well. So has a massive program. Car prepared by the crew at Ravage. Dean Lilly and the guys work very hard on this car. The TA style of Corvette for Rand McLurkin Senior. Policina continues to lead the way, and in fact he's opened up the lead over Dean Cam. Another couple of seconds there, at 7.1 seconds between Jim Policina and Dean Cam. Under brakes now, the car lurches forward. Greg Lynch, the red, white and blue Commodore. The menacing Matt Black, Corvette in behind. Something on the side here, but the Commodore gets the power down brilliantly coming onto the straight there. Corvette wasn't being allowed to just run nice and wide there and bring up the speed, flowing it nicely. So now just a bit of spray, still that standing water on the main straight, throws a whole lot of water over the front of the 56. Charge from turn 2 up to 3. Maximum power for about 2 seconds. Wide open throttle, then on the brakes. Back down the gearbox to select the right cog to go up over the hill. As this looks like Dean Cam's slowing down here. So Dean off the track there as well. Just forever the gentleman, trying to get out of everyone's way. Oh, Tegan Collins goes through and gives him a clip as he was going slowly there. Not too sure what that was about, but Dean was definitely slowing. Trying to get out of the way as the rest of the field come around. That's pretty much here where Tegan broke down yesterday. Let's hope she's still got the fire lit as a very, very, very rare retirement. And even some damage now on that right front wheel. That wasn't there until there was a coming together with the RX-7. But Dean obviously with a mechanical concern, bringing the car back down into pit lane. A very, very rare scene indeed to see the number 66 retiring from a race. Here's Ben McLeod. Got a lot of work to do at the moment. Cars continue up over Jane Hill, Ben McLeod and McLurkin. Up over the hill, lights it up as we go to the replay with Dean Cam coming through the flip-flop. Points it up nicely, comes around, and he's gone off wide. He's gone off real wide. In fact, he's disappeared out of shot. Comes back on, and it doesn't look like there was anything wrong with the right front at that point, but then coming together with Tegan Collins around right there on this part of the circuit. So Tegan has continued on. Ben McLeod now dealing with Rand McLurkin as well. So they'll have a ripper run down the straight. You'd expect the big Dodge to have the ponies in the straight line. There's Greg Lynch, and he's seen the black Corvette of Rand McLurkin Senior go through. So the next car on the track is this car here, Ben McLeod. He's currently sitting in P5 with Rand McLurkin in 6. Darden Brown in the Gallant is tail end Charlie at the moment. Arriving on the scene there, the Mitsubishi Galant 2 litre. 1974 silhouette on this car. Great to see Darden always the big bangers and loves going sports sedan racing. And when he goes racing with the 2 litre guys, he's always an absolute outright front running contender. Ben McLeod will lock up there as well. Across the grass for the second time in this race goes to 72 for Phillip Island Cottages and Black Mamba Racing. Great preparation company that Ben runs. Numerous race cars here this weekend. In fact, one improved production car yesterday. The car he prepares won the race for the Lehman entry. Here comes our race leader with 6 minutes left to go. He's doing it very, very well. Warren Cleland now with Tegan Collins, and that's actually his old car behind him now. Warren in the Mark cars, the Mazda. He's currently 8th on the road. And that is Tegan Collins just behind him as well. And as I said, it's his old race car. Tegan's got to put a new gearbox in it over the summer, and she's had a bit of a checkered run here this weekend with a DNF yesterday, and then just a moment or two ago, a slight coming together with Dean Cam as he was retiring from the race. Let's have a listen. It's not a rotary. It's a V8 under that one, and she just gets gazumped by Jim Policino on the climb up Jane Hill. She continues to learn her way around that beast of a black RX-7. Ben McLeod now has succumbed to Rand McGlurkin. So Rand started off P11 and has now made his way up to P5. So this is an absolute charge for the Grim Ruiner. Penwright blazing across the front bonnet there as well. Ben McLeod under brakes, monsters all over the back of the Calibra. So the Red Commodore seems to have a great set of stoppers on it, but getting through the air and power down. Calibra, a space frame sports sedan versus a floor pan sports sedan. The space frame, a purposeful machine. Ben McLeod doing a ripping job staying with Rand McGlurkin as he runs wide. Let's hope that Ben can hang on to it here. Definitely ran wide. Massive understeer in the 54. Ben's gone off himself there a couple of times already in this race, so he's sensed something's not quite right with Rand in front of him as well. So we've still got over 4 minutes left in the journey for this one. And we'll settle in for a ride with these two very different cars making their speed in very different ways. Calibra through the air. Ben looks to the inside here. He's looked after the brakes nicely, and a little bit of a lock up on the right front. Was really thought he was right on top of it. The locking up is certainly a lot better than it ever was in the last couple of race meetings, but Ben gets through on Rand McGlurkin. Calibra. Have a listen to that Dodge climb the hill. I don't know how many torques that thing's got, but I tell you what, big thumping noise coming out of the Calibra. Back through the gearbox, bottom of the back straight. Tearing it up, doing a really good job. These guys both have big grins on their face here. They've had a couple of passes. Another lock up there into the right-hander coming onto the straight. Gets the power down. This will be interesting this time around. Ben's speed onto the straight was certainly compromised. It holds off the Calibra down into turn number 1. Certainly an opportunity lost there for Rand McGlurkin because the entry onto the straight was compromised for car number 72, Ben McLeod. And he held off Rand McGlurkin nicely there. Across the bumps they go. No wheels off the ground like we saw in the sports cars. The sports sedans learnt from last year to just soften up the suspension a little bit. We'll stay and have a look at these two for about the next little while. As they go over Jane Hill. If we're getting any air off them. Johnny Polito currently P2 on the road with Jim Policina. 37 seconds clear of the field. He is absolutely creaming them in race number 2 for the advanced car carriers here this weekend. But this is John Ippolito. And that rear wing looks like it needs a bit more stabilising. It's wobbling around there. And he's got Rand McGlurkin, who is on for a podium in this race. That's right. This guy's been doing it for numerous decades. And he is on for a podium. Jim Policino has clearly brained the field with 37-second lead at the moment. And we've got Johnny Polito with the charging Rand McGlurkin Sr. looking for a huge result. The 97 coming around the flip-flop, back onto the main straight. And there's that menacing black Corvette. It's menaced Ben McLeod, it's menaced Greg Lynch. They have got this car finally working, operating in a magnificent window. Greg Lynch hasn't been shaken off yet. He's just done his personal best on that lap, a 103, and the McGlurkin car doing a 104. So he's punished that Corvette the best part of 14 laps now. Greg Lynch is really starting to come into the back of him now. Remaining time 44 seconds for our race leader, Jim Policino, the Mocom supercar. Back straight again. Johnny Polito doing a good job in P2, and our race leader is coming over Jane Hill now, so should be the last lap board being shown to the field next time round, as we have only got 18 seconds left remaining. It will take that time to get around for this lap. I reckon Rand McGlurkin Sr. only needs another lap. He is absolutely switched on, and he's just pushed out a 104.54, 104.0 for John Ippolito, and Greg Lynch goes faster again, 103.28. There's our race leader, and there's the last lap board. So he has come through the field all the way to the cars inside the top 5. He's just driven past Rand Jr., who is in 6th. Then it'll be Ben McLeod. He tips it off. Ooh, he's going very tight in turn 1. There's no need to throw it all away like that. He's lapping the field. And Ben McLeod wants to go racy with him, just gives him enough room. Really doesn't have any battle with him at the moment, because he's putting a lap on everyone right up to Ben, who's in 5th place in the road now. So he has absolutely brought his A game to the Sunday morning race. Must have had an early night. Had his muesli for breakfast and charging now. Ben still locking up that left front. Here comes our race leader for Ravage Raceworks, Mocom, motorsportcommunication.com. And Jim Policino, who has won production car races, production sports races, just about everything he's been in. Jim has done well in Touring Car Masters, and he takes race 2 for the weekend. Jim Policino takes race 2 for the advanced car carriers at round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and he rolls down turn 1. Here comes John Ippolito. He's been overtaken by Rand Sr. He's not only going to get a podium, he's going to get the 2nd spot on the podium. A monstering dive there for John Ippolito. Grabs the spot back, brings Greg Lynch into the run to the line as well. The 97 overcooks it down into the start of the S's there. Rand just opens the corner up. He was 2nd, but holds on to 3rd place as they run to the line. Johnny Polito gets P2, Rand McGlurkin gets P3. Well, what a race there for Rand McGlurkin. Coming from down the field there, came from 5th place, coming through to 3rd on the podium. How cool is that? Here's the replay as they come down to complete the last lap. Locks up the right-hand rear there. Johnny Polito slides on that dive bomb into that position and grabs that spot back. Darden Brown crosses the line, so just in recovery mode there for him. Jim Policino takes the win by 48 seconds. Johnny Polito into P2. A big welcome to the Black Commodore. Rand McGlurkin, the Black Corvette. What a drive. Greg Lynch to Rand McGlurkin Jr. in the orange Calibra. Then we got Ben McLeod, Aidan Munger, Warren Clellan, Tegan Collins finishes there, and Darden Brown, Dean Cam, ADNF. Great to have the sports sedans out there for advanced car carriers. The big bangers will tucked in now until this afternoon, and they come back out at 1:35. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back with BMW E30s in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back now for the BMW Drivers' Cup, doing it for the Drivers' Club of Melbourne here this weekend as they roll their way out onto the track. BMW Cup presented by the BMW Drivers' Club of Melbourne. A big welcome to Calder Park for them this weekend. Yesterday it was Ash Rogers that did such a terrific job, like he did in the 1 hour production sports race at Island Magic at the end of last year, and he is doing a ripping job. So we can't wait to see car 50 roll back out on track. Tom Reed has joined me, Darren Smith alongside for this E30 race. Welcome, Tom.
Morning, Darren. How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, going well, going well. Looking forward to another 20-minute affair with the BMW E30s with Ash Rogers and James Bryan off the front row. Got a pretty good race yesterday.
Interesting thing is we've got Brian Burke sitting there in the second row, and he came from the rear of the grid yesterday, so a storming drive as he made his way down there. And it's going to be interesting, actually. I'm not too sure who Matty Thulis is coaching here this weekend, but he's down in the viewing area there as well. So a driver coach, not too sure who he's working with. It might even be Jesse Brighton, actually, he's working with. He's done a bit of work with him over the years. Driver coach to the stars. As we see the field come around. As I mentioned, yeah, Brian Burke in the 27, storming drive yesterday. And he has, coming off the second row of the grid, this guy knows how to win races, but he's got two guys ahead of him that also know how to win races.
And the guy next to him, Kyle Boyd, off P4, he'll be looking to improve in this race and go for the first couple of positions. Back on the third row is Brett Stevens, the Victorian, and Zachary Dunn in this car 61. Rory Plant in car 7 off P7. Tristan Blofelder in the number 23 off P8. Then you go to your fifth row of the grid. It's Shannon Cooper and Vincent Obadesano. And then Adam Trapsky, Peter Knight, and your final, the rear grid car is Simon Mitchell from the ACT, the only interstate driver who pulled into the pits yesterday, so I'm not sure if he's out there today. I don't think he's made the start.
The other categories could really take a leaf out of the BMW E30's book. I love the way they come down as one and stop here. No one is left sitting on the grid for too long at all. Jesse Bryan giving the number 19 a bit of a rev up there as well.
He's got a lot of space there to move into his grid box, so maybe when he sees the green flag, he engages first gear and drives up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to move now though. We're in starter's orders be deemed as a jump start. But there it is, green flag at the back. We're ready for a race start.
So the BMW E30 set for a start, 17 minutes on the clock.
Wow, that's a long hole.
Front row, and it was a long hole. So down at the turn right, it's the car on the outside of the track that gets the hole shot off the start. It'll be car 19 of Jesse Bryan that leads into turn 1. Look at the red car there, slotting into P2 with the 27 of Brian Burke behind him. So they file into single file, the 17 going for move there. That is Brett Stevens, just trying to get a look on the inside of the 61 there of Zachary Dunn. Around the inside through turn 1, can get the move done and capitalise here in the right-hander. Slots in front of car 61 and gets that move done. That's about P5 or 6 there. So over Mount Jan they go for the first time. They've all got to file into single file order here. Coming through the pack is car 99. Sorry, I think that was car 90 there of Shannon Cooper.
Well, Shannon was right up the front on the grid yesterday, and sadly for him, he sort of went backwards. So there might have been something wrong with the car that they've been able to rectify overnight and see if he can charge through the field. Here's exactly what I expected to see unfold here with Brian Burke. Have a look at this, Kyle Boyd. He's also weighing in on this. So Ash Rogers, or Goose to his mates, is absolutely flying. And have a look who's in the background there as well. It's the Bumblebee. They want to go 4 wide. And these guys all know what it's about. Ash Rogers just sneaks in front of Brian Burke, but Boyd has got the inside running on Burke there as well. So looks like Brett Stevens is going to put the nose in as well, but Burke's going to be sent a long, long way around. The car's moving on their tyres, just bobbling on the wheelbase as well. So riding through those bumps there. And up the hill they go, those six-cylinder, inline six-cylinders absolutely singing up the hill there. The fantastic M20 V25 power plant. And away they go. But what is happening now is that Jess Bryan is absolutely driving away from them while these 4 race for it.
Off the track goes car 46 there. That is Kyle Boyd, who looks to rejoin safely and does. So he's dropped a few spots there. The battle of the 2 silver cars went on for a couple of laps. It was ultimately Brian Burke was able to capitalise on that battle. Over the time line for P3, just ahead of him is Goose Rogers in the red car, car 50, and way out front is Jesse Bryan, who's got a 2.5 second margin on the rest of the field, but Ash Rogers is coming with the fastest lap of the race, set last time by with a 10.6.
Trico seeing you through the series. Naming rights partner for the 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thank goodness we're not needing the wipers here today, but I can tell you what, if you did, everyone would be seeing their way through brilliantly with a new set of Tricos on their race car. Here comes Shannon Cooper in the number 90. Climbing up the hill now. And Shannon is pushing pretty hard. Got Rules Plant in front, I think that is, yes, in the 7. So the 4-door. He's holding his own. Started out of 7th, Rules, and he stays in 7th place. Looks like the 90 wants to have a crack down the inside here, and he does. Shows the nose. Rory Plant left the door wide open there as well. He's obviously, well, Shannon, you want it more than me. Down you go.
Standard textbook move there from Shannon Cooper, who makes his way up to P7. Started from P9 after a disappointing race from yesterday. He's going to make as much ground in this race as possible before the final race this afternoon coming up.
Tristan Blofeld driving nicely there as well, just in the rear vision mirrors of Rory Plant as we go back to the front of the field here. And this is Brian Burke in the Spearmint number 27 and the red number 50 of Ash Rogers. These guys actually need to start working with each other to bridge that gap to Jesse Bryan at the moment. Jesse's 2.5 seconds up the road, got a brilliant start. Managed to get himself clear of any of that first lap sort of shenanigans. The guy that won the championship 2023. And he is now out in front of this one. Have a look at Ash Rogers though. He's looking to do a good one. Brian Burke's done the fastest lap of this race, a 1:10.4. Jesse Bryan has done a 1:10.9. So Burke definitely the fastest car in the field. And Ash Rogers will certainly be trying to achieve his personal best and top lap record as well at this point of the race, because going to stop that progress forward back to just over 2 seconds. So they've found 0.4 of a second on Jesse that time round.
It definitely seems that if these two work together, or even if the 27 of Brian Burke doesn't want to hang around behind Goose Rogers for any longer, they can work their way back to the front with Jesse Bryan leading this field. The margin came down by 4 or 5 tenths that time by a fast lap being set by Brett Stevens there in car 17 and P4, so he did a 10 dead. So each lap they're getting quicker around Calder Park. Through the flip-flop, 12 minutes to go on the clock. The 27 hustling the back of Goose Rogers. Down the inside goes car 86, is further back in the field. This is the battle for P11 and P12, so the 86 of Peter Knight got that done over Adam Trapsky there. Taking a look over Mount Jane, back to this battle again. Just checking the rear view mirror is car 86 as they go through the flip-flop in a fairly orderly fashion down the back chute. We'll see if car 666 has a lunge under brakes, and no, he won't.
Ash Rogers in P2 has just set the fastest lap of the race there as well, a 109.97. As this battle in the Bell Motorsport entry there for Knight. And Adam Trapsky starts to light up. These two having a really good battle, albeit down the field now for 11th and 12th on the road. And Simon Mitchell, who was on the grid sheet, hasn't taken the start of this race as we go back now to mid-pack.
Shannon Cooper getting the move done on car 61 there of Zach Dunn through the right-hander at turn number 2.
Shannon Cooper just starting to push where he started yesterday's race. Had a great run in qualifying, probably his best run in qualifying as we go back down to the front of the field. The lead by Jesse Bryan now down to 1.5 seconds. So these two, as we mentioned, Tom, starting to work with each other. They've got plenty of time. We're only not even half race distance, but they have to bridge the gap to Jesse Bryan and get it down to 0.2 of a second, like the distance between the two of them. 3 of them actually, because Brett Stevens is in the mix there as well.
Shaping up to be a good 4-way battle for the lead here. Just behind these guys is Matt Boyd in car 46. So these guys in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, not mucking around with each other too much there. Setting after your race leader of Jesse Bryan, who did the fastest lap last time round at a 9.9. So like I said before, every lap at Calder this morning is getting quicker for these guys.
So that's our front 3 cars, Tom, that have now set their fastest laps, and we've worked back to the front guy who has checked the lead now at just 2.1 seconds. So Rogers and Burke were starting to make inroads to him. They're sort of captured in the same screenshot on this lap, but last time round Jesse Bryan responded with being the fastest car on track. So let's see how these 3 combining, because they're not really racing each other. They're working their way through this mid portion of the race. 110. So that time round, Ash Rogers was fastest with a 110.0. Brian Burke a 110.1 and Jesse Bryan a 110.3. So the leader's now down to 1.8 seconds. So they're just chipping away at it lap on lap.
Brian Burke fairly consistent there with the 10.1. He did his best lap of the race is a 10 dead. And the best time out of those top 4 was Brian Stevens there with a 9.9, who's on the back of this double pack, the yellow car 17.
It's interesting, isn't it? Car 1 on the road, Jesse Bryan, and car 4 on the road, Stevens, are the ones that have dropped into the 9s at the moment. So bodes well for Brett Stevens if he's matching the race leader for pace. It's a 109.95 versus a 109.957, so it's in the thousandths of a second difference there. As we get a good look now at Adam Trapsky with Peter Knight in the 86. These guys are still battling it out for 11th and 12th on the road. And you can guarantee yourself, Tom, that these guys they're probably wasting more energy smiling at the moment than they are changing gears and applying their throttle and brakes.
Looks like they're having a heap of fun. The 66 all over the road there, trying to fill the mirrors of Peter Knight through the flip-flop, and he's had a lose, drops the right side wheels off the curb, and that just allows the 86 to drive on through and past.
So last lap round between those two, Knight and Trapsky, of 1:15.7 and a 1:15.8 between them. Obviously this time round Trapsky's going to be a bit slower because he's had that off. As we now go back to the front of the field, 1.5 seconds is the lead.
It's changing. It's going out to about two seconds and then back to 1.5. So I don't know if Jesse's making a couple of mistakes out front or these guys behind are just being a little bit more consistent.
I reckon you're probably right there. Brian Burke is just sliding the car around. He had to have a bit of opposite lock to straighten it up there. Brett Stevens is poised in the mix here as well. So it's very interesting the way this one is playing out. Let's have a look at this lap time as they come across the line now to complete 9 laps. Jesse Bryan comes to the line with a 1:10.1, a 1:09 now for Ash Rogers. Burke a 1:10.1 and a 1:10.3 for Brett Stevens. So Ash Rogers now starting to push hard. He drops into the 9s and we go down to a 1.1 second lead. It's visual now, Tom.
It's visual, yeah. We don't need to look at the timing screen anymore, but we can see it right in front of us that definitely the second place car of Goose Rogers is closing in on the 19 of Jesse Bryan and will be applying pressure, if not already, but very soon.
Garagistic have been on board with this series for a long time. Had great results out of sponsorship there. Jesse Bryan just showing us the underside of the car, getting very, very aggressive there indeed, landing the car hard. Probably doesn't want to do that too much more. That was a big landing just then. The guys behind not resorting to that big shortcut across the ripple strips. I want to start with that one too. Brian Burke just showed us why. It's like a BMX berm out there. Jesse Bryan goes off the track. Loss of concentration there for Jesse Bryan, and Ash Rogers is going to take full advantage of that as he draws alongside. Compromised speed onto the straight there. It is not what you want at Calder. It is such a long straight that if someone's within cooey of you and you mess it up, they are going to have you before the end of that race.
Down the inside
down
goes
to the
Goose.
straight.
So yeah, the 19 got an effective run onto the straight.
Great driving there by Ash Rogers in the number 50.
As soon as you make a mistake coming onto this straight, it just affects your run the whole way down. You lose a few kilometres an hour in speed and it just allows your rivals to tow past you down into turn 1. So this has been brewing for a while. That mistake from the 19 was forced as he flies over the curb through flip-flop. So the car 50 applied enough pressure on that lap to force the 19 of Jesse Bryan into a mistake and got through for the lead of the race. Back to the battle between the 666 and the 86.
I reckon Jesse Bryan got a bit desperate on that last lap. That's why he's run wide on that little chute between turns 9 and 10. And that's why he's smashing it over those ripple strips over at turns 4 and 5. On the exit of 5 there, he's just absolutely airborne through there. So getting a little bit desperate is the driver of car number 19.
Well, on that lap that Ash Rogers was able to pass your race leader, he did a 9.7, which is by far the quickest lap of the race. So every lap it's getting better and better and better for him as the 66 and the 86 still battle it out for P11 and P12. These guys are about a minute off the leaders and about to become lap traffic, I believe. The lap time around here of about 9 seconds. So the leaders are only about 8 or 9 seconds behind these guys. They'll be receiving blue flags fairly soon as you see your leader car 50 come over Mount Jane there in the background.
Just watching Matt Thulis talking on the radio to his driver. Of course, Matt featured in the Grassroots Racing podcast about 12 months ago. Check him out at Speed Cafe, catch up on all of his experience as a race driver.
Battle again for the lead, car 50 of Chris Rogers going wide there down at turn 6. He won't be wanting to make the same mistake as his rival the lap or two before. Gets a reasonable run onto the straight. Will hold this lead at least past the control line, unless Jesse Bryan has anything to say for it. Toes past him down the front straight by the time they get into turn 1.
Well, we've got a race in 3 now. They've sort of shaken Brett Stevens off the scent here a little bit, and Kyle Boyd as well. As Jesse looks to the inside here, Goose just opens it up, says there's plenty of room there, Jesse, if you want to slam it down. And that is some threshold braking on display there by car number 19. Jesse Bryan just gets that spot back. So the desperation he's showing is trying to get some speed back into number 19. And, well, Ash Rogers, ever the gentleman, allowed plenty of racing room, allowed it to happen. Still 3 minutes left in this race, and he is still smashing it over those curbs. Goose Rogers looks to the outside now, shows the nose. This is a good spot for the 50 to have a look at it. Locks up the front there, so threshold of braking. It's harmed his run. This is where the run onto the straight starts off. And Brian Burke still jumping that ripple strip. And in the background now, Brett Stevens. Would love to be part of it. Jesse goes wide as well as Ash Rogers, as does Brian Burke. The Yokohamas are copping an absolute torching out there. All three cars running wide. And that run was definitely wrecked by Goose Rogers, locking it up at turn number 6. So the pace on the straight, gee, I tell you what, Brian Burke now, he's sensed blood in the water as well. He looks for the same manoeuvre, gets it done a little bit earlier under brakes there, and Ash locks it up. Brian Burke just about gets into the side of the 19 of Brian, but he gets through on Ash Rogers. Now we're starting to see things light up. At about 10 minutes, it was a bit of a procession, wasn't it?
It was, and now it's really turned into a motor race. These three guys going hard. The race leader's going to be affected by a slower car here through the flip-flop. Doesn't hold him up too much and will get out of the way to hopefully let the top three battle it down. With 1 minute 30 seconds to go on the clock, gets out of the way nicely. That's car 86 of Peter Knight. Through goes the 27. Goose Rogers gets held up, so now it's sort of turned into a two-car battle for the lead. Yeah, Goose Rogers couldn't get through on the 86 there, the Bell's Motorsport entry of Peter Knight. He gets through eventually, but he's lost sight. Not lost sight, but he's lost a good few car lengths there. But Brett Stevens, he'll go through. So 1 minute exactly left in this one. Blue flags flying to let the tail enders know that the leaders are coming through here. There's the 666, and that is Adam Trapsky. The leaders coming down onto him there as well. Brett Stevens gets through on Peter Knight, and they continue on in the front of this race in their merry way. Burke has got up a spot. Took Ash Rogers. Stevens now starting to really get on with it. The Mansfield Higher entry across the top of Mount Jane. These cars bobble their way through, but you'd have to suggest you're going to come around this next time and get the last lap board. In fact, out to about a second for Jesse Bryan at the front of this race. He had a tough middle part of this race. The car wasn't responding as nicely as he'd like. And Trapsky in the 666 is just weighing in on this. Get out of the way. 666, move over. You've got nothing in this. He does eventually, but it slows Brian Burke's run onto the straight here, and he actually just gets nudged a little bit wide there as Goose comes through. So lap traffic definitely playing a part in this race, just allowing your race leader to do a 1.8 second margin over the field. That's Jesse Bryan.
The
so
10.33 into sunshine just making its way down the tracks there. Brian Burke now under lots of pressure. In fact, not that much pressure. He just drove on by. The 50 gets the job done on the 27. I always find it brave that someone runs the same number as Casey Stoner and Alan Jones in their World Championship here. And Brian Burke does it ever so well.
Yeah, he's really taking it to car 50 of Goose Rogers. Just see in the front of the shot your race leader taking a heap of curb. You couldn't see that on your screen, but out of the commentary box window, he's been taking a heap of curb every lap. That suspension and those tyres copping pounding in that car. Whereas
Jesse Bryan's got a handy lead now as they're going to come around turns 7, 8, 9 and 10, and he'll point his way to victory as the checkered flag is ready. A massive race for the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. Big shout out to all of the members of that club. They have lots of great social events, but it is Jesse Bryan in the 19 that takes the win over a stonking drive there for these two guys. Ash Rogers and Brian Burke doing a terrific job to get home in P2 and 3. Right behind them for Mansfield Hire is Stevens, then Kyle Boyd into P5.
Back on screen, car 61. Car 7 there of Zach Dunn holding off Rory Plant. This is the battle for P7 and P8 in this race. So these guys respectively started 6th and 7th. Across the line now. Their times on the last lap. Zach Dunn was a 12.8, so he's just a little bit off his personal best of a 12 dead there. Back on shot, here is car 33 around the last corner, sort of in all by himself here. Albertacino across the line for P10, and then it's a fairly large gap to car 666 and 86. Those were your lap cars during that race.
What was interesting about that is Ash Rogers in P2, fastest lap. He's 0.15 of a second faster than anyone else out there, including Jesse Bryan, the race winner. But it's a good run there by Ash Rogers. He's a fast driver, and he'll be right next to Jesse Bryan again on the front row of the grid for the race this afternoon for the E30s, which will be at 2 o'clock. I'm going to take a rest for a couple of minutes here. Formula V up next on track. Your trackside here for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 888 Home Loans and Karting Madness joining us this weekend. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Formula V about to get underway here on Sunday morning at Calder Park Raceway for round 2 of the Trico Windscreen Wipers Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and this was a fantastic 5-way fight yesterday afternoon for the first race win, which went the way of Curtis Porter, getting his first race win in the first of the new Sabre 02 chassis that the Sabre Racing Cars crew have been building up over the last 18 months or so. And on top of that, it was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to Curtis Porter. What a way to celebrate your birthday on a race weekend at Calder Park. My name's Steve DeVries, and I've rounded up a Formula V driver who's not out there this weekend in Josh Munro. Josh had a bit of a commentary debut with me at Isle of Magic last year and did a superb job, so why not get you back in for another one, my friend?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed doing it last time, and when you brought up the call for me to do it this time, I thought, how can I refuse?
Absolutely. Well, I'm not sure how much of the action you caught yesterday, but it was a fantastic 5-way fight out in front. So Curtis Porter made it 5 at the end of the day because he had to recover from taking some evasive action at the very beginning of the race with a spinning Ash Quiddington. That sent him back to 10th and then drove brilliantly through the field, caught up to Kinsella, Reynolds, Curran and McDonald, who were engaged in a 4-way battle, made it 5 and then took the win off them.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see these interstater guys coming out here and showing off their amazing talents to us here. These guys, some of them are a league above quite a lot of the guys that we see here, but so it's really good to see some awesome talent on the field today.
So there are your starting positions on your left-hand side of your screen then. So the winner from yesterday, Curtis Porter off at pole. Reynolds alongside him in the the white checkmate there. Michael Kinsella and Alex McDonald behind. Andre Curran and Jake Rowe. Rocco Spindley and Stephen Butcher. Ash Quiddington, who recovered from plumb last to finish 9th. And Malachi Windsor in the JC in 10th. That is your starting top 10 out of the 23 cars that are here this weekend. Great field of Formula V as always, not only in the Victorian State Series but also in the National Series, because it is the first round of the Formula V Australian Series this weekend. So that's why we have some of the cars that have travelled from Queensland, the ACT, South Australia and New South Wales to join us here at Calder Park. And we are underway in the bright sunshine here on Sunday morning. And Daniel Reynolds has got the jump in the checkmate, car number 78. And and he's going to lead comfortably into turn number 1. A little bit of a three-wide fight back there with Andre Curran. Sort of looked like he was caught in the middle there. They've all managed to get through turn 1 unscathed this time. No such issues as per what happened yesterday afternoon, where Ash Whittington had his brake bias a little bit too far forward, locked those front tyres, and then spun off, and then everybody managed to avoid him.
Going through this corner here, they are really, really close together, especially at the start of the race like this. It's really the time to get yourself forward, make up some positions while everyone's close, and get yourself settled in for the rest of the race. These guys here are going through. We're not seeing any mistakes so far. We're not seeing anyone getting close or touching. So it's really clean racing so far.
Speaking of making positions, exactly what you just said. So there's Ash Whittington. He's picked up at least 2 on this opening lap. He's just gone past Stephen Butcher in the number 13. He's also managed to round up Rocco Spinley in the number 82. So that'll bring him forward 2 spots, bring him up to P7. Next target for him is Jake Rowe, who got himself sort of caught behind Rocco Spinley for quite a number of laps yesterday. Struggled to really find a way to pass that Jacer, and he sort of felt he had a little bit of pace to maybe hang with the lead pack if he, or sort of be, there or thereabouts, but ultimately just lost too much time behind the number 82 Acura car and then couldn't make that much progress. There he is on the back of Andre Curran there, so he's in that second group of 3 cars. So there's 2 groups of 3, Reynolds, Porter and Kinsella, then Curran, McDonald and Rowe, and then the next group which is headed here by Whittington.
Of course, Jake is not in his own car this weekend after an accident quite a while ago. He's borrowing Shane Purvis's Sabre 02. So even though they are the same car, there are still some nuances that he needs to come to grips with, which is why you see maybe it's slightly off the pace. Oh, massive lockup going into that corner there.
And it looks like I think Curran may have made a mistake, or he may have missed a gear or something, because he's lost a ton of spots then. So that takes him out of what was 5th place then. And not quite sure what happened to the Aussie Boat Sales number 32, but that one's definitely going to be curious to unravel. But Alex McDonald's actually back there as well. Maybe there was a bit of a tangle, or maybe they held each other up, because both of them now are out of that group. So that means Rose in 4th, pretty much all on his own, and chasing after this lead group of 3.
It looks like something may have happened on that corner as well, because we did see car 82 Rocco Spinley have a massive lockup going in there as well. So there could have been a bit of action. Oh, another lockup from Andre. It looks like he's pushing to get himself back up to the front.
Certainly is. So quite a few changes in position on that second lap. A couple that we're a bit curious about, a couple that were absolutely legitimate. And now, don't want to get too desperate. We saw yesterday it was quite a long race, a 20-minute race, doing the better part of 13 to 14 laps. There's a fair old torture test around here.
Yeah, this track is quite unique on our calendar in that it's mainly straights with a few corners.
Oh, look at the rear dancing there from Hamilton under brakes as well. Maybe just something a little bit in the setup of that car. Just did not want to brake properly. Actually did very well to pull that up and went a little bit deep into the corner without actually locking the brake. They did make some repairs to that car overnight. They thought it wasn't quite where it should have been yesterday down at the Silver Fox Racing stable. He was quite confident that they got it all sorted, but I would suggest that bit of imagery looks like it's said otherwise.
It could be. I do know that they have replaced the gearbox on that car, which is obviously that whole rear end, these being a rear engine car.
There it goes again.
Could be where it is. So you can see it juddering around. It could be that maybe something is not quite as tight as it should be, or maybe not quite as aligned as it should be on that car there. It does seem like he's fighting that rear end.
Oh, Curran, what's happened to him? Has he had a failure? Something's gone wrong for the Aussie Boat Sales number 32. He's gone straight on at turn number 2 and into the gravel trap and out of business. That car did not look like it wanted to turn properly coming out of turn number 1. He got about 3/4 of the way through the corner and then it just sort of understeered straight on. So disaster for the current club championship leader and Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship leader Andre Curran out of business here in race number 2.
Yeah, that's a real shame for him. He's been having a fantastic year, even though this is the second race. He also, second series, sorry. He's also had a fantastic race yesterday, and you could see today he was definitely on form, but it looks like there's something wrong with that car, unfortunately. So let's hope he can get it sorted for the next race today.
I would say yellow flags will be out there just to at least warn the drivers that there is a car there for a lap or two. I haven't seen any sign of the safety car yet, which is a good thing. They'll let the drivers just continue to race for the next period or so, but they'll have to put the battle on hiatus just for a few seconds, I would say, coming out of this corner, just so they can see where the stricken number 32 is, and there are those yellow flags. So Spinley will just have to tuck back in there behind Quiddington just for a couple of corners, maybe a few 100 metres or so. And there's a green flag just here on the exit as they go up and over Jane Hill. So let's have another look here at Kieran in the number 32. So as they turn for this corner here, it just goes straight on. He just puts his hand up, something's happened. I'm wondering, maybe there might have been a failure. It doesn't look like there was a steering failure or something there. Maybe it just looks like something just went pop.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. No smoke, nothing hanging off the car. I'm not too sure. It could have been some internal error that we can't see, but it come up on his dashboard and thought it was safe to pull over.
Yeah, safety being the better part of decision making in some things. We've seen a few of those across the weekend in various categories already. You know, you lose or your oil pressure, or you get an alarm and you're not sure what's going on. It's just better to pull it over and not risk doing further damage. Alex McDonald as well, noticing he's just come to the lane too. So maybe there's a little bit more to be investigated with those two drivers, the number 51 and the number 32, because that incident down at turn number 6 has definitely caught my attention as a question mark. Maybe the two of them have had a little coming together and they've needed to both retire from this as a result. Have a look at this.
Look at these 5 cars, everybody getting the tow down the straight and pulling out, fanning out to see who can benefit from that. Oh, going through their turn 1 there, side by side, rows of 2. This is a herd of cars now. This isn't quite much of a train. Some fantastic little action. Everyone's getting really close. This is some good fighting.
Exactly right. Xavier Babbage-Hockey was the one who came out smelling of roses after that one. Car number 41 got all of them and has actually got quite a healthy margin now, over 54 of Luke Nader from South Australia. Then we've got Mick Fisher, Charlie Richardson in there, and at the back of that pack is the Sabre 02 of Matthew Bode. It's Matthew out of Queensland, but doing some good racing this year in Victoria. All gone a bit deep there at the corner, trying to make a pass on Charlie, and somehow managed to make that stick. Charlie being very fair there and giving up the place. Back to the front.
Charlie almost leaving the door open a little bit there, maybe
Too
looking
much,
a little bit too much forwards and not realising that the door just opened up just a little bit there. Hopefully she can hold on and maybe even come back through.
Yellow flags now withdrawn between turn 1 and 2, so that's what we predicted was going to happen. Gives the field a couple of laps to sight the number 32 that's stuck down there in the gravel trap, and now it's a matter of race on and press on as you were. So they've all had some turns at the front here, Kinsella, Reynolds and Porter. At the moment it's Reynolds who has the lead of this race. A bit deep into the corner there at turn 6, managed to get it turned though. That's going to put the 67 opposite Lock Machine right on his rear hammer coming out of this final corner here. I was talking to Michael Kinsella this morning. He was sort of saying to me, he just needs to be able to time his exit out of this final corner. He was quite happy with the car and how it was performing, but he was a little bit too close to the cars yesterday to really get the full effect of the tow coming out of the last corner and down the front straight. He was sort of having to pull out far too early and then was basically just getting overhauled again and then losing any opportunity to get past. So his timing out of the last corner for him this morning was going to be an important focus for him for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this track being a long straight there, obviously the slipstream there is incredibly powerful. You don't want to be at the front of the pack as you turn onto this main straight here. You want to be second or even third so you can make the best and the most of that slipstream and get yourself forwards ahead of everyone here. As these three tangle between each other, just note that they are 8 seconds up the road from the rest of the grid. This is incredible how far they have managed to make themselves, increase that gap to everybody else. Some amazing talent out there. It's brilliant driving.
Brilliant driving here too with Luke Mader looking to go the long way around at turn 1. Be on the other side for turn 2 and 3. Had to bail out of that one pretty quickly. Mick Fisher might grab a spot here. Possibly Matthew Bode might grab one as well before they get to the flip-flop. And a little bit of lack of situational awareness there, and not happy Matthew Bode in the number 30.
Yeah, very good to avoid that.
Yeah, very, very lucky to avoid that one. Hand out the cockpit in a little bit of disgust there. Don't think that Mader realised that there was another car right there when he moved over to take the line for turn 4 and 5.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate move, but also a very good save there. That could have been quite nasty.
Yeah, extremely good save.
Together there. So it does look like Luke had made up some fantastic positions getting through this pack and then just made that one slight error before and it's just moved him back through to fight and push through again. But it looks like Mick Fisher is also making his way through the pack and just fighting for the front of that pack.
Certainly is. Back to position 4, 5 and 6. Spinley, Quiddington and Rowe in the number 6. Unfamiliar colours for Jake Rowe, but familiar digit on the car. He's normally akin to running number 66. But I guess 6 must be a lucky number for him in some way or another, or he wouldn't have taken that drive from Pervo, would he?
I reckon that's the entire reason he took it.
Just was a number 6 on the car, yeah.
Of course.
Goes along with the 66 motorsport philosophy. Now, as I was saying earlier, Jake said to me that he was having a little bit of trouble starting to pass the number 82 yesterday. It was actually pretty handy in a straight line, the Rocco Spinley number 82 machine. But when it got to the corners, that's where the trouble started. So let's see what Ash Quiddington can do. He's right in the wheel tracks here, right on the rear gearbox, and now swings out. He's going to have to go the long way around turn 1 if he doesn't clear the car in time. Spinley tucks back in, trying to get that secondary effect of the draft. That's now going to leave the door open for Rowe, so that's what he was hoping for, just to get down the inside here, and Quiddington sort of made the gap, forced Spinley's hand to move and try and either stay with Ash and then maybe try and make a repass in turn 2, but then unfortunately left the door open for Jake.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about before, right? Going on that main straight, you do not want to be in that first position. The draft here is so incredibly powerful that you can see that even Jake from third position in this group has managed to get past all of them and give Rocco the jump there. It's
effectively like Phillip Island in a way, isn't it? Coming out of the last corner at Phillip Island, turn 12, and then that drag all the way down the front straight into turn number 1. You just got to time your run, so you don't want to be passing someone halfway down the straight. You want to probably be passing 3/4 of the way down the straight, so it then gives them less chance to get you back before turn 1.
That's exactly right. You want to compromise the last few corners of yourself so that you are in a position to pass on the straight rather than passing in those corners. If you pass in those corners, you've immediately lost it. You never had it to begin with.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a bit of a stronger headwind today again as well. There's a headwind yesterday going down into turn number 1, sort of slightly across the circuit, but it is a headwind nonetheless, just a little bit stiffer breeze than yesterday. And sort of topping out yesterday around the high 170s in terms of, ultimate straight line speed before they go into the braking zone for turn 1. It was sort of just over 180 in Friday practice, so gives you an idea of what these cars are capable of, when they have a nice long front straightaway and a good runway to get up to maximum speed.
Yeah, even though these ones are quite aerodynamic, they are still very affected by the wind. When you are going into a headwind, you are going to lose 10 to 20 kilometers an hour, especially on a long straight like this. And when you get a tailwind, it's almost like someone's put an extra turbocharger in the car. You get absolutely launched down the main straight. It's kind of scary sometimes. You're not expecting to have that extra 20, 30 k an hour, and it can really catch you off guard, especially into the braking zones.
Yeah, certainly can. Then you sort of pull out from behind the draft, and then you just get met with almost like a Mack truck force of wind that just come and grabs you, and you've got that momentum, but then all of a sudden it starts to hold you back. You can only go so fast again at that point. You've already got that extra 5 or 6 k's an hour having been in the draft. You pull out and you don't go any faster, so timing is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing I want to point out on this racetrack is it is mainly straights, right? There's a lot of long straights on this one, meaning it is a high intensity on the engine racetrack, which means it is high on burning fuel, which also means a lot of these cars need to add weight. This track here makes you burn more fuel than any other racetrack that we go to, including Sandown. Whereas a lot of the guys now are finding they're going to have to ballast a lot of extra weight in there to account for the fuel that they're burning. I saw a lot of people this morning weighing again, just trying to make sure that they're counting. Oh, Nick's had a bit of a mistake there and gone off.
Yep, ran a little bit too deep into turn number 1, gave up 2 or 3 spots there to Babbage Hockey, to Mader and to Charlie Richardson. So he managed to come on ahead of Matthew Bode, and I think he has. Yep, he's managed to maintain that spot. So the South Australian and the New South Welshman going to battle here, and Charlie's just keeping a watching brief on this in the number 16 machine just behind. Now braking duel into turn number 6, and Babbage Hockey holds on for the moment. Needs to then sort of open up the next corner. You've got to be very careful. Turn 7's a little bit of a weird corner because you can take turn number 6, but then you very quickly got to get to the left if you want to defend, or if you need to open up the corner, you need to move to the right. But it's one of those corners that you're sort of going to get maybe a couple of drivers that might have a last-minute lunge at you and not expect it.
Yeah, of course. And these curbs here are quite large as well, so actually going onto the curb will really hinder you at this point. It looks like it could be that Mick might have just knocked himself out of the slipstream range of this group after his little mistake, so hopefully he can keep holding on and bring himself back in.
but it does look like he's holding on.
Charlie looking to go around the outside there of Maida, and Maida holds on for the moment. Good little battle pack this. This is down on the outside of the top 10, so Xavier Babbage Hockey in 12th, and you've got 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th in this little shot here. So good little battle group. Just ahead of them is Grant Kelly in the number 93, and the Stinger. He's about 2 or 3 seconds up the road. We saw him just in the front of shot a few minutes ago. So that's the carrot that they're chasing. And he's the last man outside the 10. Drew Portelli inside the top 10 as well. It's been a good drive from her.
Yeah, it's a fantastic grid this weekend. Having 23 cars on the track even now is brilliant numbers for Formula V. And we see this crew coming onto the main straight again. It does look like Mick has held himself into the slipstream, which is good. He is still a contender in this group.
Yeah, he's in a nice little spot there. He's not too far back, but he's not too close either. That's the next car they're chasing. That's the Grant Kelly machine. As I said, he's about 2 or 3 seconds just up the road of this group. I think Mick, is Mick playing possum here? Is he just going to sit back and wait now and see if anything happens and then try and capitalise?
It could be, especially when you're looking down that main straight. You're getting 4 cars fanning out going into turn 1. You know, it could be the smarter move just to sit there and see what's going to happen here and try and capitalise on what you can. As long as you're holding on to the back of this group, you're still in it. Remembering at the back of these trains, you're getting a mega tow. So it could be a good spot to be in.
That group is actually faster than Grant Kelly in front of them as well, so they're catching, but they're going to run out of time, I fear, because there's only probably this lap and 1 more to go, judging by the time left on the clock. We'll see how that reads. Here's our leaders again, up and over Jane Hill. They've got a little bit of lap traffic that they're coming up to. That's the 70 of Cody Boys. That's just up the road from them. They've already cleared a little bit of the lap traffic. I can see they've cleared Philip Gardner and Matthew Bielek, and it looks like Corey Horder as well in the last lap or 2. Let's see if they're getting ready to hold the last lap board out this time around. Kinsella has the lead as it stands right now, and timer counting down, and I dare say they're just going to fall short of getting an extra lap here. Or maybe not. We're waiting to see what happens at the line.
This is going to be a really close one.
Last lap board is being held out now. I think they might have held it out a fraction too late there. They're holding it out now, so this is officially the last lap of the race. The 70 is going to be punching a nice little hole in the air for these ones before here, and Kinsella has coughed up both first and second spot now to Reynolds. Reynolds will be the one that's going to have to defend, probably down into turn 6 is the next passing opportunity. There really are only 2 here unless you make a mistake. Turn 1 and turn 6. Porter in the next position. He's going to look to go 2 from 2 here. Can he get a good run out of the flip-flop? It's decent. Reynolds will probably defend the inside here, and he does, and now moves back over. Can't really switch now. Curtis, you've got to get in, but he's super deep under brakes. Got the rear end of the checkmate there dancing. Turned nicely, pointed nicely, able to squirt it out. Porter had to ride a little bit of curb there, but Reynolds should come out of the last corner, and he should be able to survive the drag race to the start-finish line.
There's a nice little gap behind him there. Might just help him with this tow as they come down, and it does look like he has managed to secure it. That's a fantastic win for him.
Great job for Daniel Reynolds from the ACT. So 1 win to Queensland, 1 win to the ACT. Look at this big battle group coming across the line. There's some lap traffic in here as well. Spinley looks like he's going to survive for 4th, so that's a change of position in the last couple of moments of that last lap. Whittington up to 5th, Rowe up to 6th. So again, Spinley and Rowe pretty much line astern in the race order, and Whittington continues to move his way forward. Remember, he started in 9th, so picked up a couple of spots there, picked up 4 in total. Jury Portelli looks like she's going to get over. Yes, it does. Manages to get ahead of Cameron Bell there, so grabs another spot. So good job by the young teenager from the Whitsundays. Grabs 9th spot. Ahead of her was Stephen Butcher and Malachi Windsor. Actually, they were extremely close. Have a look at the times there. They basically went across the line almost side by side. I could probably wheel to wheel almost, I would say.
That's a real photo finish, that one
definitely is a photo finish there. And Portelli and Bell was a pretty close photo finish as well, but just going the way of the teenager.
Rocco Spinley's going to be really happy with the results from this one. He is definitely fighting in the top steps of the series this year, and these are going to be some fantastic points for him to go home with. A real strong contender this year, and he's coming to grips with that car more and more every single race, and just leaving the rest for dead. It's really great to see him grow and develop in that car.
That's a championship-changing race, that one. So the championship leader, as you said, out of business, and there's a bit of ground, I think, that's been made by a few people in that one. We'll have to do the math on the other side of this. Josh, thank you very much for coming up and lending your Formula V expertise.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always, and I hope we get some good racing the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. We'll take a break here, and the Saloon cars will be up next, followed by the HQs, the XLs, the MG and invited British sports cars, and then improved production to round out the first group of racing here on Sunday morning. Back shortly with Saloon cars.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. We're just watching the tail end of the Saloon cars. Tony Ordino off the tail end of them, making his way down the pit lane. And number 28 is stranded there in the pit area, and that is Rob Knight. So he hasn't made it out onto the track, but Tony Ordino has. He DNF'd yesterday and was coming off the rear of the grid and has made his way out on the track. Brad Vaughan will be on pole position for this second race for the Victorian Saloon Car Series, and he will sit right alongside Kieran Pridmore. Tom Reed has jumped on the commentary duties with this one. The third row of the grid will be Kane Baxter Smith, and Wayne King in number 25 will start out of position number 4.
Hey Darren, new
G'day,
category
Tom.
for me.
Hey,
New category for me.
new
so
category, yes, Tom. They're all new for you.
They are, yeah.
New voice to the series over the last couple of rounds.
Had to go at the HQs yesterday. Got the E30s.
I don't know whether you've ever heard of a race car driver called Peter Brock, but he used to say, bite off more than you can chew and then chew like hell and see how you go with it.
Keep chewing.
That's exactly how it is. Saloon cars make their way around. Dan Johnson will come out of position number 5 in the black and yellow car. Then we'll have Jacob Prestopino to Kerry Blight. Andrew McSwain out of position number 8. He's made some spots up. Justin Shembry did as well, as did James Jeske. Nash Harris also made spots up. There's Nash right there. Big Nash Racing, the bright yellow car. Travis Lindorff went backwards yesterday. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Trav start outside the top 10. He'll be out of position number 12. So we'll have a close eye on him. And there he is there, car number 51, making his way around. Jason Cruz to Chris Jackson, Keegan Gaunt, Brett Tate, Darren Casitas, Rob Knight, Pete Tonks in that magnificent looking white, red and blue car, which comes out of Black Mamba Racing. Matt Yeager, Tony Ordino's there, and Adam Lowndes rounding out the field. The Pro Plum car coming from the rear of the grid, car number 1. So last year's champion, the last car on the grid. We'll keep an eye out for car 51, Travis Lindorff, and car number 1 coming from position number 22 on the grid. We are set for a race start. It'll be Brad Vaughan and Kieran Pridmore on the front row of the grid. Kane Baxter Smith, watch for him in car number 56 off the second row. It's a long hold, the lights on and off. Pridmore gets beautiful clutch to flywheel contact, even better tyre to road contact, and he drives away magnificently at the front of the field. Adam Lowndes has rounded up 4 cars just off the start there as well, and he brings the Peter Tonks car with him. Side by side down into turn number 1 they go for the first time, and it will be Brad Vaughan. Holds tough on the inside there. Kieran Pridmore gets pushed out wide. Kane Baxter Smith puts the nose in there as well. The first of the Falcons. In fact, they're travelling well, the Falcons, in 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment, but it's a couple of the Commodores as they climb up over the Jane Hill for the first time.
Awesome start there from car 66, Pridmore. Just gave up a little bit of ground, 2 boxes there, so it allowed Vaughan just to hold with him down into turn 1, down the back chute. Big lose in the background from Big Nash.
Big Nash has gone off, so gathered it all back up. But I tell you what, Jacob Prestopino, he's the excitement factor coming out over Jane Hill and through the flip-flop there, throwing it at it like it was a cricket ball at the stumps. He was absolutely on the centre stump, nailed the ripple strips and just got airborne. So Jacob Prestopino is one of the excitement factors in saloon car racing, currently in P6. Now Dan Johnson scratching his head going, I've got to do something about this guy. I've got to get through and I've got to get it done cleanly as they all charge down the straight. Brad Vaughan leads lap number 1 from Kieran Pridmore, Kane Baxter Smith, Wayne King there as well, gets him P4. There's car number 1. Where is car number 1? He's up to 9th already, so started out at 22nd. Last year's champion, Adam Lowndes, has covered more than 50% of the field in lap 1.
An issue for Big Nash. Nash Harrison was off the pace down the front straight and has fallen well down the order. Currently P15, so he started off of P11, so he's dropped a fair bit of ground. Slotty kick behind his car 94 rather aggressively over the back there through the flip-flop.
Keegan Gaunt in the VN there, just having a bit of a battle with Tony Ordino. He's come from rear of the grid as well. There's James Jeske in the AU. Bit of a group here of AUs. Shembry also in the mix there. Those guys are currently fighting it out for 12, 13, 14 on the road. And there's Keegan Gaunt just in the back of shot there, position number 12 as this battle pack midfield. This is the dangerous mid-pack. Have a look at this. Daniel Johnson sets up the run on Jacob Prestipino. Are we going to get yellow and green mixed paint here? No, we're not. I think it turns brown. And that's probably what would happen down in turn 1 if you did that. But the Falcon goes through on the Commodore Jacob Prestipino in the 99. He is one of the excitement factors. I said it earlier in the race, but we'll keep an eye on him. We're also keeping an eye on the progress of car number 51. Travis Lindorf, sadly, is not heading in the right direction. But car 1, Adam Lowndes, he is pushing really hard. Got himself up to P8.
Far out, these cars take a lot of curb there, as evident by car 99.
Jacob Prestipino likes the back edge of the curb. He likes to go right over the back and land it like Tullamarine Airport, which is just behind the property here at Calder Park.
It was a little too much then. A little bit too greedy. Down the pit lane goes car 51 there of Lindorf.
Ah, that's a shame. Travis Lindorf, what a shame. Didn't have a great run with it yesterday, ended up midfield, and now he's withdrawing from race number 2. Turned the page bookshop from Phillip Island, from Cows down there, as Jacob Prestipino and the Guy Shed number 99 looks to try and stick with the very, very fast charging Daniel Johnson. We see someone else coming down pit lane there. Didn't
That was
quite
right, so anyone watching at home can see that the left front guard was out of that car.
So there must have been a further coming together as well on that opening lap where we saw Big Nash come together. So Nash Harris has continued on in position 14. This is the connected automotive entry, one of the smartest looking race cars here at the track this weekend. Awesome livery on that car, and joins the 51 of Travis Lindorf back in the paddock already. So cars bashing over the ripple strips. Here's Tony Ordino, car number 4, guy that's got some supercar experience with his time in Super 2, Super 3, the Kumo series, etc.
He's a big mover. He started off rear of the grid in P21, same as Adam Lowndes, and respectively Lowndes made himself up to 7th, Ordino up to 9th. The back of him is car 10 there of Justin Shembry. Just slots in behind through turn 1, the Bayford Ford entry there, hot on the heels of the yellow wheeled car number 4, 2 Falcons, through turns 2 and 3 over Mount Jane.
Justin Shembry's just hanging on to his original starting position in 9th, currently sitting there in 10th, so he's just gone backwards as Tony Ordino has come through on him. Lowndes as well, but we've exited one of those front cars as well, so there's a gap there. Here is the number 5 magnificently prepared Peter Tonk's car. Was running in what was called the Pensioners Cup, but this car always turned out magnificently. The Phillip Island Cottages entry, and comes out of the Black Mamba garage of Ben McLeod, and cars equally beautifully presented as Ben's very own Commodore as well. So they take great pride in how they present their cars.
I appreciate the white wheels on that car, they look superb. I love white wheels on race cars, makes it always look fast.
It's like flames out the side, isn't it? They always look faster when they've got flames coming out them.
Dean Cam showing us in the sports sedans with the big look of flames coming out of his car.
Matthew Yeager going through there in the number 90 Falcon, one of the original type of saloon cars, the EA. He's coming down the middle of the straight. He's got the Tonks car just in front of him as well, and the 33 of Kritsis in behind. So we're looking at the guys fighting it out for 18, 19, 20 on the road.
Car 91 going through shot there. James Jakes. Is that how you pronounce his name? Jakes? Just ahead of, I think that's 74 Jason Cruz, the Victorian. So not too many interstate competitors this weekend. Only the three guys from South Australia, being Brad Vaughan out of, I believe he's from Mount Gambier. Brad Vaughan, Wayne King in the 25, and James Jates, number 91, who's looking for a move down the front straight into turn 1. He's been in the tow right behind the rear bumper of the car ahead of him. Sorry, the 14 going for a move on the 91, but thinks better about it.
A couple of venerable AU Falcons been used for quite some time there with Jeske and Cruz in the Saloon cars as they come out of turn 2, set themselves up for the right and left up on a giant hill, and this tests the drive line in any race car. These big heavy Aussie built cars with their 6 cylinders climb up the hill and down the other side, up and over the ripping strips, as we see just in the back of shot there. There's Nash Harris in the VN. He's doing a ripping job recovering from the first lap incident coming through the flip-flop, and ever present in the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship. Great bloke, big tall fella, as it suggests on the side of his car, that tribute livery.
Car 14 getting seriously close to the back. His rival just ahead. He just dragged the right front brake ever so slightly. Down the inside goes Tony or Dino into turn 1. Both deep under brakes, both squirming. A right front lock up there from car 34, McSwain.
Andrew McSwain, now the president of the Saloon Cars. He's working pretty hard to not let Tony or Dino through, but Tony's actually given the car a really good tune-up overnight. They've got it working a lot better than what they did yesterday, and he's responding to the challenge as well. Both Adam Lowndes and Tony Ordino come from the rear of the grid. They're now 7th and 8th on the road. So that is a terrific effort. They've executed manoeuvres on the best part of 15 cars in this field to get to where they are now. And Andrew McSwain just starting to get all sorts of squirrely there. He's given the Bridgestones a big torching over the last 8 laps, and they are doing quite well out there at the moment. This is a battle between James Jeske and Keegan Gaunt. They're 11th and 12th on the road. Sorry, the 14 is Jason Cruz. So they are going side by side, coming around turns 9 and 10, but it's the 91 that gets the good drive onto the straight and will hold position for those two competitors. Brad Vaughan is now got a 4.6 second lead over Karen Pridmore. Kane Baxter Smith a couple of seconds further back, and that is Jacob Prestopino.
Serious damage on that car. The left front and the
I
right
would
front.
suggest he's given the curb one too many big hits on his way through. As I said, he's the excitement factor, and when you are the excitement factor, often you can have wheels hanging off your car. That's Adam Lowndes, currently in P7. You get the feeling that this race is starting to lift the tempo as we see the 99 just dragging that wheel around. May as well machine it flat.
Adam Lowndes just went off there at turn 6, so ran a bit deep under brakes. I don't know if that's allowed anyone else through on him. But someone that we hadn't really mentioned much, you just mentioned him before, was Brad Vaughan, who's opened up a 5-second margin from the rest of the field. He's just checked out. He's done a 7.2 as his fastest lap of the race, and that is 6 or 7 tenths quicker than any other car circulating.
Well, Kieran Pridmore's the only other one in the 7th. Everyone else is in the 8s and 9s. In fact, there's only Lowndes and Baxter Smith that are operating in the 8s. As we get a good look here, this is our race leader sneaking his way up onto Brett Tate, and that's Jackson as well. So just our race leader coming on through. Brett Tate just holding the line down the straight, and really good to see Jackson getting out of the way there. Blue flags being waved as our race leader with his lights ablaze just cuts his way through those guys in the mid-pack. He's driving very, very nicely indeed here. The guy piloting car number 8 here this weekend as he gets his way through these two. They're having their own race within the race. Brett Tate currently 14, and Jackson is currently 15. Chris Jackson in his Commodore there, the always tiling entry. And Brett Tate, in the Tate Lawyers entry there as well. So you want to be careful putting a move on Brett Tate when it's got lawyers written down the side of the car. So he's got to perfect that manoeuvre. They come down the bottom of the straight into the right-hander in turn 6, turn 7, turn 8. They happen in quick succession. And then the all-important run into 9. And here comes the second and third on the road here as they arrive on the back of the 97 of Chris Jackson. Pridmore, the 66, goes through a lap later than our race leader at 5.7 seconds, now 6.3 seconds lead to Brad Vaughan.
Brad just keeps opening up that margin. Eyes forward, 4 minutes to go. He won't be stopped from here.
Be interesting to see the sign talk entry, the 66 there of Kieran Pridmore, if he can, now that he's got through there, if he can actually make some inroads on Brad Vaughan. He'd want to be able to get some good laps in so that he can at least prove that going into the final race for the weekend on the front row with Brad Vaughan again, that he's got the pace to go with him. There's Nash Harris, the 85 at VN, being chased down now by Jason Cruz. So he's gone through. Nash Harris has gone through on Jason Cruz.
14 pitching a break there. Cruz and Nash is off at the last corner, so that'll affect his run all the way down the front straight. So these two were having a fairly large battle.
So Nash has got the pass and then all come undone.
Down the inside goes car 35 here on the number 1. This is the battle for 5th and 6th. This is Johnson and Adam Lowndes.
So Lowndes has just driven the race of his life, hasn't he? Coming from the rear of the grid. He's now up to the 2023 Series champion, Daniel Johnson. He took the sticker off the side of that and put it on his car.
If he can get another couple of spots here, it'll set him up nicely for the final race this afternoon. Of course, progressive grids in every category this weekend. So where you start is where you finish. If you have a rear grid start like these guys, it's hard to get your way back to the front. Around the outside goes car number 1 here of Adam Lowndes, around the 35 of Johnson. It's not going to happen.
How do you like your Aussie motorsport? Do you like your Fords or your Holdens? It's on the menu here in the Victorian Saloon cars as part of round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Up the hill goes Daniel Johnson in his Falcon. Right behind him is a charging Adam Lowndes. You don't get number 1 on the side of your car by mistake, and both of them in the last 24 months know that feeling. Lowndes looks to the inside here. Daniel Johnson, late break, tips it in. They both look very poised as they go through 6, 7 and 8. Quick transition. It's hard for these saloon cars to do that very rapid change in direction, but these guys have got the game on a string at the moment. Looking to the inside, Lowndes in the number 1. A long run down the straight. Daniel Johnson's taken the wider, faster flowing line, but now car 1 has the toe.
Adam Lowndes has got 2 minutes to get past Johnson here. Just up the road on the right-hand shot of your screen is King. So this will put him up to...
He's got him.
P5, goes around the outside. It's going to be a long way around. Can he hold it? No, it's a similar move to last laps. So around the outside, it's not going to work for Adam Lowndes. He's going to have to think of something different here.
Very clever racing here by Daniel Johnson. He's holding tight, coming onto the straight, so it gives him the driver's right of the track down into turn 1. So that pushes car 1 around wide, and it just is all about real estate.
He's got to run though.
And he's pushing too much.
Definitely got to run out of the flip-flop, down the inside. Gets the move stuck. He'll run the 35 out wide here. He gets a pitch. They both pitch a right front brake. Now the 35 tries the crisscross and can't hang around the outside of Adam Lowndes. So Adam Lowndes gets that move finally done there for P5, and will set after King in the number 25 for P4 with 50 or so seconds to go when they cross the line. Brad Vaughan out front. He's got a 6-point-second margin ahead of the field, and he is streaming away from them.
Flaggy's working frantically on the blue flags down there to let the cars know that the faster cars, the leaders in this race, are coming on through, and they're getting a good job getting out of the way. But have a look at this, Baxter Smith still trying to fight back on King. Lowndes has definitely got that job done on the 35 of Daniel Johnson in the Johnson Racing outfit, and he is not giving up either. Team Johnson Racing up over the hill, right in behind the number 1 of Adam Lowndes, and he has driven the race of his life here this morning. Goes wide. Does that harm his result down the end of the straight? No, it doesn't, because he's got a bit of an advantage over Johnson. And what he's going to do is put a back mark between them here as well. Brett Tate, a little bit caught out there, locked up and off into the dirt. One of the guys that are just being lapped at the moment. And Dan Johnson has a car wedged between him now and Adam Lowndes. So that wasn't ideal. He looks to the inside, wants to get through on the 97 of Chris Jackson. Quick smart, because we are now...
Haven't got the last lap board just yet, so Brad
haven't got it yet. So
we'll get it next time round, we think.
Time has run out, and we are now got a lap and a half left to go. Dan Johnson looks to have not been able to drag that spot back, but he is cemented himself into position number 6. Sadly for Dan, he started out of 5, so he's gone back a spot. But I tell you what, you cannot deny the driver of car number 1. Here it is, a couple of VMs having a ding-dong.
Big send on Big Nash. Yeah, couldn't get it done. Filling the mirrors, the bright yellow car in front of him. And this is the battle a bit further down the field here for position 12 and 13, I think.
So Keegan Gawn has gone back one spot. Nash Harris has gone through on him. As we look back to Andrew McSwain. No, that's James Jeske here. That's second place on the road there. Third place, in fact, Kane Baxter Smith. And this is 13th on the road. Go back to the front. This is our race leader by 6.5 seconds over Kieran Creedmoor. So what can you say about Brad Vaughan? He is doing a tremendous job, both here and in his touring car racing as well.
By far the class of the field this weekend.
He is. He's doing very
racing
well.
You do just keeps your race fit, keeps your mind sharp. And it's shown here. He's got a 6.5 second margin. His fastest lap of the race was a 106.9. Out of the last corner for the final time. Brad Vaughan will cross the line, win race 2 of the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship at Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship here at Calder Park, presented by Trico.
Does a bit of a Sebastian Vettel type of weave to the line there and takes the victory. That'd be pretty sweet in a saloon car race. You don't often get out over 6 seconds lead. Here comes car number 1. What a drive at round number 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. This drive from the rear of the field to come home in 5th place is absolutely massive. A behemoth of a drive through this ultra competitive field, and Lowndes has come back to 5th place, and that puts him in great stead for the final saloon car race this afternoon, starting at 2:50.
Tony Ordino, another massive mover in the field, coming from the rear to finish 7th, so only 2 spots behind Adam Lowndes. I get the feeling that the lap traffic in that race sort of halted Adam Lowndes' charge forward. He needed a couple more laps to get to the back of Wayne King in the 25 car, who came home for P4 after starting off 4th. Around the final corner comes Tonks in the number 5. This will be for position 16. So Tonks starting down in 19th, so he's made up a few spots.
Couple of greats of recent history in saloon cars in Prestipino in the 99 and Travis Lindorff in the 51 did not finish in this race. So looking for big things from those guys from this afternoon's race there as well. Let's hope that they can get their cars repaired and back out on track. Tom, thank you ever so much for jumping in with the saloon cars. HQ Racing next. You and I'll stay on the mic, but we'll have a quick break and be back soon. Your trackside here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 888 Home Loans and Karting Madness joining us for this round.
being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
HQ's the excitement factor here at Calder Park. I'm going to say the traditional home to a HQ here in Victoria is certainly Calder Park. Got a big apology to Rod Rogers. He's not a panel beater. He's just a racer out there like everyone else. Got excited, got wound up in the moment yesterday when the plumber and the electrician were throwing at each other out on the front row of the grid, and they will do exactly that all over again. Rod Rogers will, of course, be coming from the rear of the grid, and he will be absolutely charging in the number 33. Andrew Magilton will be on pole position with Steve Banks right alongside him. Darren Smith and Tom Reed right alongside me, staying on for this run at it. But another big race coming your way for the HQ Holden brought to us by Tyre Power. Warren Truan coming out of position number 3. Graham Crawford coming out of 4.
Off of row 3 will be John Mahoney. And then the 91 car of P6 will be Eric Hill. Row 4 will be Glenn McDonald and Andrew Lorgelli. Benjamin Riches and Brandon Wilson off of row 5. Then we go to the last 2 rows of the grid. It's James Kenner, Graham Francis, Rod Rogers off the rear of the grid. After running pretty well yesterday, he was leading a fair bit of that race, and Tony Maloney, the 99, will be the last starter, but he has not made it to the grid, I don't think, for this race. Another car pulling into the pits in the background. Didn't quite catch who that was.
Here's our main contenders off the front row of the grid. A great look straight inside the helmet there of Steve Banks. Andrew Magilton visor up at the moment, but he will clock that down in the number 14. Great shots off the start line here, just getting all of the thoughts of these drivers, and the reflection off that very clean HQ side window preventing us from seeing Andrew Magilton changing his mind. A great grid of cars. Good to see 14 cars here this weekend, and away they go. Nice drive off the line from Magilton. Got away very, very smartly there indeed as our camera follows the field down to the mid part of the front straight here. It is absolutely side by side. A nice air gap between Steve Banks and Andrew Magilton. That closes off as we come down into the funnel section of the main straight. Warren Truan will hold himself into P2 as the 76 of Steve Banks gets pushed wide. Right round the outside, Eric Hill having to cover a lot of ground as we see Crawford driving up the side of Banks now as well. Warren Truan there, but Banks knew he was going to get back to the inside here. We're trying to go 3 wide over Jane Hill. We're certainly going to go line astern with 3 of them. The 77, though, is going to be the outlier here. He goes over that, and Crawford goes all 4 wheels out over the ripple strip, up on the dirt there. That's the only way you can do it. You can't go 2 by 2.
That's got to hurt. Crunching over the curb. Got run out of road there was car 81. So he's going to lose a number of positions. That is John Mahoney, who started off at P5, and he's gone backwards in a hurry. 87 getting through on him there. Warren Truan trying to do what he was doing yesterday as we go safety car on our timing sheet. Can't figure out where this is. Must be down in the run between turns.
Yeah, off the back of Jane Hill, I would have to suggest. It looks like we've had rain overnight here, so what dust might have been around has all certainly been settled down as our HQs will all fall into line there.
Car pulling into the pits at the start of the race.
Oh, there it is.
Was car 97 of Brandon Wilson, but in the fence is the 85 of Graham Francis. That is on the run out of the flip-flop.
It is too. It's right up against the wall.
So that would have been a tank slapper and just backed it into the fence slightly. It doesn't look to be a heap of damage on that car. Hopefully we'll get a replay coming up soon to see what exactly has happened, but the recovery crew coming out pretty quickly out of the Turn 1 access road, and we should pick this car up relatively soon and go racing again.
Let's have a look now as the field come around as to the way it shook out. Warren Truan really took advantage of his run down into Turn 1. He's got himself in position 2. Steve Banks just scratching his head saying, yeah, I got held out wide, but didn't respond well. There's Rod Rajas. He's made his way forward a couple of spots after being rear of the grid. Oh, yeah, that's definitely had a rub against the wall. The right rear quarter is dented in, and I would suggest the left rear as well, whether it's gone around and given a bit of a hit on both rear quarters at the same time. Recovery arriving on site now. There's fireys, there's doctors, and the Recovinator of Jeff Rowley, who, by the way, got a service award last night at the Victorian Motorsport Awards dinner. Andy Dobbin, David Bellinger all got service awards, all people that have put in a lot of hours into Victorian motorsport and indeed into the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships over many years, and I'm going to say decades. It's great to see some honours being given last night at the Victorian Motorsport Awards, held down there at Cool Drive. So they've done a terrific shot. Let's just see these cars folding around under the safety car as we go to a bit of a replay here. All by himself, the car goes round, and yeah, that's a couple of big hits there. Got on the right front, the car Luke was already facing back into the traffic when he hit the wall on the driver's right. Great shots being captured there by the cameras on the live stream coverage by Blendline TV. Really good, clever to get that shot there and bring us exactly what happened there. All by himself, Tom.
A much harsher impact than we initially thought, and quite severe damage on the right front. I think the right rear just had a slight nudge up against the fence, but the unsettled run through the first right-hander of the flip-flop and then the left-hander just unsettled him and put him into a spin, and then it's made fairly large contact with the fence. Hopefully we can see the 85 of Graham Francis out for the final race this afternoon, which is coming up at around about 3:15.
Kev the Towie working with High Arc Recovery there this weekend, and he's been not as busy as what he was at the last round at Sandown, but a couple of cars coming back on the flatbed. We've had a couple of races go safety car, but the venerable HQs continue to do laps on race circuits around the country, and it is always a welcome inclusion. In fact, I'd love to see the HQs more on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship bill. They really do present some great racing, and Tom Reed and I have been enjoying it throughout this weekend as well. We send a big shout out to David Amor, who calls HQ Racing and has done for many, many years here in Victoria, and we've got a worthy apprentice in Tom Reed stepping into his shoes this weekend, and there we go. Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, big thanks to all our volunteers. Check it all out at motorsport.org.au/officials, or get in touch directly with the organising clubs, the MG Car Club, the Victorian Mini Club, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, which promote the next round at Phillip Island on May 16, 17 and 18. Of course, the Australian Sports Sedan Association, also one of the promoting clubs. Again, last night at the Victorian Motorsport Awards, the Sports Sedan promoted round held every year in August at Sandown. One round of the year. Always a special time there. Probably pretty chilly at Sandown at that time of the year, but well done.
All wet.
Well done to the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria for taking out that award. They're all race drivers in that club, and last year not only did they promote the round, they also promoted a round of the National Sports Sedan, so their numbers were spread pretty thin on the ground, but Victorian motorsport community support that event very, very well, and everyone stepped right up, like Kev the Towie is doing right now. That's a quick load up, and he gets back underway. We see the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad in attendance there in their silver, red and yellow machine. Jeff Rowley, tow chief for this weekend in that behemoth of a Recovinator as they come back around. So I guess we're going to see another lap under safety car yet. We will. The safety car will go around for another lap, and we'll have, I'm going to say, probably 9 minutes left to go for race 2 for the weekend. For the Tyre Power HQ Holden's race number 2.
Fairly sad car at the top of your shot now on screen. Yeah, it's a fair bit of damage to the right front of the Francis machine, the 85.
Yeah, well, that's a big build there, isn't it? It's a quarter panel, bonnet, nose cone, bumper, inner guards, and those things are not easy to find these days. These cars are 55 years old at best, and they are just absolutely part of the Australian motorsport landscape. Safety car in this lap. There is a very clear indication race control have put that message through, and we will see that, so all the teams will be well aware that we are going racing again into this lap. All the drivers have got to remember, do not overlap before that control line, which is right where the green flag is being waved from. And the safety car boards have been withdrawn at the start-finish line, and the field is making its way up to turn 6.
So the field will stop weaving now under one of the rules of Motorsport Australia. Watch for car number 33, the all red car with bright yellow wheels. Can't miss it. Like the train. Warren Truran on the back of the middies entry of Andrew Magilton. So let's see if Truran can take the lead. Couldn't do it in the first race yesterday afternoon. Set for a restart here.
Green flag's waving, so we are back underway nice and early. Andy Magilton buries the boot, as does Warren Truran. Steve Banks goes with him, but it is Graham Crawford right into the rear bumper there. Then it's the green car of Hill. Mahoney largely goes through. Rod Rajas into position number 8. Ben Riches. Then it's Kenner. Where is the McDonald entry? Where has Glenn McDonald gone in the Ready Roast car? Down the inside, Warren Truran wants to lead this race on lap number 5.
Glenn McDonald back there in P5 or 6, going through turn 1, but around the outside, trying to hold tough is middies entry of Andrew Magilton.
There's McDonald. He's gone down the inside of Eric Hill here, but side by side. Sorry, Tom.
Right. Over Mount Jane, it's Warren Truran who takes the lead for the first time this weekend. So he couldn't do it yesterday. He's finally done it in this morning's race. As they fly over the left and right curb, car dipping wheel in the grass. That is car 76 there.
Steve Banks.
Steve Banks. So he started off second. He's dropped back ahead. The spots the Ready Roast car there of 87.
The idea of putting a HQ up and dumping wheels in the air is not great. They have an open diff, so as soon as they go up in the air, they lose drive. So you see the guys, they're taking a bit of ripple strip, but they're certainly not trying to get wheels up in the air. The 76. Gee, he is getting very racy here, Steve Banks. He's gone back a couple of spots. His pride's been knocked around a little bit here. Graham Crawford goes side by side with Eric Hill. So our first two are line astern with each other. 3 and 4 side by side. 5 and 6 side by side. In fact, number 7 on the road joins in on that. So there'll be 3. 3 don't go into turn 1.
Just call it everyone side by side at the moment. It's fantastic racing in the HQs. Holding tough on the inside is Warren Truran with Andrew Magilton on the outside who gets that move done. Warren letting him go, trying the over and under, but got enough power on these cars to get that overlap and that move back.
Andrew Magilton over many seasons now has been able to put the Magilton Middies car right where he wants it on the track. He leads the race again. Warren Truan's had a clear lap in the lead of this race, but Andy Magilton likes to have clean air. He likes to get away with it. Here comes the Ready Roast car. He started right down the field yesterday, so the 87 is now back into P4. Crawford is trying for him, but he's managed to, Banks has managed to clear McDonald in the 87, so the 76 of Banks has managed to just ease away a little bit here. Now Graham Crawford's weighing in on it, the Andy Williams Automatics entry Pitman Trucks team, and Magilton regains the race lead. They come across the strike again. It'll be Warren Truan to Steve Banks, Graham Crawford, Eric Hill, Rod Rajas into 6th after starting out of 13th, so he's pushing on well. John Mahoney, we've got Ben Riches. We go back to Kenner, and Glenn McDonald was in P4. There he is right there, the Ready Roast Catering Dandy Engines outfit, and he is trying desperately to get on the back of the Andy Williams Graham Crawford pilot car.
Smoke there from Rod Rogers from Machine, 33. He has made his way all the way up to P7 after starting at the rear grid. He's down in 13th place. Sets his sights after the Ready Race car, the 7 there of Glenn McDonald. You can hear cars split at the front, swerving under brakes as they check out the first. They've got about a 2-second margin back to the third place car of Steve Banks. Now,
there's a couple of wily veterans of HQ Racing here. They're lining up behind each other as well. I would suggest there's decades of respect here between these two, but Eric Hill ranges up, and then it looks like John Mahoney as well, ranging up there as well in the maroon car. So it's the green and maroon HQ side by side, and Lordsley trying to mix it up there as well. Rod Rogers and Glenn McDonald just a wave to each other as they come past the pit exit. I'm coming through, Glenn. You know what the back of the bright red car looks like. Have another look at it. And Glenn's gone, you know what? I got a bright yellow tail. You've been behind me for 2 laps. I'll get you. We've got plenty of time. 4.5 minutes left.
Another move from Mahoney there on the 91 of Eric Hill. So that was for P7 respectively for those guys. So running a strong, consistent race just at the back of the shot is car 26 there of Andrew Lord-Jelly with that racing team livery, just in some different colours. There's still a good looking car. There are some nicely presented cars in this field, I have to say.
Yeah, gone are the days when these cars used to really smash them up. I think the respect to the availability of spare parts comes into it a lot more now that we're, it's not the early 90s where they were running on the Thunderdome and having 50 cars line astern with each other. Now it's a little bit more racing respect because these cars are now pretty significant pieces of kit in the Australian automotive history. And Andy Majulton's got himself a nice lead out over 1 second now. Now that's not what we wanted to see out of P2. The 77 of Warren Truan parks it up on the rejoining track from the Thunderdome. And that is not what he wanted to see, nor did we, because he led the race and he was on for a podium regardless. And Warren Truan parks it up. This battle has got absolutely legs in it because at the moment Crawford is holding up, Glenn McDonald is holding off John Mahoney and Eric Hill, and Lordsley weighing in on it as well. So this is the battle for just outside the 5. So Rod Rogers has made his way to P5, and he's got a couple of seconds up the road to Steve Banks, but Rod's got the eyes on in this one. His fastest lap at a 1:16.1. He's the second fastest car on track. Andy Majulton out in front is indeed the fastest car, as we see the Muscle Motor Trimmers car starting to range up on this pack as well. So we've gone from 2 to 3 to now 4 cars that are weighing in on position number 6 on the road. This is classic HQ racing.
It's all heading up with 2.5 minutes to go. Local yellow flag down the front straight. That's for Warren Truan's car, which is parked off to driver's left in a relatively safe spot, so no requirement for a safety car here.
Thank goodness.
So we can get this racing, which is about to heat up between the battle. This is now for a top 5, so it's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. We're all on each other. Rod Rogers has made his way up to P4, inherited the position there.
There was a gearbox and a head gasket that saw Rod out yesterday, so he had the daily double of a gearbox and a head gasket. So great to see him being so fast after repairs overnight, and he's doing a tremendous job.
Didn't expect anything else from him though.
Hey?
Didn't expect anything else from him.
No, that's right. He's a charger. He's absolutely a charger, and he's acquitting himself well here. And if I was Graham Crawford, I'd be feeling very, very nervous right now, because the ascendancy is with the bright yellow wheeled car. Here comes the Muscle Motor Trimmers entry as well.
The green car. So his day is done. So we're losing cars like flies here. We've lost Truan. We're going to lose Eric Hill. We lost the 97 at the start of the race of Brandon Wilson. So perhaps some reliability for these guys to go and sort out back in the pits. As down the front straight, here comes Rocket Rod on the 68. That's I believe that's a yellow flag area there. No, they've been withdrawn, so that move is perfectly legal down the front straight.
Great to see John Mahoney going so very, very well. He's now up into P6, just off the back of this this battle here with Rod Rogers fighting it out for fourth and fifth with Graham Crawford, and Rogers has gone through. So as I said, Graham will be getting the flow torch applied here. So Rocket Rod Rogers, ladies and gentlemen, has come from position number 13, and the Rocket has bobbed up in P number 3 after a gearbox and a head gasket overnight. It is undeniable this guy is absolutely huge. And the King Automotive Services entry, Eric Hill, retires in the green number 91. And the race continues on. We've got 15 seconds left on the time certain clock for this race, and you'd have to suggest we're going to get another 2 laps because the leader's just gone across the line, and our time is up now.
Something I've noticed from the back of Rocket Rod's car, it's just trailing a slight bit of blue smoke out of the corners. So that's something he'll have to just double check after this race. The 87 on screen here. This is for P5, 6 and 7. These guys all running pretty close to each other. No moves just yet. Wonder if the 81 here of Mahoney is just buying his time. He doesn't have too long left. We're going to go to last lap board this time by as race leader down the back straight. Andrew Major with his electrical entry. He's about 2.5 seconds clear of your second place runner, Steve Banks, 2 Victorians, going hard in front of the field.
Circuit XL's forming up in the marshalling area, ready for their race straight after the HQs. Great field of XLs as we see. Andy Magilton drives his way onto the straight now. And there is the last lap board. 1 more lap to go. 2.8 seconds over Banks. And this is how they started the race. It's certainly not how the race transpired, because Warren Truan, who is now parked up on the side of the road, it's one of the saddest sights to see. Warren led the race, did a tremendous job. He got attacked again by Magilton and went back into P2, and for some unexplained reason right now he's parked off to the side of the road. You'll just see him coming up on the driver's left, right of your screen. There he is there, the 77, sadly, forlornly parked up there. Have a look at now this push here. This is John Mahoney, the JDM racing car. He goes through on Glenn McDonald, and is the Muscle Motor Trimmers car of Andrew Lordsley going to come through now on McDonald as well. The Ready Roasts car. I challenge you to find a race of HQs in Victoria in the last 20 years that hasn't had the number 87 in it. And this sponsorship deal has endured that entire time as well. Great hand-in-glove relationship there. Go out there, represent the brand, and we'll do you a great sponsorship deal. And coming down to take the checkered flag for race 2 for the weekend, the Tyre Power HQ Holdens. Let's celebrate with 4 black tyres, the Kenda tyres on the HQs, and the Tyre Power crew, a very, very important part of HQ racing here in Victoria. Magilton to Banks, Rod Rogers. What a drive. The 33 comes home in position 3. Graham Crawford, and this battle pack drives its way to the line there as well. John Mahoney, what a terrific drive there. Glenn McDonald to Andrew Lordsley home in 7th place there. Ben Riches, a bit of a lonely drive to the finish there, wasn't it, Tom?
A bit of a lonely drive for a few of these guys. Ben Riches there coming across the line to finish in P8, and the last of your finishers will be car 66 here of James Kenner. So he comes across the line. He's about 45 seconds off the race leader.
Gets a round of applause from the loyal HQ supporters up on the hill there as well. So Warren Truan parked up there, be scratching his head wondering what might have been. Another HQ race for the ages there, taken out by Andrew Magilton, Steve Banks into P2, Rocket Rod Rogers. One of the drives of the day. I tell you what, we are seeing some rear field drives today coming out. We saw it in the Saloon cars. We've seen it now in the HQs. Plenty more racing to go. As I said, up next, Circuit XLs, your trackside here at the Trico, seeing you through Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 888 home loans and karting madness. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Hyundai Excel's rolling out of the marshalling area here at Calder Park Raceway. Their second race of the weekend about to get underway. Good field of Excels, 26 of them in total, biggest field of the weekend. Steve DeVries and Tom Reed are going to take you through this one. Tom, let's have a bit of a reflection, I guess, about what happened yesterday with the Excels, as Ryan Phillips was pretty dominant, I guess you can call it at the beginning of that race. He got out to quite a healthy margin, and it sort of stayed very much where it was. He sort of just managed that gap and managed the race.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, he held his margin. He didn't need to over push the car, and he brought it home for a comfortable margin to finish first at the end of yesterday. But the girl alongside him, Emily Jones, she would have had a lot of thoughts last night about what she could do to improve and to get past Ryan Phillips in the 8 machine. So look for her. Look for Rio Campbell off the second row, the 333 out of Macro Motorsport XL. It's always a quick car, and he should be challenging for those front few positions.
Well, the one thing that I'm going to look at this is the race start. I think is going to be very, very important for that top 4. So Phillips got an excellent start yesterday. Twining from the second row of the grid got an even better start than Emily Jones yesterday, and then Emily spent a fair bit of time trying to not only get past William Twining, but also had to then, when she did get past, she got repassed again as well. So I think she'll be looking to make sure that first and foremost she can get a much better start than yesterday, and then hopefully hang on to the coattails of Ryan Phillips, and then likewise for Rio Campbell. He sort of became a bit of a roadblock at the end of that race there as well, because he was driving very, very well defensively to hang on to what eventually became 4th place when he eventually got into 4th place.
Yeah, he drove a brilliant defensive drive yesterday. Unfortunately, he couldn't get up to the top 3 because he had an angry pack of drivers behind him looking for those spots.
Yeah, he had the likes of Strick and Waghorn and James Serra, who were all starting right behind him. Adam Bywater moved his way forward as well. Kadich was in that group as well. There's a fair bit of fast drivers in that sort of 7 or 8 cars that are probably going to be trying to push their way into the top 5. They'll start to make their form up on their approach here to the starting grid. So pole, of course, Ryan Phillips, the number 8 machine on the left-hand side of your shot there, which is the outside of the circuit.
Ryan Phillips right up on that white line, just behind the grid slot there. So he's using all that margin. He's got Ben Grice on the cans for him this weekend. He would have let him know when to stop. Emily Jones alongside him. Will Twining from Tasmania. Rio Campbell on the second row. It all depends on this start. If they can beat Ryan Phillips down to turn 1, then it's on for a race here.
You can see all the pit crew there up on the edge of the barriers, making sure they bring all their cars forward as much as they possibly can. You don't want to be giving away too much real estate at the start here. So, inshore 2 can make a difference by the time you get down to turn number 1. This very big, long drag strip, front straight, big high-speed approach into turn number 1. Pretty strong headwind this morning, so they'll be pushing the XLs into the breeze as we get set and wait for the lights to go out. Squeal of the Dunlop Dureza tyres as front-wheel drive cars push power to the road and we set sail towards the very heavy braking zone at turn number 1.
Fantastic start from Emily Jones. She got the jump.
Brilliant start
On Ryan Phillips, but they're side by side down into turn 1. Phillips with the inside running. he'll hold that position. Look at Will Twining and Rio Campbell. They're right down driver's right.
Oh, super deep under brakes for the number 8 machine. Wrestles that position, number 1 back from Jones. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Twining who managed to get up the inside there of Jones as well, and did. So great reaction time from Emily Jones, but just didn't probably move over to defend that line into turn number 1, which is probably what you needed to do there. And the number 8 and the number 72 surged forward in the braking zone at turn 1.
Off the road there went the 95 of Jake Harwood. Did the right hand side wheels, open out Jane, off into the grass, through the flip-flop they go. No spinners yet, no one's fallen to the back of the field as of yet. The 119 holding the inside running there, he's got Cisco Morales just behind him, and 25 there of Lachlan Harvey.
So Brendan Jenner coming forward, I think a spot there as well with Lachlan Harvey, so that's an early jewel again from yesterday that seems to be forming up again as well. Dallas Harvey going through there, a couple of spots from the rear of the grid. Harvey looks like he had a much better exit now out of the final corner, partially drew alongside the 119 of Jenner, moving up and down the front straight here. He's still got a little bit of overlap, maybe just on the inside there, and he does. So much closer pack now compared to yesterday afternoon's first race.
Comes Rio Campbell with the big send, the left front lock up, gets the move done, and Emily Jones just sort of forces her wide. Capitalising on this is the 84 machine there of Toby Waghorn.
Yep.
And poor Emily Jones, she's just been hung out to dry. She's gone from second all the way back to fifth.
Yes, when Campbell came through there with a lock front brake, that sort of made a little bit of a wedge there, and Waghorn was quick to fill that little hole in a flash. And Harry Strick, now the next car, is trying to line up the number 6 for Jones down this chute out of the flip-flop down towards turn number 6. Wouldn't be surprised to see him sit there for a bit longer. Mistake from Rio Campbell, he runs a bit wide there. All that work that he just did, he just coughed it up.
And that right front's now going to have a patch on it, so if he keeps pinching that brake, it's just going to wear it even more. Down the inside goes the 13 of Ashton Kadich there on the 83 of Adam Bywater, so that is a move for about 6th position. James Sarah just behind in the 994. So these guys will run side by side down into turn 1. Back to your race lead. Will Twining is still there with Ryan Phillips, so he's trying as hard as he can to get to the rear bumper of Ryan Phillips. Look at the bump drafting going on here between the 84 of Waghorn and Emily Jones, who's back up into P4 after Rio Campbell sprayed it wide down at turn 6. So
yeah, that was a big mistake from Campbell there. So now he's going to be caught by Kadich and Sarah and Bywater. It'll be interesting now to see what you talked about just a few moments ago, with the tyre now having a pretty nasty flat spot somewhere on there. Naturally, you go into those heavy braking zones again, it's sort of going to find that flat spot, so it might make the situation a little bit worse.
Just going to have to monitor that situation for Rio. Hopefully he can modulate the brake enough as the 95 goes flying over the curb there, through the flip-flop, down into turn 6. The 87 just behind that Cisco Morales with a big look under brakes by the 172 of Samuel Gibson, who gets that move done. Morales hasn't given it up though. Gets the inside running through turn 7. Hangs around the outside here at the last corner, and these guys will drag race their way all the way down the front straight. It's the 119 just in behind these guys, Brendan Jenner. So let's see if Brendan Jenner can tuck in the slipstream of the car ahead of him, draft all the way down the front straight as they go almost 3 wide past the control line.
Yeah, big spread of field there as they go across the control line. So the car there that you can see on the screen, the 172 of Samuel Gibson and Jenner, the 119. He's
spinner in front.
Spinner in front, it's Lachlan Harvey in the number 25. As he managed to get that going, he does just in the nick of time. Everybody was able to see him coming around turn number 1 there. It's a little bit of a blind approach too, because you have got that piece of the Armco barrier with the tyres there as well. So if you're sitting a bit lower in some of the cars like the Formula V's, it can be a bit hard to see what's around the corner. I would imagine they probably would have just seen the roof of a stationary car just sitting there and been able to just spy it and go, okay, there's somebody here.
See if we can get a replay a bit later on of that spin. So Harvey was running in 10th, just inside the top 10, and now has fallen back behind the likes of Cisco Morales and Brendan Jenner, so that he'll be running about 14th or 15th place here. This battle's still going on between the 172 of Samuel Gibson. He's trying to hold off Jenner onto the front straight. Morales in the 87.
That's a fair old loss of points there for Jenner as well, because he started in 10th place, so he's lost about 5 or 6 spots in all of this.
Watch for Jenner here down the front straight, right behind the rear bumper of Gibson. Just pulls out out into some cleaner air. Back at the front of the field, Rio Campbell up the inside, 6:30 of Harry Strick. James Sarah up the inside there of Ashton Kadich. Back here, the 118, so it's all the 119. Sorry, it's all going on. That's Brendan Jenner up the inside of Samuel Gibson.
Back to James Sarah and Ashton Kadich just leading to 2 and 3, heading up over Jane Hill. Adam Bywater tucked in behind them. Good thing about today, definitely no need at the moment for those Trico windscreen wipers. They've had much of a reprieve over the first 2 rounds of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great to have them along for the ride again. Down there in what we've dubbed Trade Alley for the weekend here, along with Karting Madness down there. Trico have got their little stall set up down there as well. Fantastic to have them on board for the year. Good initiative, I think, as well, having just a couple of different businesses down there. You know, there's plenty of people here that are self-funded. They're small business owners. Good to have the likes of Trico, Karting Madness down there in the trade alley along with everybody else.
It's another thing for the spectators that come along to these races, just to have a look out the back. I've noticed the crowd is fairly big for a state event this weekend. We've got a few people lining the hills for when the likes of the sports sedans come on, or the sports cars. They're the categories that everyone wants to see, as well as the Formula Vs, who always put on some brilliant racing, especially around Calder, which is a drafting track down the front straight.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's even exacerbated more by the fact today, as you said, there's a headwind down there as well. So top speeds, you naturally are losing somewhere around that 10 to 20 kilometre an hour top speed. Then you pop out from behind another car in front, you've already gained some of that top speed back, but then you just hit that little brick wall, then you can't go any further than what you've managed to do sitting in the draft of the car in front of you.
It's probably a reason why we aren't seeing as many moves getting done into turn 1. As you pull out of the slipstream, Ashton Kadich goes hard over the inside curb at turn 8 there.
Yeah, that's going to make him vulnerable to Bywater now coming out of the final corner.
As you pull out of the slipstream, you get hit with all that wind and it sort of halts your momentum, so you've got to really tuck out at the last moment and send it under brakes down into turn 1. We're going to have a look here to see if Bywater can get past the 13 of Ashton Kadich, that all-black car. But back up to the front, Will Twining is right on the back of Ryan Phillips. So it's turned into a top 4 battle as Phillips just locks a right front brake there into turn 1. Emily Jones running in 4th, just behind these guys. So it's about to heat up with 8 minutes to go, I feel, Steve.
I think so too. This is not an easy ride for Ryan Phillips compared to what it was yesterday, where he got out to around that 2 to 2.5 second advantage, and then he'd lose a couple of tenths here, but then he'd gain a couple of tenths back the other way. He's definitely going to have his work cut out for him for this one. Twining has found a little something overnight. Perhaps maybe the conditions today a little bit different compared to yesterday. It was very overcast for most of the day yesterday. We started the weekend with a slightly damp track because of the overnight rain. But as the track cleaned up, the track came in and everything sort of looked like it was normal. But a little bit more sunshine, a little bit more UV on the circuit today. So there's been a little bit of setup change, no doubt. Tyre pressure changes, suspension changes, just to account for the different track grip and the different track temperature, and probably the air temperature as well.
Just watching the wheel work of Toby Waghorn in the 84 with the white gloves, it's evident to see that he's pretty smooth on the steering wheel. A couple of corrections mid-corner, which you come to expect with the front-wheel drive car. Back at the pack here. This battle still going on between Samuel Gibson and Brendan Jenner in the 119. They haven't stopped all race long. Down far drives right on the inside wall goes the 172 of Gibson. Trying to go the long way around is the 119 of Brendan Jenner. Not sure if he's going to be able to hold his move around the outside. We haven't really seen too many moves get completed around the outside of turn 1. You sort of end up in no man's land around there.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very brave to go around there, and you've then got to make sure you're ahead by the time you get to the braking zone for turn 2, so then you can stay on that left-hand inside part for turn number 3 and get the drive up the hill. So it is a difficult manoeuvre to pull off in turn 1. But sometimes when your competitor's taking that defensive approach on the inside, you've got to think about what you can do differently that's going to catch them off guard.
Exactly, yeah. You've always got to think what the driver ahead's got to do, and you've just got to send it sometimes. But back to the lead, if we can get a shot of these leaders. The lead is closed right up. It's now a 3/10 margin. Really don't need to be looking at the timing screen though, because you can see it evidently as they go past the commentary box that it's heading up right at the front. So Toby Waghorn is about 1.4 off your race leader. Emily Jones just behind him, 1.7. She has set the fastest lap of the race with a 13.9. So these guys all doing about a 14 dead for Ryan Phillips, a 14 dead for Will Twining, a 13.9 for Toby Waghorn, and a 13.9 for Emily Jones. So these guys are all running fairly close times.
Gibson and Jenner are pulling the rest of the cars behind them along for the ride as well. They're catching up to the 95 here of Harewood. He was some 8/10 of a second slower than this next group of 3 to 4 cars coming up behind him. So if he was just sort of planning to maybe cruise along and maybe hopefully secure a top 10 finish here, he's going to have to think again pretty quickly. He might even have to get his elbows out and go defensive, like what Rio Campbell did yesterday. He might have to do that in the next few minutes because there's only 5.5 of them left, so if he wants that top 10 finish, it's there for the taking, but these guys are definitely quicker at the moment behind him.
Past the control line, the margins open back up to 6/10, so it's closing up, then going a little bit out for Will Twiney. Can't quite hang with Ryan Phillips, who just seems to have that little edge on the rest of the field. Down the inside goes Emily Jones. She gets this move hopefully stuck by the time they get to the apex, and she does. She gets past Toby Waghorn, so that's third. Maybe she's just found a little bit more pace, and she's going to go after Will Twining for the second place.
Just noticing as well there, she stayed a little bit further to the left and tried to open up turn 2 in the braking zone as much as she possibly could. There's that little bit of sort of like white painted concrete. You can see it just at the top there at Jane Hill, where you can sort of stay, give you a little bit of extra width. It's kind of like at Bathurst at the Chase, where you've got that little bit of extra tarmac that you can use to open up that corner. So I see some people using that a little bit more than others. It just helps you carry a little bit more apex corner speed going into turn number 2, and then keeps your momentum up going up the hill. Oh, Dallas Harvey. Where's he? Come unstuck.
We've gone safety car on our timing screen. That is on the run down to turn 1.
No, it's not actually. It's actually coming down. It's on the approach to coming over Jane Hill. Oh, that looks like it's lunched an engine coming over Jane Hill. So pulls over to the inside of the track. Smart thing to do. Get as far out of harm's way as possible. He's actually. I was wondering where he was, and now that I can see where he is, it's actually on the loop track, which is there's 2 circuits here. There's the long circuit, which we are currently using, and then there's the short circuit, which peels off about halfway down the front straight and does a 180-degree U-turn and comes back on around about that turn 4 to 5 flip-flop, and that's where he's found himself. That's where he's parked the car. That's why it looked a little bit strange as to, there it is there. That's why it looked a little bit strange as to where he actually was on the broadcast camera, just to try and work out what part of the circuit that actually was.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was at the turn 1 access road there to driver's left, where you peel onto the Thunderdome where the combined circuit was, but he's pulled over to a safe spot.
Now, the hard part for him too is he's scheduled to, he's doing double duty this weekend in improved production as well, and that's only a couple of races away after this. So when the XL race finishes, the next race is the MG and invited British sports cars, and then improved production after that. So if that has done an engine, then that is his race weekend over. Did see him in the pits the other day. They did have a little bit of oil that they were trying to clear from underneath the car, because I did see there was a bit of fluid under there, and when I commented to him, he said, no, it's just some water, just been washing off bits and pieces that are under there, and just showing me where the oil leak actually came from. They were just cleaning up. But I'm hoping maybe it's not a recurrence of that, because it was white smoke, and that's normally not a good sign.
So the safety car down the front straight has picked up the wrong car, or the cars behind have fallen behind the safety car. They get let through. There's a group of 4 of them there, so it's Ryan Phillips who's right on the back of the safety car now. Will Twining still in second. Emily Jones just got that move done before the safety car for P3. It's now back to Ryan Phillips, who has the fastest lap of the race with a 13.8. So he's the only driver I can see on my timing screen that has dipped into that 13.8. The rest of them doing 13.9s, 14 deads, and just falling away as you go down the order.
Yeah, it's just 3 drivers that have actually gone a sub 1 minute 14, which is Ryan Phillips with the fastest lap of the race, then pretty close between Emily Jones and Toby Waghorn, and Twining's best at a 14.0. So all very, very close on times in terms of the best lap time. Those 4 leaders have pretty much been within that couple of second block of each other for most of the race, which has been good to see. There's the Kev Vitoe getting ready to enter the circuit stage right. Top there, no doubt, to go pick up the Dallas Harvey machine. So this second race for Hyundai Excels for the Link Cold Storage and Transport gets put on hold, unfortunately. That is the reason why there. The Dallas Harvey number 161 Mobile 1 tribute livery entry going to have to be pulled back into pit lane. Good opportunity to just to remind everybody what still lies ahead for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We, of course, are at the second round of the series. Next one coming up, of course, is Phillip Island in May 16th through to 18th to be precise. And for a long time, that round in May used to actually take place in June. And I'll tell you what, you had to pack your winter woolies if you wanted to go to Phillip Island in June. So good to see that yet again it's back for in May, a little bit more temperamental temperatures. And we've decided that Race Control has called this race slightly early. So checkered flag is on display. And that means it's another win for Ryan Phillips, who I guess you can say, Tom, probably got let off the hook with that safety car.
I say he did, yeah. He had Will Twining right behind him. He was probably going to have a crack in the last couple of laps there if we were able to stay under green flag conditions, but these guys will go back for their final race this afternoon, which will come out at about 3:40. Schedule, of course, subject to change with safety cars in some races and then other races going green all the way, which brings the schedule forward a little bit. So keep an eye out on Blendline TV to keep up to date with what's happening throughout the race. Rio Campbell going through a shot there and Harry Strick. So those guys finished 5th and 6th. Rio started off 4th, so he's dropped one spot, but he'll be starting from the inside come the next race.
Certainly will. Let's just finish up the top 10 there. So James Serra finishing 7th place there. That's car 994. Adam Bywater, he finished in 8th. He actually lost a spot there as well. Ashton Kadich in 9th. And then Harewood, the number 95, finishing there in 10th. And for him, he actually started 11th, so he picked up a spot in the proceedings there as well. So we will let our recovery crews and the fire marshals, who do a great job as always, go and clean up that little bit of oil. It's probably no doubt laying on the ground over Jane Hill, and they'll bring the number 161 machine back to pit lane. We're going to take a short break up here in the commentary position, because coming up next, when the XLs will exit off the circuit, the MG and British sports cars will take to the track here at round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
MG and invited British cars making their way out onto track now for their race 2 for the weekend. Lots of cleanup to do, as always, after an XL race, the MG and Invited British Cars this weekend, being brought to us by Bennett Signs for their race 2 for the weekend. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me for some expert comments as a guy that is normally racing and I dare say would rather be out there racing. Welcome to commentary, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Happy to be here, but would love to be back out on track. It is safer in here, no exploding windows.
Yes, that's right.
This year round.
It's not as fun.
No, it's definitely not. But we'll see what the boys and girls turn on today and see what they do. And
I guess commentary is all about living vicariously to what's going on out on track, isn't it?
yeah, I can pretend I'm out there.
That's right. Big shout out to the guys down there at Trico, and of course their 303 products there for exceeding expectations in the 303 products. Plenty of car care range down there, so big thanks to Trico. Not only have they got the windscreen wiper blades, they've got the 303 product, and of course backing up the windscreen wiper blades is the Trico Vision range of glass cleaner and windscreen washer additive there as well. So check it out, go down and see the guys down there in the Trico tent. While you're there, go and have a quick chat to the team at Karting Madness. Don't go and have a quick chat to them there. Go and have a chat to them at Braybrook, their new facility on the corner of Evans Road there. Get down to Karting Madness with the biggest group of friends and family you've got and have a ripping time doing some laps in the go-karts. And for all intents and purposes, what Phil Chester's in here is a massive V8 go-kart, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the MGB GTs, they are a bit go-karty, but I've never driven one obviously with this much power, so I can imagine what that one's like. So slicked up, winged up, powerful go-kart, I guess.
Strikes the pose, doesn't it? Just sitting there. Great shots from the marshalling area as they go through their warm-up techniques. And the RV8, the car right behind there of Simon Elliott, and these two will be across the front row of the grid in just a couple of moments' time, ready for the start of this race. But that's something different, isn't it, the RV8? It's just had that rounded off effect. It's a different design, essentially on the same sort of kit.
Yeah, it's a new age look. It really, well, not anymore, but sure is a nice streamlined look to the what is still, I think, might be a little bit biased, still looks a relatively nice car, the MGB. So the RV8 just brought it forward a little bit. So.
It certainly did, and you've got to say, look, the original 911, you look at a current 911, or whatever they call them, 992 version of the 911, and there is a lineage of history, isn't it? You can tell that it's come from the same factory.
Yeah, and it's that iconic brand look, I guess. So it's nice to see brands like just flowing through their looks throughout the years and bringing them into today's age with Porsche. But sadly, we don't have a new version of the MGB.
It'd be an SUV of some description, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so. But the RV8 still looks good and still stands the test of time, I think.
It does actually. And last year at Calder, there was a road-going one that turned up in the MG and Invited British paddock. So it was quite interesting to see the actual road-going version, you know, in the same vicinity of the race car, and they're very much alike.
Yeah, they sure are. It was. I do remember that what you were talking about. So it did look very cool, and it was cool to get a few photos up online for the club and the series as well, so people could see where that car has come from as they're starting to come out through pit lane to start their warm-up lap. Obviously, Phil Chester, yesterday's race winner, will lead them out and get this warm-up lap and this 20-minute race underway.
Certainly the pole lap yesterday of Phil Chester was a good one. It's half a second or so up the road from Simon Elliott, and then the rest of the field sort of joined in behind. Richard Milligan in car number 10, sitting on the next row of the grid, and as we touched on nearly every time we go racing with MG and Invited British Cars, Michael Trathen in car number 1. Absolutely nothing like the big V8s either side of him.
No, not at all, but he's there next to them every single time. It's a testament to Mike and the work that he does on that car. So, because it is in front of some pretty quick cars as well. So we'll see where Mike finishes today. I would assume that it's probably going to be in that spot, but who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
It's interesting in the highlights package they played before the cars made their way out into pit lane. There was only one very small opportunity where they got Mike Trathen actually off the track there as well. So he's normally wide open throttle or in the straight line or around a corner, and just pulling it up and down through gears as well. So always fun to see Mike Trathen out on track.
Yeah, it is. It's always good. That must have been a rare find throughout the archives to find that bit of footage. The car behind him, David Bajan, all the way from New South Wales, he's pedaling that thing really well this weekend, so he will try his hardest to hang on the back of Mike, but in all conditions being fair, he probably won't. But that's okay. It's a Group S car compared to an open class car that's on slicks.
Certainly some iterations around those rule sets that those cars are built to, so that's certainly a good point there. Chris, Jeff John Cox to John Makem on 7th, and great to welcome John Makem to racing this weekend. His own business, Bennett Signs, are sponsoring this around. A big shout out to anyone that needs some signs, mate. Here comes the car right on cue. There's Johnny Makem and that red and white checkered flag livery, and that's a good testament to what his business can do for your branding or your signing, whatever it might be. Check it all out at Bennett Signs. A big thank you to John and his organisation for throwing support around this round sponsor for the MGs. Hank Zwaterbeek, he's next on the grid in number 36. Jason Edwards in the 260. A car a little bit different, and I'm going to say a generation or two further up the road than the cars in front of him as well. Gordon Bunyan in the number 78, the Triumph Spitfire out there starting out at position number 10. Kayleen Chester in the number 71. James Dodd and Kayleen's sister Maddie right behind in position number 13, who didn't finish yesterday's race. They've perfected the repairs, and we're about to see the two Chester ladies go racing.
Yeah, we sure are. Well, I was also having a quick check to Hank Zwaterbeek in the pits. He thinks he might have had a fuel pickup out of the last corner, so he's brimmed the tank, and we'll see if he gets the full effect of that MGB power down the straight today. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes, as they're all starting to line up. Green flag just about to be waved, as it is now, so the red lights will be on in any second.
Officials clear the grid, service vehicles off the back. We're about to jump away. Two V8 behemoths of the MG racing world. Phil Chester gets the tyre down on the road, better off the start line there, but the RV8 goes with him. That grab to second gear. They're going to go side by side. They open it up for car 10, Richard Milligan in the Morris Garages entry, to try and join in the fun there as well. But it will be Simon Elliott that gets the run down the funnel into turn 1. Here comes Mike Trathen. Got Jefferson John Cox in there with him. Then it's the 64 of Dave Bajan, and John Makem just loses a little bit of ground off the start line here. Here's Michael Trathen in the number 1. Big diameter steering wheel, just reefs it in and gets through the corner.
I'm sure he'll be trying to have a run through the twisty bits around the back of the circuit now while he can, before we get to the long straight where that V8 of that Triumph's going to open up. That's quite a quick car in a straight line, so, and Jeff drives it very well, so Mike will be on his toes, flinging it through the corners just to build that gap.
A couple of seasons ago, we had the Vince Gucciardi all green MGB GT V8. For all intents and purposes, looked very similar to this car of Phil Chester's out on track. And I'm pretty sure Vince has sold that car. Not sure where it's gone or what's happened to it. But certainly we had a couple of those monsters out on track for a season or two.
That car's actually living in South Australia as Phil comes up the inside of Simon through the bumps into turn 1, but nicely done, and takes the lead into turn 1. Simon has a quick, oh no, camera angle fooling my eyes there. Thought he was going to poke the nose back up into 2, but I'll be aware of that at camera angle for next time.
The Derby Works entry just gets gazumped a little bit by the Montipower machine. The Yarra Valley towing car number 72 gets through on Simon Elliott. I will not ride off Simon for one stretch of the imagination just yet. Here's the 260 of Jason Edwards and the Triumph Spitfire side by side as they go up and over Jane Hill for the second time in this one. And Gordon Bunyan holds on nicely. The 260 has to take a sweeping run around that corner, but Jason Edwards continues on with it and goes down a spot to the Spitfire.
Yeah, that was brave from both of them, holding tight. No one was giving up any room there, so again, I think Gordon will have Jason through the twisty bits in that nimble little Triumph, but Jason should have it down the front straight. He's sitting there just behind him, so he'll try and slipstream Gordon down the straight. The straight definitely is where the little Triumph falls away, but we'll see if he's got a big enough gap as they come past the straight finish line. And it looks like the Triumph is holding its own as the back markers are coming into screen now with John Makem and Kalen Chester, followed by Jim Dodd and Matty Chester. They're having a little bit of a four-way battle here. Let's see what John can do. Can he? No, he's not going to be close enough for a dive up into turn one. So Kalen will lead this group of four through to turn one, around for another lap. Over the bumps of turn one, it's so hard to get these cars settled as John does a nice little switch back and into three. He's going to take that position. Very nicely done, that one. That's experience, that is.
Certainly is, and John Makem likes to throw a bit of leather around at a batter when he's away from the track there, and he was throwing the red and white car at Kalen then.
Yes, very keen base baller and had some quite good success. So I'm sure Kalen will be awake to that move next time for the next race. So
Certainly
she'll
will.
learn from that. And
a couple of different iterations of the MG we're actually seeing in this this battle, and we're talking about cars that are battling it out for 10, 11, 12 and 13 on the road, as opposed to the more MGB familiar silhouette we're used to seeing with those cars sort of 1, 2 and 3 on the road. These cars represent a fairly different era in the MG history, don't they?
yeah, for sure, this was like the new age of MG coming through, with the MGFs being released first in the mid-90s and then the MGZRs in the early 2000s. So bit of a hot hatch versus a hot convertible, I guess you could say. The ZRs front-wheel drive as well, so very nimble through the corners, with the mid-mounted rear-wheel drive MGFs as well. So a little bit of a difference in performance, driving style, and how they make their lap times work as well.
Well, I guess the rear drive over the front drive, etc. as well, or mid-engine versus front engine as well, plays into the mix, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does, definitely. As we see them come through the flip-flop there, and with the leaders catching up in behind. But yeah, definitely, they definitely make their times up at different tracks in such different ways, which is very similar throughout all of MGs through this grid as well. That's what makes this racing so interesting, where we can see some big gaps lead into very small gaps as the lap goes on.
How cool's the livery the Chesters have chosen on these cars? They're obviously tributing to the Cars movies.
Yeah, it's good. It's something different. It makes everyone laugh and have a smile, and gets the kids involved.
Doesn't it ever? Adds a bit of character to it. And I don't know, I'm a mid-50s kid, and I reckon it's pretty cool as well. I actually like the movie as well.
I think everyone does secretly.
Yeah.
As
we all know as car people that cars talk.
Yes. Yeah, they always talk to us, and we talk to them.
That's exactly right. Left alone in the shed at night, working on the car, you have to have a chat with it.
You do. As Edwards is coming up to the back of Bunyan again, he will be very determined to get through. So we've got 11 and a half minutes remaining, so he's got time to make this happen. But that Triumph just really sits through the bumps at this place. It really seems to be handling very, very well. So
Gordon's been doing it for a while too. He knows exactly where he can position the car on the track to get the best out of it. Good experience.
Yeah, very good experience. And Jason's a good hard racer from South Australia. We've got to credit him for coming all the way from Adelaide.
We'd love him to bring Trevor Lindsay with him as well in the GT Triumph as well. He was rapid a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, and the rest of the South Australian crew as well. As Jason is making his way around the outside. What's going to happen? He was
nice racing room given to each other here, side by side through 1 and 2. They're going to go side by side into 3 because Gordon will have the inside running.
We've seen this move before.
Haven't we ever?
But Jason has just a bit more room this time, so he takes the lead over the flip-flop.
And our leaders are starting to appear in the back of this shot as well. Here comes Phil Chester, a 104.47 for Phil. Fastest in this one so far, second fastest on track is a 105 to Simon Elliott, and Phil's about 0.7 of a second faster than him ultimately. Gordon Bunyan just leaving enough room for Phil to slot the very wide MGB GT through there. And I don't mean any funniness about that. It's a wide-bodied MGB, isn't it?
It sure is. Those massive flares, that big wing on the back. As Gordon's going to slip into the back of the slipstream here and see if he can toe his way down. But if we have a look just back, there's Johnny Makem trying to join onto the back of this battle pack.
Let's have a look at John Makem. His best lap time is a 1:13.76. So he's actually faster than the 4 cars in front of him, Bunyan, Edwards and Zwiderveen. It's not up until David Bagent that we get another 1:13.5. Johnny Makem doing a 1:13.7 last lap around. So that little light car will get better as the race goes on. The tyres and everything will just get warmer and more and grippier as the session goes on. We get a look at this battle as well. This is a Chester Dodd Chester sandwich, and James Dodd in the middle of the 2 girls here.
Yeah, he's trying to have a look up into 3 there.
Chris, I've got a message here to ask you where your car is.
My car is in the shed.
Lonely and forlorn?
Yeah, very lonely. It's ready to go, but yeah, this year is a year on the sidelines for myself, so.
I'm not to disclose who sent me that text message, but they're clearly having a dig at you.
Yeah, yep.
Under brakes now, the Rusty's MGF, car number 71, doing a nice job, Kaylin Lilly, little Chester out there. These 2 cars have made their way to the track here in season 2025 to join their big, I'm going to say Big Daddy, or their dad out in front, the Big Daddy MGB GT, the Montipower Yarra Valley towing entry. He's doing a terrific job out in front of 1:04.47 as I touched on lap number 3. And we're well past half race distance now, 7.5 minutes left to go in this one. Gordon Bunyan now, he'll realise that Johnny Makem is just closing in on him at the moment. So this is 9th and 10th in this race.
Looks like Jason Edwards has just been able to skip away from these 2, probably with the leaders coming through, but Makem is, he's going to be right on Bunyan when we go into turn 1 here. He's having a good wide run onto the front straight here, and all of Gordon's tactics are going to have to come into play, but I don't think he's going to have too much to play with, as he already has Makem up beside him. And no, he does. He's gone blocking early, which is an interesting move. It could be a smart one. It looks like it's paid off. It sent Makem into the bumps onto the racing line, and
if nothing else, it's proven that Johnny Makem's closed that gap in the Bennett Signs car number 33.
And look at that, switch back and move into 3. No, not quite this time, but he's perfected that during this race, hasn't he? He's
certainly has. Johnny Makem as entertaining in the car as he is out of the car.
Yes,
the 78 showing us a bit of air underneath the Triumph there.
Yep.
And that's just lost him a bit of pace, I would suggest, because up that straight, the Bennett Signs number 33 has closed the gap again. Gee, I tell you what, amazing what you can do with 1300cc if you look after it, isn't it?
It really is. So another wide entry onto the front straight. See if Gordon takes that early switch to block into 1.
Has John not got his visor closed? Has he got his visor just clicked open a little bit? Loves to have the wind between his hair, in his hair.
So let's see. Is John going to be aware of that move that Gordon brought on last time? He seems a bit further up.
And he's on the inside of the corner this time too. So he was out wide where Gordon is now last time round. And he has got through. I wouldn't say that he's got the job done just yet, Chris, because Gordon's not going to give up. No, John's got his visor shut. Must have just been a optical illusion coming onto the straight.
So that's going to be head down and chasing Edwards for 8th now, with 5 minutes to go. Will be interesting to see if at all, if he can close in as we have a look. They're doing about all the same lap times, so this might be how it finishes, but we'll see. Once now that John's into some clear air, he might be a little bit quicker, but as he's using that wide entry onto the straight with great effect, and as we have a look back to the Chester girls and Jim Dodd coming through the flip-flop.
Don't forget the Monitpower feature race for the MG and invited British cars will be at 4:05 this afternoon. The weather's held off. In fact, this is exactly the same weather it was at 7:30 when I got here this morning, so I would suggest we're probably in for it all day long. And for Calder, it's kind of a nice day for Calder. It's normally boiling hot or freezing cold. We've landed somewhere in between.
Yeah, that's right. I think this is a very rare day.
It is. It is. Note it down. So we've got still got plenty of time left in this one. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and there goes Simon Elliott as he charges down the straight. He's put a lap on the back markers of Chester, Dodd and Matty Chester, and here they come down into turn number 1, and this is a ripping battle.
This will be a good lesson in racecraft. For Matty, obviously it's hard to pass 2 cars at once, or even being the following car in a 3-pack. But for Kayla to hold out 2 cars in a 20-minute race, she's going to learn a lot. So it'll be.
Yeah, I guess these two have had a little bit of karting experience in their past, but great to see them out there. It's even better to see Dad and the 2 girls going racing. I love to see the family that goes racing together. Here we go. This is a replay of the 260 going off. Jason Edwards when John Makem was coming through. So John Makem making hay while the sun shines there and getting on through. As this group ever closing up now, and we're just watching the number 10 of Richard Milligan ranging up onto the back of them. Blue flags being displayed frantically by our flaggies, and Milligan goes charging on down. And one of the sweeter cars over a long journey in Australian motorsport is that number 10 of Richard Milligan's from the Morris Garages in Bayswater.
It sure is. It's very iconic. Is that Matty Chester having a look up the inside of Jim Dodd? And
because Gordon John Cox is ranging up in the background there as well. Will we have Chesters lining up behind each other? Dodd not letting it happen too easily, but good on Matty for having a red hot go there in the 73. Showing the nose is what it's all about, because next time you show it, you want to get it through. Here comes the Triumph, the TR7 V8, all over the back of these cars. And Matty's going to have a run at it, even with the TR coming through. Looks to the outside. Dodd moves over as well, and here comes the all-white TR7 V8. Gets through on Matty. James Dodd will be the next one to see the Triumph come streaming on through. Have a look in the background here as well. This is David Bajan coming through. So they're coming through to put a lap on this trio, albeit that they're providing great entertainment for us. They're getting blue flags waved at them to let these other cars come through, and it looks like James Dodd's going to have a crack at it now for Kalen.
Yeah, how his fortunes changed. 1 lap ago he was nearly being passed, now he's trying to do the passing, so, but not quite.
David Bajan slips through there as well. Had the headlights on down the straight there, and was a bit of Lucas Prince of Darkness. They just sort of went out.
Yeah, must be using too much battery. It's probably got.
That's right.
Only allowed to use it for 10 seconds per lap.
We've got just under a minute remaining in this journey, and these cars here, these 3, albeit that are fighting it out for 11, 12 and 13 on the road, have shown us every different which way. But now Dodd just doesn't seem to be so quick down between turns 1, 2 and 3, does he? He's got it coming onto the straight. This part of the track is where ZR seems to come into its own, because he comes onto the straight with a full load of noise, but coming over Jane Hill, Matty's all over him.
Yeah.
And just watching in the background, here comes Phil, And I would suggest that Phil is probably going to come around and receive the last lap board as the leader of this race. He's got a good 15.9 seconds and a 1:04.47. He did quite a number of laps ago. In fact, it was 12 laps ago he did his fastest lap of the race. Last lap board comes out for our race leader, Phil Chester, and he comes charging over the line in the Monitpower Yarra Valley Towing MG. And this situation, I reckon it's going to go unresolved.
Yeah, this will definitely go into race 3 this afternoon. So everyone will be tweaking tyre pressures, tweaking suspension rebounds, and see if they can ride the bumps a bit better to be able to throw it down the inside turn 1, I reckon. This is not over. I reckon Maddie might have a look up.
Have a go. Have a throw at it, Maddie.
She's been tempted the last couple of laps.
See James checking out the mirrors too. He's like, he had all his attention down the inside there. She has a real good look. Does it?
Yeah, well
the
done.
73 has lined that up for 14 laps. And that's when you need to do it. When you're half a kilometre from the flag and your dad's breathing all over you coming down through the chute there. Sends it on through. That would have made Phil smile, just seeing the little red car pop out there and send it as they all come to the line. Phil gets the checkered flag, and that will be the end of that one for the MG and invited British cars. Of course, doing it for Bennett Signs here this weekend, and this afternoon's feature race will be brought to us by Monitpower. Big shout out to Trico for their fantastic windscreen wiper blades. Not that any of these 3 cars on the screen have got windscreen wiper blades on them, but there goes the number 10, charges through the field and puts even a lap down on Mike Trathen there. So that is a rare time where the top 3 put a lap on car number 1. These 3 cars continue on.
Have a look at this. Maddie's really brought in the gap on Kaylin. Is she going to have another look second time round? No.
Now this gets a bit troublesome when we get into this situation, doesn't it?
The
Phil
confidence
Chester
was
takes
there.
the win, but the girls keep it tidy.
It's been a good race. These 3 have battled hard, clean, and put on a good show. So
Well, as both these cars have got smiles on them, I reckon both the drivers and even James Dodd, he was relegated back a spot, but I reckon they'll all be grinning from ear to ear when you have 17 laps around Calder Park, when you're glued nose to tail with 3 other cars. It's a good day at the races. Congratulations to Phil Chester, Simon Elliott and Richard Milligan for mounting the podium in this one. Mike Trathen just held off the podium for that one, but he'll gather more points than anyone else right throughout the season. That's the way he goes about it. Gordon St John Cox and David Bajan. John Makem home for Bennett Signs in 7th. Hanks Waterveen, Jason Edwards and Gordon Bunyan rounds out our top 10. Chris Kidney, thank you very much for your time. This is a packed program. We're about to see improved production cars. Thanks, Chris. Improved production cars are next on track. Thanks for joining us here at Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the 888 Home Loans, and also Karting Madness joining us here this weekend. Check out all of Trico's products, not just wiper blades, the 303 car care product range, the Trico Vision glass cleaner and window additive as well. We'll be back after a quick break with improved production.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
But thanks to Prestige Hino, here comes the improved production field out of pit lane here at the Trico Windscreen Wipers second round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. My name's Steve DeVries, and next door to me is the club president of Improved Production here in Victoria, Dave Cox. Dave, you've been down to Trico Alley. You've picked up yourself a whole bunch of things to use on the go-kart. What have they got down there that you can use that's not related to the windscreens?
Well, that's really good, Steve. We last time we were at Calder here, Trico were down there in their alley and they had some products, and we thought, hey, let's give some of this a go on the go-kart. Let's see how it goes. So we've been doing the Oakley Club Championship, we've been doing the Golden Power Series, and we've been using some of the 303 products. The graphic nano spray coating, it comes up an absolute treat, Steve. This product is really good, and if you want to get on your car or on your go-kart or even your motorbike, all their gear is really, really good. So they've also got windscreen additive and all sorts of gear. So really get down there and support them. Also down there, Steve, you've got the Karting Madness, which
Absolutely.
is a really good start. If kids and their parents are here racing and their kids want to get into karting, it's a really good place to start. Go down there, jump in a go-kart, have a zoom around the indoor track. If they love it and they're good at it, well, they don't have to be good at it, then you might want to progress and go and get an outdoor kart and go and have some karting. So really good to see that our sponsors have come on board and they're down in the trade alley down there, so get down. But while we're doing that, we can see everyone's come around and they're all gridded up. So we'll get ready for the start of this race. We've just got another couple of cars about to line up at the back, and then we'll get some improved production racing.
We certainly will. Have a look at that on the front row. What a story that was yesterday with Brett Lehman in the number 97 taking his first win in improved production. It was a case of patiently waiting while all the leaders struck a little bit of trouble. He ended up just sitting there waiting, and then he was the one left at the front of the field after the safety car went in, and he went on to take that win, which was absolutely fantastic.
And Brad White, what about that? He's had so many problems with that car over the years, and to come through and get a second yesterday was absolutely outstanding for Brad and the team, so that's fantastic. So we've got a green flag, I can see it in the background there, Steve, so we're getting set to go in the second race of the improved production for the weekend.
Certainly is. Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer is Prestige Hino, and they're emblazoned across the windscreens of these cars that are now heading down the front chute towards turn number 1. It was a beautiful conversion from the Douglas Parade Motors number 48, Brad White. He got the best launch of pretty much the top 3 or 4 rows, and he's going to lead this one down into turn number 1 ahead of Brett Lehman. And you've got the number 57 there, John Perkins in the RX-8. He's had a decent start. Andrew Tickner in the number 140. He started out in position 6, and he's gained 2 spots in all
the
of
old VH Commodore. It's great to see. And Matt Logan's made a ripper start from near the back of the field as well. He's come through, just going through with Richard Opie. Lots of racing moves in there, and they keep going.
Royce Line, another one who started off the rear off the grid after some mechanical dramas yesterday. He's now going to get the RX-8 of Richard Opie into the flip-flop.
We've had some fuel delivery problems yesterday, and take for that what it might be.
Well, that'll be an interesting one to think about, I guess, from this, because they would have done a whole bunch of soul searching overnight, trying to work out what on earth was causing that fuel delivery, or the other way of thinking about is fuel starvation problems.
Maybe they didn't put any fuel in it, Steve.
There was plenty of fuel in that when I was down there looking at it after the race yesterday. They just weren't 100% sure if the pump itself was actually putting enough pressure and putting it up to when it got out of the swell pot that there was actually anything left to take in. So we'll wait and see if the BMW E30 of Royce Line actually is able to do more than a lap after all of this. But himself and Matt Logan, they both started off the rear. They have flown through the field.
It looks like Harris has got a little bit too deep in brakes there, and he's going to run it really wide, but we managed to get through without too many dramas there. It looks like Matt Logan's got a bit of a guard. Might have a bumper bar hanging there a little bit, but other than that, looks like everything's under control.
Yeah, now those eagle-eyed observers would have realised that Matt Logan's rear bar did come off that car yesterday when the tyre let go on that left rear corner, so it was a bit unexpected. He still doesn't know where on earth the tyre got some damage that was actually, came off the carcass and then ended up pitching him around at turn number 6, but could have been a really old tyre. We're just not 100% sure yet, but he lost the rear bar at this exact part of the course here, and then pulled off the road and ended up in retirement. So he wasn't the only one that had some trouble. I mentioned Royce Line had some issues. Peter Dixon had a little bit of a collision yesterday, so he's starting to make his way through the field as well. And the one car that hasn't started this is Ian McLennan. So he had what he perceived to be an oil pressure problem. There was no oil coming out of the car or visible under the engine bay, but with Bathurst only a couple of weeks away, decided that not worth risking it, put the car on the trailer and take it home.
That's right. They did discover a couple of broken bits and pieces in that engine, so they'll have their work cut out for them to get it ready for Bathurst. As it's only 16 days away, they've got a fair bit of work to do.
So the other Monaro in the field that's still with us is Peter Dixon. He's now up behind Andrew Tickner. He's now just gone past the first line. So they're slowly starting to make their way past the VH. Probably not. This is probably not the opportunity to do it. It'll be a good run out of here, and then down to number 6. Dixon a little bit slow through the flip-flop. The heavier car just losing some ground to the VH. That takes away any passing opportunity down here at turn number 6. But to tell you what, that red BMW Royce line really sticking to the back of the Dixon Monaro like glue.
It certainly is. It's got a really good power plant in that car, and it's quite light as well. So the triple Webers and that power plant seem to work really well, and around this track especially.
Very akin to what Rob Braun has in his
absolutely,
machine.
yeah, very similar. And now you'll see that Peter Dixon will have another 100 horsepower on the Tickner car, and he should blast past him down the straight. It'll be very interesting to see. Yes, and also the BMW's just got a little bit more straight line as well as they head down to turn 1.
Just behind these guys as well is your current under 2 litre class leader. That's the clean duct Civic there of Larry Merrifield in the grey machine there. He is currently in 8th place, so he actually finished 3rd outright on the road with all of that chaos that happened yesterday, which is almost unheard of here in Victoria. I can't remember the last time it was an under 2 litre car finishing in the top 3. I think we would have had to go back to probably Jordan Cox all the way back in about 2018. At Winton, I think, was probably the last time it happened.
I think you're probably right, Steve, back in the day. But it's great to see that Larry's finally got rid of some of the gremlins out of that car, and they're actually making some good headway. As you go back to the front now, we've got Lehman, who hasn't managed to get too far ahead of Brad White, who's keeping right on his hammer going down there, and you can see John Perkins just in the background.
That's a change of position on the last lap as well. So Wyatt led across the line. That has changed now with the number 97 of Brett Lehman, going to the lead of this race. Looking like there might be a little bit of a timing glitch at the moment as to where Lehman actually is. He's being reported in 6th place there on your graphic. Yellow flag now out as well. So there's a car that's on the inside. That's Peter McLean.
No.
That's had a moment out of the flip-flop. And it's hard to tell whether he's actually clouted the wall there. Yes, he has. He's made some contact with the wall. The wall is a little bit faded and has had a bit of paint taken off it over the years. And we've gone safety car now here. That's a shame for the Wandon Engineering number 101, the Subaru BRZ, to see it arse end into the fence.
Yeah, it's very disappointing because I think Pete's another one that's got 16 days to have that car now turned around and ready to go to the mountain. So might be all hands on deck, I think, out of Wandon Engineering, and to get that one back looking pristine as it always does.
Yeah, beautifully presented car, the ex-Steve Zorkas BRZ, before, of course, he bought the Jordan Cox Civic that we have mentioned a few minutes ago. But Pete's driven that well. He's a club champion as of last year as well, so he's the defending under 2 litre club champion. It's sad to see him out of business for this one. And that'll put the Prestige Hino improved production field on hold for a couple of laps while they get their recovery crews and out to see him. Good to see the marshals are on the scene pretty quickly. It's not too far from the flag point, so they were able just to walk the 20 or so metres down to where he is positioned. And the Recovenator vehicle now out there will latch on the snatch strap and hopefully just pull him into the infield somewhere. Or it's actually the pit entrance is probably not too far away.
I think in the background when we had the last shot, I think I could see that Pete was actually out of the car, so that's always a good sign.
Yep, that's the important thing that all the officials are always looking for is can you get out of the car under your own steam, or if you can't, can you at least wave to them, just tell it you're okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we need to thank the marshals and all the flaggies and everyone who's out on the track this weekend and every weekend we go racing, because obviously without them, Steve, we have no racing.
No, we certainly not. Don't have it at all. And we have plenty of volunteers as well in all forms. Doesn't matter whether you're a fiery, a flaggy, or what have you. All volunteers. Let's have a look at the replay. Watch the back of your shot here. There it is. He just got a little bit loose off the turn. Oh, that's quite a substantial amount of contact, and it came to stop pretty quickly. So I would say he's got the left-hand side of that flip-flop curb, and that's upset the car when he's turned the car back to the left, just probably overcorrected slightly, and the back end of the car's come around. It's a bit of a nasty curb now. Over the years gone past, it was quite a lesser profiled curb. It was very, very easy to go through there flat. one of the safety improvements they had to do here in the last couple of years was to make that first part of the curve a little bit more pronounced, a bit more squared off to try and slow some of these faster cars down going through the back chute, but doesn't stop you from trying to take it at a faster pace going through there, but it has consequences, and there's evidence of it.
And if your car is quite heavily sprung, you're going to upset the car, and it looks like that might possibly happen. It's a little bit hard to tell because you're so far away, but it did look like you got a little bit upset with hitting the curb too hard and maybe just spat him into the fence, which is really unfortunate for Pete. He's a great bloke, and we hope that the damage isn't too bad and he can turn it around and get it up the mountain in a few days' time.
Yeah, one of his favourite sayings is, he's happy as a dog with several appendages. I don't think he's going to be happy as that dog right now.
No, I don't think so.
No, definitely not after that. He'll be walking back with his tail between his legs, I think, after that one.
Exactly. So it's we've still got around about 11 minutes to go in this one, so we've still got a fair bit of time. It's they look like they're just starting to get that car organised to get it up on the tilt tray. So let's hope we only lose another couple of laps. As you can see, that Lehman's in first, following the safety car there. Then we got Brad White and
Matt Logan.
Matt Logan has made it from the rear of the field all the way to third. Then we've got John Perkins, and then followed by Peter Dixon. So they've managed to come from the back of the field and get through rather quickly. And once we get going, it should be a pretty good tussle up the front.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It'll be interesting to see how Matt Logan goes, if he can grab, maybe potentially jump up into the top spot here against Brad White and Brent Lehman. Now that he's made his way through the field, this has sort of been a little bit of a blessing for him, because remember the shot we saw probably 5 or 6 minutes ago, how much further up the field the lead two cars were from John Perkins.
Yes.
It was quite a substantial margin, so that really has been a bit of a blessing for Matt Logan.
Cooled the tyres down a little bit, and everyone will cool their jets a bit as well, so it'll make it rather interesting. We'll probably end up with, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 laps still to go. But it'll just really depend on, they've got Peter McLean's car on the back of the tilt tray. We can see that in the background there. So with a bit of luck, they'll be able to move that along rather quickly, and we can get back to some racing.
Yep, well, speaking of going back to racing, we of course don't go racing without the marshals. We also don't go racing without a whole bunch of support as well. And this year, that support comes in the form of Trico windscreen wipers. It also comes in the form this round, particularly of Karting Madness. So, as Dave was saying, it is the pathway into grassroots motorsport these days. A lot of young kids, they go and do a little bit of karting at some of these places all around the country. Australia's largest indoor karting centres happen to be here in Victoria, in the hands of Karting Madness. So, get them down there if they're interested in it, and they, even if they're not, as you said, they're not good at it, but they enjoy doing it. It's something that becomes a family activity at the end of the day, much like it does for you and your son.
Yeah, absolutely. We if we're not at the state series, we're travelling around the countryside at nearly every go-kart track every other weekend, and there's some really great kids that will come into XLs, and they will come into Formula Ford down the track. So it all starts in go-karting these days, and as long as they get in there and have a crack, they don't have to win everything. Then that gives them some skills, and not only for go car racing, but also gives them some skills for later in life when they get out on the road, which is really quite important.
Yeah, it gets it out of their system, I think, is one of the things to think about.
Yeah. There's the safety car lights gone out, Steve.
They have indeed gone out, so Brent Lehman's got control of the field, and he will have to pull the field up a little bit now, I think, or unless he's going a little bit early. Not quite sure what's going on there. There is a bit of a procedure to follow. Lehman has actually gone. Yeah, I think he's gone fairly early. He's either caught them all napping and pulled a master stroke here, or maybe he's gone a touch earlier, but at the end of the day, he is gone. Then Matt Logan goes through as well, following Brad Wyatt on the run down to turn number 1. Actually quite a strung out field at the restart there, so not sure if that's just the nature of some of these cars, just not paying attention. Brad White in the lane as well. That's a shame. I was wondering what had happened to him. He was dropping down the timing screens. He's come to pit lane behind the safety car. That's now given a free pass to Matt Logan to chase after the number 97 Icon tiling machine.
It certainly has. That's really quite disappointing. It's the highs and lows of motorsport. Yeah, yesterday he was on the front, and now he's just, at least he's driven under his own steam back into the pit lane.
Yeah, it might be hopefully not a recurrence of those gear selection issues that he had in qualifying yesterday morning. And we're hoping that they've done a little bit of a repair job and actually given themselves a bit of an insurance policy to try and make sure that didn't happen again. But we'll get the scoop on that one between races. Line looking left, looking right, trying to pull a bit of a fast one here on Dixon's Monaro. Crisscross on the underside, can't get that to happen. The Dixon Monaro will drive away down the front straight here. Big horsepower advantage in a straight line and leave the little BMW to dust. But in the corners, watch that little red BMW catch right back up.
It certainly will, and John Perkins hasn't dropped off too far either, so he's having a really good run there in 4th place, and he's got Tickner there 5th, and then the first of the under 2 litres is just a little bit further back, and that's Larry Merrifield.
Yep, so timing just correcting itself there as well. So Dixon 3rd, Royce Line in 4th, John Perkins in 5th, and then this man on screen, Andrew Tickner in the VH in 6th. And then behind him was Merrifield, Opie, and then Chris Brodale had a nice run. Good to see Bruce Henley back as well. He's had a couple of, he had a top 10 finish yesterday. He's back inside the top 10 again. And good to see we've got 3 Mazdas out here this weekend.
3 rotaries in the top 10. We haven't heard that for a while in pre-production. And that's probably because we haven't had 3 Mazdas on the grid for a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It has been a long time, and the BMW, as you can see over the lap, it really gets close to the Monaro over the entire lap. But looks like Matt Logan's got a little bit of a loose rear bar there, but it doesn't look too bad, so I think they just keep an eye on that, but it doesn't look like it's going to cause too many dramas.
I'm wondering if that's acting a little bit like a parachute going down the front straight here too. Maybe that's preventing him from getting a little bit closer to the rear end of the number 97, just ahead of him. That, of course, is the bar that came off yesterday when the tyre exploded, so maybe just a little bit of race tape to sort that out for race 3.
Race tape and cable ties.
And cable ties, and get it all over and done with.
Yes. And we can see that Bruce Henley's there, just coming up on the inside there. Is he going to go for a big move under brakes? He certainly is, and just goes past Chris Bodell as they go down in turn 1. And then comes Bryson Lloyd in the under 2 litre Celica as well, who's now come right up in behind there as Bruce just holds him up a little bit on the exits. And then Bryson will certainly have a crack. He hasn't had a drive for a couple of years, so he's probably just getting used to the Celica again. Probably hasn't driven here ever, I would suggest.
Yeah, 2022 was the last time we saw Bryson Lloyd in the Victorian State Racing Championships, and I'm even trying to remember what round it was in 2022. I think it might have been Luke. Was probably the last time we saw him with Don Sandown.
And he's another one whose son's been in go-karting for a while as well, who's just stepped out of it at the moment, doing a bit of autocross. But Taz has also been in karting, along with my son Daniel, Steve Zorkis' son Jack, Jamie Augustine's daughter also. They're all in karting at the moment, so watch out in a few years because they'll all be here.
I was about to say, is a social trip in the middle of the year to Karting Madness in order for improved production. Then it's going to be the fathers versus the sons
kids
and daughters.
Yeah,
I
think so. And I reckon we'll all get our backsides handed to us.
We probably are going to at this rate. Larry Merrifield's now caught up a bit closer to the back of Andrew Tickner. So he's had a few gremlins in this car over the last couple of seasons, but drove it to a very strong, as we said, 3rd place outright yesterday. And here's a replay on the broadcast here, and side-by-side action going through the last couple of turns. That's all very well, nicely done and given there.
Yes, it certainly was, and as you can see, they're coming up the back straight, and must have been a little mistake. He crossed over, and the BMW's managed to get his way up the inside of Mr. Dixon coming on the straight, but I can just about guarantee you the position will change halfway down the straight.
Top two across the line, side by side as well. Logan got a much better run against the Brett Lehman machine coming down the front straight, and Logan surges to the lead of this race with about a minute and a half left on the clock, so timing might be of the essence here for Matt Logan. He maybe has timed this run quite nicely, but also they're coming through the lap traffic as well, so that might be playing a factor in what's happened in the last few seconds.
And just in the background there, you can see the BMW range right up on the inside there of, and he's made the move. The BMW's got past Dixon in turn 2.
Yep, he's held onto it as well, and this will be hopefully where he starts to make that move stick in these tight little twisty sections where he can pull away and get some margin. Maybe the tyres, the rear tyres on the Monaro just starting to go away. It is a much heavier car, even heavier than these two Commodores that are out in front. So it does tend to overuse its tyres quite nastily when you overheat them.
And the BMW, another couple of laps, and he's going to be right on these guys. They've got 38 seconds, so he's going to have to make a really good run on this lap, because you can actually see he's only a couple of seconds now behind Lehman as they head down into turn 1.
Well, let's have a look at the lap time as they come across as well. So it's 1 minute 6.7 for Royce Line versus a 7 flat and an 8.4 for Logan and Lehman respectively. So he's definitely throwing the kitchen sink at this one, Royce Lyon. Now he's got away from Peter Dixon. How much ground can he gain over these two Commodores?
It's going to be very interesting over the, as you can see, he makes up a lot of ground coming through turn 1, 2, 3 in the flip-flop. Peter Dixon's just dropped back a little bit at the moment.
He's super quick through that chicane as well, Royce Lyon. That's probably the best part of the circuit for him, I think. Able to just flow the car beautifully over the turn 4, 5 flip-flop, and then through here, he just gains hand over fist time and time and time again. Look, he's right with them now. That margin has completely evaporated from what it was about 60 seconds ago. Let's get a read on the times, and they get across the line this time. It will be the start of the last lap right about now. Full opposite lock for Royce Lyon. Scoreboard says 1 minute and 6.2 for Matt Logan, and actually just waiting on the timing screen to catch up. A couple of them didn't register, but I'll tell you what, Royce Lyon had an absolute blinder of a lap there. He just loses out in this run down to turn number 1. Which of the two cars in front was the one that just pinched that brake? It must have been Brett Lehman, because it looks like he's dropped back from the rear bumper of the 43 Mack truck entry.
So yeah, looks like Matt Logan's just got a nice little gap there at the moment, and Lehman better be careful, because here comes that BMW. It's absolutely flying.
Through the flip-flop here, might be inclined to have a go under brakes at turn 6. Superb exit from the BMW, but Brett makes that Commodore as wide as he possibly can, uses the lap traffic of Andre Noy to his advantage there, and manages to hold on to P2. Last opportunity, send it up the inside at the last corner if he can. He's got to protect the defensive line, and he does, and he should hold out on the drag race. Oh, a little bit of Rob Braun-esque style there from Royce Lyon. Checkered flag in the air for the race leaders. Close run finish at the end. What a great win for Matt Logan. Second to Brett Lehman. Third to a charging Royce Lyon.
What an absolute cracker of a race, Steve. That BMW was absolutely sideways. Absolutely sideways.
He's going to be a threat. He's going to be a threat later this afternoon.
He certainly will be in the long race. And have a look at that. We've got Peter Dixon in 4th, and then we've got John Perkins in the RX-7, top 5. I can see Darren Smith in the back of the commentary box, absolutely doing cartwheels. He's fist pumping. He thinks that's the greatest thing since he was racing back in 1845.
There we go. Larry Merrifield home in 6th place, the first of the under 2 litre cars to get home there from Andrew Tickner, Richard Opie. Bruce Henley gets 9th place, and Brett Harris, who had that little moment down at turn number 1, he gets home for 10th at the end of the day there. I'll tell you what, they all picked up their lap times the last time around. So in the last tour, Logan with a 6.6, Lehman with a 6.9, Royce Lyon was a 6.2. So he was on an absolute tear in those last couple of laps. And probably another lap, he probably would have been able to get there over Brett Lehman, but Brett survives. And anyone in place.
Anyone tells me an RX-7 is not competitive in improved production, there you go, top 5.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to look forward to seeing a couple more RX-7s coming out for the improved production nationals at Phillip Island later this year. I know there's at least 2 or 3 of them that are going to be there. This car on screen is definitely going to be one of them.
Ben Schutz will be another very fast car.
Yep, and Josh Perkins as well.
Josh Perkins.
He'll be out there in another similar looking livery to his father.
Yes, it'd be great to see Tony Groves drag his old RX-7 out, if it's still the Mornington Mazda RX-7 parked in a shed somewhere. I'm not sure if Zach Hudson's ended yet. I haven't seen his name on the entry list. It may well be, but there's another extremely fast RX-7. So, and at Phillip Island, we know how fast those cars can be. So it'd be really great to see a lot of RX-7s down at the National. It'll be really, really good to see.
It certainly will be. Improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino has completed the first group of races for all categories here this morning, and partially into this afternoon here at round number 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And now we're going to do it all again. Coming up on the other side of this, it's going to be the Porsche 944s.
being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Oh yeah, Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships are alight here at Calder Raceway. We enter this afternoon's final races for all the categories. And up next is the excitement factor of Porsche 944 Challenge. Darren Smith right alongside me, Victoria's very own excitement factor, Joey Kellogg. Just watching the highlights package and watching the 1-800 lasagna car in the wet. How cool was that?
What a car it is, and what a driver that Joey Kellogg is.
Hey, let's have a look at this grid. This is stacked with champions. Cam Bella, Mark Verdino, James Westaway, Ads Brewer, Peter Grant, Tony Westaway, Nick Carpenter, back to Andrew Jackman, Mark Torbert, Sam Rofe, Michael Westaway, Jack Atley, Andrew Goldman. Not sure if Manny Metazelma, no, he's not there. But we've got Chris Lewis-Williams also withdrawn. So a good field with CLW out. We haven't got all the rock stars there, but CLW has certainly got the rock star hairdo. And we are away. Put CLW to one side. Let's have a look who wins the whole shot. Down to turn one. Doing it all here this weekend for Melbourne Paving in the Porsche 944 Challenge.
Oh, looks like we've got another problem for Peter James off the start. His gearbox got stuck in gear off the start of the last race and he had to retire. A problem for him there. As we see the pack very, 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 very tight together going into the first corner.
Jack Atley looks as though he had issues trying to rattle down the gearbox there as well.
Big lock up from Brewer.
Locks it up and there's an indicator lens thrown down on turn 3 on the first lap of this one. So it is absolutely shirts off, skins against skins at the moment, and they're rubbing together as they go up Jane Hill. Charging up the back straight go the 944s for Melbourne Paving. Big shout out to the crew from Melbourne Paving throwing their support behind the 944s. Mark Verdino sporting battle wounds from previous rounds there. Probably due for a bit of a freshen up that car there, but he's doing very, very well in the championship. Getting a good look at the number 50 of Tony Westaway there as well. These guys just off the top 5 at the moment, but it is out in front now. Cam Bella, oh my, he has just grabbed himself a handy lead on the opening stanza of this one.
Yeah, big gap there from first to second and also from second to third. There's a bit of spread there with Westaway coming right up behind Mark Verdino and PJ Grant right up behind him. From that point on through the rest of the field, very tight. Yeah, really exciting racing to come here, no doubt.
Mark Torbert started out at 9th. He's gone back one spot because Rofe has gone through. So the Apple car has got a bit of work to do there as well. Joined in there by the 45 of Michael Westaway and Jack Atley, the pit lane clothing in the mirrors of those guys. And then back in behind him is the Goldman entry, Andy Goldman in the 333. Have a look at this battle. This is for top 10 honours here at the moment. In fact, car number 20 is 8th on the road. And then the 68 there of Rofe, Mark Torbert's Michael Westaway.
Jackman going, Atlee going pretty wide into the corner there, just in the back of the screen there, just behind these three cars. Really intense battle pack here, which is great to see. Excellent stuff, seeing Rofe up there battling with the Presidente in Mark Torberts and Andrew Jackman in car 20, the pool master entry. Yeah,
we look back down through the field. Bella's got himself a handy 2.5 second lead on 2 laps in. We've still got 15 minutes in this race. If he's been able to do that in a couple of minutes, by lap 10 he's going to be well down the road. These guys have got to start to stop battling and start thinking about how can they, as a group, gain on Cam Bella. That's what they've got to do.
Yeah, 100%. He just has that really has that edge. I mean, he's got a massive gap over Brewer there. And shout out here to Rofe. First time visiting this track in a competitive nature, and he's really putting in a great showing here behind Andrew Jackman.
I keep getting the Rofe car mixed up with Carter Fox. Carter Fox is not here this weekend. Big shout out to Carter. Where are you, mate? You should at least be here at the track cheering the boys on.
He usually is. He's him and his whole family very, very involved down the throughout the 944 competitor list. Always there to lend a hand, and usually would be here whether or not they're racing. So.
You can't miss him. He's a big, tall fella.
That's right.
Have a look at this for Dino now. He wants to grab that spot back from multiple championship-winning bronze car there of Jamie Westaway.
Westaway's made that move. I'm pretty sure Verdino was in front of Westaway, so he's made a move there while we were looking at pictures from the mid-pack action, and he's got ahead of Verdino through the straight and into one, it looks like.
You get the feeling that Verdino's not happy about it, Ed, do you? He's having a bit of a look left and right at the moment, but Jamie, he's running that style that is distinctively his, and as much as Cam Bella is smooth, Jamie Westaway is like suede. He's that smooth, this guy. He is absolutely got it. And you can just see there how the car behind him's looking left, looking right, and Jamie just holds that line wherever it is. It's the line that you want to be on. Ads Brewer is running a little bit wide there now. I got to say, Ads, grab that mirror in the middle of the windscreen, snap it off, throw it in the back, and just eyes forward. Get out after Bella. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's Bella. He's getting a little bit of extra air into the engine bay.
Well, I wonder if this group of 3 behind Bella can do something with that headwind that we have on this track at the moment to try and close the gap between themselves and Bella. They won't do anything like that though if they keep battling amongst themselves like they are now.
Or Jamie Westaway throwing down the challenge here. They're going to go side by side. They can do it. These two have raced each other enough. I believe there's enough trust in the package.
Verdino making the most of this. 3 wide over the bloody...
Isn't this what we saw CLW come unstuck with? Oh, there's a touch. Ads Brewer and Jamie Westaway. Jamie doesn't like getting scars on his car.
He does
and
not.
He will be absolutely not happy about that, but you can't go too wide. CLW showed us that in the race earlier today.
You cannot. Verdino making the most. Westaway was messy through the flip-flop. Verdino made the most of it, but now Verdino has got tangled up with himself through that last complex, and Westaway has got away in front. He's got some damage to the right of his car. It looks like Verdino is having some trouble keeping that thing straight or glued to the tarmac throughout the corners, because he is all over the place. I mean, in the nicest possible way, but that tail is looking very loose, and PJ Grant is got the draft on him through the straight now, and he's looking the goods for a potential move here into 1. Let's see what happens. He's on the outside. Verdino playing defensively here. PJ's going to slot him behind him, and you would hope make the most of the exit here. But Verdino, we know, is very fast through this section of the track.
Mark Verdino making it hard to play out on track there at the moment. And he is throwing the toys out of the sandbox at the moment, trying just to stay in touch for a podium in this final race of the weekend for Melbourne Paving. and they are doing a ripping job as always. The level of competition in the Porsche 944 Challenge just keeps notching up. It just keeps getting more and more and more. And Chris Lewis-Williams will be absolutely spewing that he's watching this race. Good on him for just watching it too, because that'd be hurting.
Well, I must say, we're spewing as well that he's watching it. We would much prefer to see him going around the track, because we love his driving style, we love his competitive nature. Real shame that he tangled with Brewer in that last race, but we hopefully will see him out in the next
Well,
race.
the boys have learned nothing from it, though.
No,
they
don't
still want to
learn.
go side by
They've got
side.
memories like goldfish, let's face it.
Oh, it's good. They're out there. They're people say, oh, we're not racing for sheep stations. I tell you what, it's a very small sheep station, but we're racing for it.
They're racing for
a checkered flag.
They're
mate.
racing for private islands, it seems like.
Well, why not? Someone wants to put a private island up for it. Have a look at this. Ads Brewer. Jamie Westaway. Ads, you've got to keep your concentration level there. There's something. Jamie Westaway's starting to throw it all at it as well. He's jumping his car out over the ripple strips. So Jamie Westaway feeling the heat here with Ads Brewer in front. But what is happening out right in front? Joey Callock, look at that. Nearly 6 seconds on the last lap around. You've got to say it's going to be 6 seconds for
Well,
Bella.
these guys are going to need a time machine to catch Brewer, it looks like. He's already got almost 6 seconds. It was running in 1985 or the alternate 2025. He's got the flux capacitor going, and he's taken off into another dimension, it looks like.
Tell you what, we're coming up with the analogies in this. Here comes suede smooth Jamie Westaway in behind the Black Widow Spider. I don't know how this works out.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of a gap opening up just on the front of Westaway's car to the right between the bumper and the bonnet there. That's panel gap.
Potentially where the guys came together here 2 laps ago.
Yeah, look, the guys are really taking it to Westaway in this over this weekend. He hasn't been quite as quick. We would normally expect to see him as he locks up. Is that a lock up? He locks up into through the flip flop. Well, it's not the sort of place that you would lock up. Keep an eye on that. We'd normally see him up there with Bella, but look at that. Bella's now stretched that gap out to 7.1 seconds. It's huge.
Everyone knows my appreciation for the way Ads Brewer goes about it in the AVI technology car, but I tell you what, right now, I've got eyes for the guy right behind him. He is absolutely throwing it at it. It's like he's throwing the trophies out going, don't care for these, don't care for these. I want to get this guy, and that's what I'm going to do.
He's lightening the load. He's dumping the junk, and he's doing everything he can to get past Brewer here. He's right on the back of him. Let's see if he's showing the nose, showing his schnoz into turn one.
And he does it.
I think he's
nice
got it done.
Move, but Ads, will he do
Park
the
it in the middle
back?
there. That's done. Now we do. Yeah, that is a puff of smoke coming out the back of Westaway's car. That was under power, not under braking. That's not tyre smoke, from what I can gather. So
Let's just
keep an eye
watch
on
him
that.
through here. If once he's got in front of Ads, is he still going to bounce it off the curbs? Not so much. There you go.
Yeah.
Not so much. He steers it straight and nice. He's put the suede jacket back on and gone, now I'm smooth
He's
again.
put the cravat and the smoking jacket on. He's got the pipe out and he's puffing away.
Something like that.
Something like that.
With a AAA race suit and a helmet on.
As we get back to Torbert's, Rofe and Westaway, timing board says that Rofe is in front of Torbert's, but it looks like Torbert's is in front there, so a move has been made. As we can see Atlee in the back just behind them. Good to see Atlee has made up a few positions from the start of this race.
Michael Westaway has seen Jamie do the move there. He wants a spot
close
as well, so the Westaway family working in triple this weekend. Jamie, Tony and Michael. This is Michael we're looking at there in the number 45 orange outfit. Here's our P2 and 3 on the road. Ads Brewer does it again for AVI Technologies, going wide. Jamie Westaway doesn't run wide. He gives him plenty of racing room. That's going to harm his run up to this corner and up over the hill. But he gets it done nicely. The 28 stays in front of the 3 for the time being, just for this little segment in history.
Brewer got a great run, as you were saying, out of there, but looks like Westaway has been able to gather himself up to make the most of his exit out of the flip-flop and to not expose himself to a danger here. So he's sticking to his line. He's not having to play defensively. Great driving from Westaway, got to be said.
Certainly got to not leave yourself exposed, Joey Callock, to any sort of charge from these guys, because we've seen it. You leave a gap, And as Ayrton Senna says, if you no longer fill the gap, you're no longer a race car driver. And these guys, I reckon it's written on the front of their inside of their windscreen. There's a gap, fill it.
100%. And Brewer, we know, is he'll if you give him a sniff, he'll take it. Interesting to see Westaway taking the driver's right-hand side drive down the main straight, right up against the barricade there. We normally see them run down the left. Brewer sticking right behind him. This is a really tight battle here as we look at the timing board. That's gone over 8 seconds now, Bella to Westaway. What a dominating performance. Not many pictures of him during this race because he is just out there in another dimension on his own.
5 minutes left in this one, Joey Callock, and I think I just saw one of the Bella crew go racing down to the pits there. I think they're going to bring up the broom. I think they're bringing it up. They're getting a bit arrogant at this point. There's still 5 minutes, but tell you what, we're looking at a 3 from 3.
We are looking at a 3 from 3. Wow. Look at that gap there. So big gap as well from Brewer to Grant.
This is where it's at, though. You get the feeling that this could be like the last improved production race at Sandown at round 1. This could end in tears, but these two guys know that they've got to get it to the line.
They've got to get it to the line. Again, as we see the whole crew now sort of running down the right of the straight here. Now, Brewer has got an incredible run. We've seen him try and take the outside line on turn 1 last time around. Let's see, he's doing it again.
That's experience. Jamie Westaway just holding on to that inside line. He will try and engineer that for the next 5 minutes so that he doesn't get Ads Brewer try to run down the inside. And Ads knows that. He needs to come up with a different plan. He needs to actually have another dip at it somewhere else on the circuit. I'm going to suggest around about turn 9, he needs to shove that black nose right up into. Well, he's gone for the driving lights. That's it. Let's go for the Le Mans flashes on the front there. The right-hander, the left-hander, he's got it out sideways. He's probably lost a little bit of pace there, lost a bit of revs by cracking it out sideways there. Got to hand it to him. He's trying. The car goes sideways. You know you're having a go at it. I want him right up on the inside 100%.
There. Tyre management is going to come into it. It's going to be a factor at this stage of the race now as well, this stage of the weekend too. We'll see who's managing those tyres better out of those two, as we're seeing Mark Verdino here on the back of Grant. So Grant's got through on Verdino. Interesting there. Really great effort from Grant this weekend. He's really punching up. Tell you what.
We get an ever so quick glimpse of our race leader there. Verdino comes down the outside in the 44.
He's going to run it. He's going to do a Brewer here. He's going to try and hold it. Let's see how. We see some damage to Grant there. He loses the tail a little bit. It's going to affect his ability to get into this corner. But he's held his line, he's done the right thing, because any advantage that you get through there, you have to make the most of it before the flip-flop, otherwise it was a waste of energy, to be honest.
Peter Grant hangs on, though.
Yeah, it's only one through the flip-flop. So we see some dust from the car in front, it looks like.
That'd be Ads Brewer, in fact.
That would be Ads Brewer. And Verdino's going to make the move here on the inside.
Does it?
Yeah, does it. Oh, very sideways, but he does it. Parks it in front of Grant. He's going to make that move stick.
Just seeing blue flags being waved now as our race leader, Cam Bella, charges through. 2.5 minutes left to go. These two are fighting it out for 4 and 5 on the road. The battle for second seems to have just lost a little bit of its energy at the moment, with Jamie Westaway grabbing about a second over Ads Brewer, and he will be trying everything he can. Big shout out to Trico, seeing you through. You need to get those wiper blades on your car.
100%, as we see, continue to see pictures of Verdino and Grant here. Grant, through the last set of corners, was very loose in the tail there, and that's going to affect his ability to stay with Verdino. As we see Verdino getting very taily through turn 2 there as well. Let's see if these guys can hang on. So we've got Michael Westaway, Mark Torbitz and Jack Atley here as well in 8th, 9th and 10th position. There's battles going throughout the whole field. Such a fantastic category. Really, really excellent stuff.
Jack Atley into the 10 now as well. It's Mark Torbitz just up the road. In fact, maybe he's dropped out of the 10 because the 71, that's Mark Torbitz right in front of him. So he's running with El Presidente. Big respect between these two, actually. So this could be quite interesting in the closing stages.
Oh, we've got pictures here of PJ Grant has turned it around. That looks like it is on the last corner heading onto the straight. He was tailing through there last time around.
Here.
Oh, dear.
Looks up the side there of Mark Torbitz. Torbitz just eases the door shut, didn't slam it.
Oh, Atley closing under brakes. So Grant's gone around. He's gone past our commentary position with Michael, with Tony Westway behind him, as we're seeing live pictures of Atlee. That car looking extremely clean. Here we go, replay of PJ Grant. And he's turned it in.
Oh, he's put it up on that ripple strip, and that's more like a BMX berm up there. It is a ripple strip when you do that. Have a look at this. It's a drag race between the Presidente and Jack Atlee. Atlee looks to be the victor in this one. Sliding away.
No, Jack.
Jack Atlee, pit lane clothing, world's fastest fashion brand. Jack Atlee parks it up on the side of the road. You won't see that in the highlights package coming out in the next couple of weeks.
Not if Jack Atlee has anything to do with it. Really great effort from him to tackle the President on the outside of turn 1 there. Awesome effort. He's been really, really enjoying the challenge that he's had this week, and really fantastic stuff. Punching right up, and good on him. The move didn't come off, but excellent stuff. He'll have to get Bowden's own car care products there to get all the dirt off his car from that last spin he just had there.
He sure will. It's a magnificent livery he's got on there. Now we go to car 1, and he's car 1 for every reason, and that is when he comes to the track, it is all about eyes forward. The gap has shrunk slightly ever so much to Westaway, and the gap has stretched between Westaway and Ads Brewer, so that is interesting in it as well. Lap 6 saw the fastest lap of Jamie Westaway, and last lap round a 108.44. And surprisingly, Cam Bella at 109 dead, so 0.6 of a second lap faster to Jamie Westaway with, well, time's up. We've run out of time, and we're probably heading around to get that last lap board.
Yeah.
So, interestingly enough, there it is, last lap board for Cam Bella. Let's have a look at this gap back to Jamie Westaway.
Well, we can see him. It's visual. I'd say it's a bit less.
6 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's lost half a second.
Okay, we've got Bella's bonnet is coming up.
That's been doing it all race long.
Has it? Right.
It's like that secondary bonnet clip.
Yep.
It is
it
flipped up.
is. You can see
He's
it
got
open.
3 others there hanging on. You only need 2, so that's all good.
Hopefully we don't see a meatball flag there. I'm sure that it looks very secure from this commentary
Been doing
position.
it since lap 1.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Cam Bella driving superbly. It is almost sublime how well he is driving.
It's mesmerising.
It's exactly it. Well done. Good use of the vocabulary there, Joe.
Thank you so much.
You look like you're getting a bit weary there, mate, using the big words.
I'm just being wiped out from the adrenaline.
Cam Bella, he's not. He's controlling every emotion right now, and that's what he does really, really well.
He's got a Gandhi-like calmness behind the wheel, but he's got a predatory killer instinct which gets him these sorts of gaps and these sorts of results. The guy is just next level. He's incredible. 5 championships on the trot. He's just absolutely amazing. And here we go for another race win. And just doing so well.
There's the broom. He's got it out. Clean sweep for round 2 for Melbourne paving for Cam Bella. You scratch your head. There's Ads Brewer. He's happy to be home in 3rd.
He's happy. Good on him.
He is a ripping racer. They've got lots of love for Ads Brewer. He does a tremendous job.
You are chairman of the Adam Brewer fan club.
Yeah, I am. We're not allowed to talk, but there's an ABO out.
That's right, yeah.
But he does a tremendous job. Have a look at this. We're sending it back through the field. That's a Westaway, throwing it through on Jackman. In fact, Jackman is slowing.
It looks like he's got a problem.
He has. Apart from that, the car's not working well too.
Oh, yeah. Well,
so there they come to the line. Bella takes the clean sweep.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Jamie Westaway into P2. Ads Brewer in 3. Mark Fantino must be wondering what happened there because he has been fast. One of the fastest all weekend.
Yeah.
PJ Grant threw it away of his own volition. Tony Westaway drove a ripping race. Carpenter just stayed out of trouble, out of any sort of focus.
Jack Atlee over the line now. Threw it away as well, but what a gallant effort from him, and really great to see some serious fight from him trying to take Presidente into turn 1 at the end of the straight there.
Great to see the pit lane clothing car really throwing it in there and having a red hot go. He just, it was, I guess, just that millimetre too far, and it's better that he tried it than left wondering what might have happened.
Don't die wondering. Well, don't die at all.
No, that's true. Don't come and do that here.
No.
You're not welcome to do that here.
No.
Joe Kellogg, thank you so much again for your wise comments and you exercising your magnificent vocabulary there. I'm going to watch that back fondly and learn some use of the English language from you. Thanks so much for joining us in commentary.
My absolute pleasure. Looking forward to doing it again.
Fantastic. We're not too far away from the production sports cars, and they do a bit of a mash-up. Let's hope there's no mashing. It's a bit of a mix-up with the sports sedans, and they'll be on track in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Down here in the trade alley area for the second round of the Victorian State Race Series. It's a big thanks to our good partners, Karting Madness, as well as Trico here this weekend. And we've got the race winner coming out of the car right now, Cameron Bella, taking out race 3, the feature race of the Porsche 944 Challenge. We'll give him a moment just to take his helmet off and get his breath. We've got to speed through these interviews as well because we're already rolling with the next category coming out next. So, Cameron Bella, P1, it doesn't get much better than that, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, nah, definitely not. Yeah, great start to the season for us, and that last race sort of didn't show how tough it is at the front there, and we drove away. I think they obviously battled a bit behind me, but yeah, come home with a win, so can't complain.
What's the secret? What?
Sports sedans and GT cars, or sports cars combined, out here at Calder Park for round 2. The Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, 888 Home Loans, and of course Karting Madness. Keep your car nice and clean with the Trico Vision Glass Cleaner and their 303 Car Care products. I'm Darren Smith, Emma Dean right alongside for this one. A bit of a mashup. Let's hope that everyone stays clean with each other. Tim Wolf will be on the front row of the grid with Cam Rees, so a Porsche front row lockout or a sports cars front row lockout. Then Ben McLeod and Stephen Sluger, so the first of the sports sedans in the second row of the grid.
Yeah, it's a big mashup today, Darren. Apparently the guys took the times from qualifying, not from the last race. So it is a bit of a mashup because qualifying obviously was in the wet. So some different times to qualifying as to race 2. But yeah, ultimate mashup with these guys because the actual track times are pretty comparative in the top 10.
Certainly is, and it's interesting that it's done here at Calder Park as well. I remember Brock in a Monza, Alan Jones in a 935 Turbo, and it was Australian GT and Australian sports sedans combined. I was only about 12 at the time, not much older than that now, but these cars are going to light it up here, and this is going to be lots of fun. Both categories prefer a rolling start, so that is certainly an interesting factor there as well. We got to position number 5, John Ippolito, a sports sedan out of car number 5, out of position number 5 in number 97. Dean Cam, this is ever appropriate. I look next to his number and it's 6-6 on position 6. What, are we racing the devil here or something,
Jokes
Dino?
right themselves, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Water finds its level every single time. Jim Policina, he will start out of position 7. Now, he won the sports sedan race this morning, and he's got that M Fronnet on the front of his car. Then we've got Greg Lynch in the number 22 Commodore. Back to Andrew Smith. Now, Andrew's in one of the sports cars, as is Anthony D'Alessandro, that magnificent GT4 Cayman, and I reckon that will come into its own. I reckon it's used its tyres better. Of course, it's running for rallies, so that's probably plays into it as well. Tegan Collins, then Joe Carmody. Joe out there looking for the Martin. There he is,
yes,
coming over
Joe
Train Hill now. Aidan Munger in the Datsun or the Nissan. Darden Brown in the Mitsubishi Galant. Then we've got Warren Clellan and Ran McGlurkin off the back here. This is going to be a bit of fun, Emma.
I would have said mayhem, but sure, fun.
Yeah,
Fun's
from
good.
here, we're 100 metres from the edge of the track. It's going to be fun from here. Tim Wolf wants to get on with it. Look at him. He's like, come on, everyone. Let's shake this.
Yeah,
Let's
he needs
give
a good
this
start.
Really good shake. I reckon the start is going to bring them right down to about grid box 3 before he lets them go. He wants them all on the straight so they all take off at once here. Have a look at Ben McLeod. He wants a bit of Weissach badge work on the front of that General Motors car, doesn't he? He wants some sweet German loving. That's what he wants. And they get themselves ready to go. Have a look at Dean Cam. He's popped the nose out, the rolling start, and away we go. And let's get that boogie down to turn 1. Here comes the Corvette.
Oh, I can't
Down
watch.
the outside he goes. Tim Wolf has just absolutely holding on there. And Cameron Rees gave Dean Cam just 1 millimetre to make that move. Jim Policina slots in there as well. Stephen Sluger in the next one of the 997s. In the mix here as well. A Commodore, 2 Commodores. It'll be Jim Policina that slides on the inside of Ben McLeod. The Porsche goes over the hill to try and chase out of Tim Wolf. Dean Cam gets all sorts of jiggy over the top of Jane Hill and settles it all back down again to get to the flip-flop. But here comes Jim Policina in a supercar in sports sedan trim. Under brakes now. The Porsche holding it up there on the inside. The Commodore loops right around the outside. No one wants it coming together to hurt their precious machinery in this particular race. But what a frantic start to this race. It was that guy there, his ever-present pro stock drag starting, whether it's rolling starts or standing starts. Dean Cam just comes into his own off the start line. But this is a General Motors drag for position number 2.
Oh, I can't talk, Darren.
You're going to have to,
This
Em. I
is
can't
way
do this all
too
by
much
myself.
for me to handle. Oh my God. Where okay. So Tim Wolf has got the lead, which is fantastic for him, but my God, that was an exciting start, and it's not going to calm down at all with these two going at each other.
I tell you what, this is a really significant race meeting in the history of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and I'm feeling the pressure right now during these sports cars. George Vidovic has come home to Australia for a little while after many years in the US racing, and he's joined us in the commentary booth, and I just feel like this behemoth of a man coming over the top of me. But it's great to have George back at the track. Can't wait to see a Python racing car back out in sports cars again as well. But Dean Cam, he's doing it well here, and they're just holding up. I would suggest they're holding up Cam Rees at the moment. The Porsche wants to run wild and free like Tim Wolf is out at front at the moment, 4.3 second lead. And this is what it's all about. Have a listen to that Calibra thump down the straight. A Dodge NASCAR engine. And have a look at these two. A couple of bespoke sports sedans. Don't be mistaken, these cars, neither of them are ex-supercars. These are bespoke built sports sedans. The only thing on these two cars that would be a supercar thing is the tyres on number 72. He likes a bit of supercar compound. But have a look at this. John Ippolito, home-built sports sedan, and a couple of Weissach sliders. You get the feeling the sports car guys are going, oh, I just want to survive this.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, but also I'm in a Porsche, but these guys are as quick.
Yeah, what do you mean they built this car in their shed?
Yeah.
A multi-billion-dollar facility in Weissach that build these things. There's that Cayman, and right behind the Cayman is Ran McGlurkin in that the Grim Ruiner sponsored outfit, which is Ran himself.
It's almost a pre-requirement if you have an HSV to have your elbows out, Darren. And I think that's what the Porsche guys are worried about, just to be honest.
Yeah, Deer Park's not too far from
Oh,
here.
come on, Steve. Let's go. Steve Sluger coming down on the inside of turn 1. Oh, lovely start. And Andrew Smith got through as well. How did that happen?
Slid in there as well. And
Fantastic
that,
work.
Ben left the door open, so he knew that they were coming.
Nice bit of respect.
He is just struggling just a little bit. They thought they got the tyre problem. I reckon they've got rid of 90% of the tyre problem, but he is still just locking up from time to time. Greg Lynch in the background there, and here comes the GT4. The superior balance of the GT4 really stands out with these lurching sports sedans around it as we come down into turn 6. These guys are 4, 5, 6, 7 on the road in this mix up here. John Ippolito won't open up the corner, not for a second for Steve Sluger. The 97 will be one wide black Commodore. And just listening to that magnificent Dodge power plant that the Grim Ruiner has got. Here he comes. There it is down the straight and absolutely pounds the ground as he goes down the straight here. I feel as though he needs to turn left and do a couple of laps of the Thunderdome with that NASCAR engine in the Calibra.
Would be nice to see, actually.
It would be very nice to see. I'd applaud that, that's for sure. Ben McLeod now, have a look at this. Greg Lynch has got his mirrors full with this nimble car out there at the moment of Anthony D'Alessandro. And there's a couple of different technologies being employed here. It's cubic inches versus smart inches, I would suggest. Poise and development.
I'm not going anywhere near that.
You're
Darren.
not, don't go. So the Porsche now balancing on all four wheels nicely. Greg Lynch just balancing on the front wheels. Threshold of braking for Lynchy.
Oh,
And
Anthony
he is not
mixing
going to
it.
let the Porsche through.
No. Well, good on Anthony for having a try. He's showing the nose. He's letting him know he's there. He's filling his mirrors with black GT4 goodness. Let's see if he can make a go of it. Oh, that sound, Darren.
I don't know, what are you talking about? The 5 litre, the
All
6
of
litre,
it.
or the 4
All of
litre?
it.
Oh, Darden Brown goes round in the only 2 litre out there. He's thrown it all away. That's a shame. And go for a replay here, getting a good look at John Ippolito. That was when Andy Smith went through on him. And this is continuing on. We go back down over Mount Jane. Tim Wolfe is leading this race brilliantly, doing a tremendous job in the 992 GT3 Cup car, the brand new car. Here's Dean Cam. He's currently number 2 on the road. So it is sports car, sports sedan, sports sedan, sports car, sports sedan, sports car, sports car, sports sedan, sports sedan, sports car.
Was that fun?
It's not like it's a state of origin or anything, but let's have a look at it. Outright, it is Tim Wolfe leading over Dean Cam and Jim Policina. Jim is ranging up on the back of Dean. Dean had a steering component failure in the last race. That's why he withdrew, and that is rare. In fact, we're seeing some rare anomalies here this weekend. The cars that don't normally have things go wrong are starting to have go wrong, and I'm going to suggest it's the ripple strips or the curbs here at Calder. They're bigger, they're higher, they're more aggressive than anywhere else we go.
The guys are coming out with a wee bit of head wobble after their races here. They do feel like they're being bashed about a little bit. It's a bit more than porpoising that we saw in the last few years of Formula One. It's pretty violent at some points, especially in these Porsches. But to their credit, they're doing it, and they're doing it really well.
So Tim Wolfe leading, Dean Cam, Jim Policina, Cam Reeves, Steve Sugar in P5, Andy Smith in 6, John Ippolito in the sports sedan, the floor pan class leading car, number 97. Then it's Ben McLeod in behind him, Greg Lynch, all 3 floor pan sports sedans. Then it's Alessandro in the GT4, Rand McGlurkin Jr. Then we've got young Carmody in the mix there as well. Aidan Monga, Warren Clellan in the Mark car, the Mark Mazda. And this battle here is for P2 and 3 on the road. Essentially for the weekend, this will decide P1 for sports sedans going after this race. So this is the final race for the sports sedans and the sports cars. And this is actually quite a focus in this race because these two have both had a race win each this weekend. And you get the feeling now on the ascendancy is Jim Policina. But to Dean Cam, don't ever take anything away from this. Now a veteran Victorian and national sports sedans. And I don't mean that in any derogatory manner. He's just been doing it for so long. And knows when to turn it up. And he's turning it up now. And when he turns it up, those flames lick out the side of his car. And down the chute he goes. Dean gets, there's those flames again. It's a nice run. You get the feeling that Jim Policina's waiting for a moment to pounce here. He's poised to take Dean Cam. And Dean just goes about it. He won't actually be looking in the mirrors to see where Policina is. He'll be just eyes forward. And if Policina appears, then Dean will give him the room that he needs. Genuine hard races, both of these guys. In fact, almost the same the way both of them go about it. It's maximum attack all the way through, and they leave nothing to chance out there. They will give each other the room because they both know they've both won championships, and they know that to gather points you've got to get to the checkered flag. 6.5 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, Darren, it's really interesting to see the top 4 guys at the moment are all in the 101s, or the 61s as you would say. To have like these sports sedans and the production sports cars be at the same track time is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. It's a good measure.
Like when you look at budget and
everyone's
running costs and all that kind of stuff, it's pretty
absolutely.
phenomenal to think that you could be in the sports sedans and be taking it to, you know, the 997s and the 991 Cup cars.
Guys are just getting through on Tegan Collins in her sports sedan, that RX-7 with the V8 in the front of it. It's not a rotary-powered RX-7, it's a V8-powered RX-7. There's Aidan Monga. Actually, this is a good comparison between these two. This is nice. I like to see this. This is the 24 of Joseph Carmody and Aidan Monga. They both started on the same row of the grid, and they're still together. So a good test. There's the factory-built production sports car and the bespoke floor pan style of sports sedan. And Aidan does a tremendous job piecing this car together. And to keep up, and for him, he'd be super proud that he's keeping up with one of these GT3 Porsches.
Absolutely, and Joseph actually didn't make it out for the last race, if you recall, Darren. He had an earthing wire issue, so his cylinders kind of went kaput. So they got it fixed, and he's back out on track today, and he's doing a great job handling this car, and this is the most manual of the Porsches out there this weekend.
Yeah, I like the technical terminology of going kaput too with the cylinders, Em. That leaves a lot to the imagination there. It's well drilled down on the technicality of that one.
Just straight to the point,
Yeah,
Darren.
straight to the point, kaput. That's it, done. Catch us later.
Yeah.
Greg Lynch now, another good one here. This is where water finds its level as well. Greg Lynch in a floor pan sports sedan and the GT4 Cayman RSCS of Anthony D'Alessandro. You can't get any more than that, can you? A Rennsport Club Sport. That's everything. Dean Cam slowing.
Oh,
No.
what a shame.
No, not again. I have never seen Dean Cam slow in 2 races in a row, let alone over a weekend or a season. Gary Roberts, the guy that does a lot of the spanner work on this car, will be scratching his head. He is a guy that does not leave any stone unturned, a perfectionist. And this will be hurting both of those two guys. Don't worry about the points in the championship. Don't worry about the result in this race. The fact that their car's broken down will be just gutting those two guys. So Dean coming up the return road.
Meanwhile, D'Alessandro is not letting Lynch forget he's there at all, staying on him, curve for curve. It's great viewing.
Away we go. Up the straight again. Dean Cam retiring. I have never said that twice in one day. But that is a crying shame for Dino. He parks it away. Jim Policina will take the round as far as the sports sedans are concerned. 6.4 seconds between him and Tim Wolf out in front in what is the newest piece of equipment on track, a 992 GT3 Cup car. And, well, for all intents and purposes, the expectation would be that he'd be leading this race. Up over the hill, the dentist from the northern suburbs, Greg Lynch, in that HRT tribute livery. Even his driving suit and helmet are in tribute liveries there as well. Talking about tribute liveries, Steve Tate working on the Coca-Cola car to go racing in a couple of weeks' time there as well. Big shout out. Go, Steve. Get the job done. And we are closing in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. That's a good number, 3:08, looking at a Holden. Oh, Carmody goes round. Not what we wanted to see. That will let Aidan Monga come through in that Nissan. And there goes that massive Calibra. Just have a listen to it. It is absolutely ground-poundingly cool. Rand McGlurkin has given that car a rebuild over the last couple of years or so. Had an issue yesterday with a starter motor component, and you can imagine how many Dodge NASCAR engine starter motors are lying around in Australia, like 0. The big Mopar does sound the goods, and it's great that he's got it on track. And is that Johnny Polito slowing as well? Another sports sedan dropping to the wayside. Here we go. Down a replay, down at turn 6. Carmody all on his own. The Porsche pendulum took over and looped it around. Right back at the same bit of track now with Greg Lynch and the Anthony D'Alessandro Porsche Cayman GT4.
Yeah, have we got a moment here, Darren, to listen to that Calibra coming past?
I think we have.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Here we go. That rumble,
I
seriously.
tell you what, though, it's got the pace to track down the Cayman as well. So drives alongside. There was a yellow flag there for Ippolito's car. Tyre smoke down there at turn 1 as well. Doesn't look like anyone's gone off. Just a lock up there. And I think that's probably Ben. Yeah, it'd be Ben McLeod. We didn't get the vision of it, but certainly would expect that. The Calibra's gone through now on the Cayman RSCS GT4. And there is our race leader. And he is hunting hard now. He's lapped everyone up to position number 10 in the 992 GT3 Cup.
Airborne
over
Love
Jane
it.
Hill. Air under the front wheels of the 66, like he did this morning. So Tim Wolf, gee, the second date's going great, isn't it?
Third date now. He's
Third date.
definitely loving all those jumps and bumps.
Third
So
date.
he's well in a groove now, putting it all together and having a fun time out there with the 992.
So we got 48 seconds left on the time certain clock. So we get another extra lap on top of things there as well. So I would suggest we've got another 2 laps at least for Tim Wolf, our race leader. We've done, that's 15 laps completed. And well, last time through we saw the Calibra going through on D'Alessandro there as well. So let's have a bit of a read through the positions with 20 seconds left to go. Tim Wolf leads over Jim Policina, and that's an 8.7 second lead. Cam Reese is in third in the sports car, the Porsche. Then it's the sports car of Steve Sluger and Andy Smith rounding out our 5. Ben Lynch is driving really well here this afternoon for a 6th place in this race, and it will be second sports sedan home. Greg Lynch will be third sports sedan home, and Rand McGlurkin at the moment with 4th sports sedan home. So that is awesome for Rand that he's been able to turn up the wick and really enjoy all of his slave labour that he does on that particular sports sedan. He loves to hate it and he hates to love it, but really cool.
Just watching the body language on Tim and this car, he's certainly put it all together and really enjoying the drive. The tentativeness is gone.
Last lap board down to Tim Wolf goes out as we go down into turn 1. We just saw the Grim Ruiner driving up the side there to have a go at Greg Lynch. So it was Sports Sedan v Sports Sedan down there in turn 1. Aidan Munger. There goes DeSandro. Carmody. Warren Cleland as well. There's Ben McLeod lapping Tegan Collins. And Tegan had a bit of a spin with Dean Cam in the last race. A lock-up on that right front. That issue is nowhere near as bad as what it was for Ben, but they've still just got the magic wand out. Oh, there's another one. Maybe it has returned in the Phillip Island Cottage Black Mamba Racing entry. Checkered flag has fallen for Tim Wolf with Jim Policina in P2. Rees is third. Stephen Sluger, Andy Smith. And Ben McLeod, Greg Lynch will be the next one home.
Interesting, Darren. Dean Cam has the fastest lap for the race that Tim Wolf couldn't get near today.
Yeah, it is interesting. A 1:09, and it's a 1:01.1. So 0.22 of a second between those two there. Oh, there's the Ippolito car. That's why he was parked off. He's got a right-hand rear tyre destroyed. So Tim Wolf takes the victory over Jim Policina on the line there. Cameron Rees, Stephen Sluger making the way through. And Andy Smith also in the mix. The field just motoring their way around. And John Ippolito with that top tyre making his way back to the paddock as well. And Ben McLeod now comes to the line. Tim Wolf comes to the line for a second time around. And, well, the confusion reigns there. The Grim Ruiner gets his way through there, ran McGlurkin into position number 8. And that's how they finish. Emma Dean, what a ripper.
I know.
I reckon we should combine them again.
You should ask them.
Yeah, I'm here for the TV entertainment.
Great for spectators.
Absolutely fantastic for the entertainment factor as we see sports cars and sports sedan crews alike making their way back into the infield. Next up on track, I'm going to catch my breath, but next up on track is E30s, and they will be out very soon. Thanks, Em.
Thanks, Darren.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here. I tell you what, we say goodbye to sports cars and sports sedans, and we jump back into some more absolutely amazing racing here for the BMW E30s. It's a little bit of a different style of racing, but wow, it has proven to be so very, very close right throughout this weekend. Darren Smith, Tom Reed right alongside. He'll join me now and remain on air until the next round of the State Series. No, just joking, Tom. Welcome back, mate.
Hey, Darren. Good to be here. Hello to everyone at home or wherever you are around the world. Back for the final race of the BMW E30s. 20-minute affair. Be coming around the last couple of corners to grid up. But your front row will be James Bryan, Ashley Rogers. Then your second row, Brian Burke, Brett Stevens. Your third row, you're missing the fifth place car of Kyle Boyd. He's put that on the trailer and he's gone home. Saw that out in the paddock. Shannon Cooper in the number 90 will roll off 6. Off your fourth row will be Zach Dunn, Rory Plant. Fifth row, Tristan Blofelder and Vincent Obertacino. And then your last row will be Adam Trapsky and Peter Knight, the two Victorians off the back.
Great field of BMW E30s. They've had great support from Garagistic over many, many years, and they continue to do so. Of course, this weekend, the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne throw their weight behind the category, and a real social affair with those clubs. They do lots of drive days, lots of the cars and coffee type of scene, and really is a good, one of those good fun clubs to be involved with. And when you go racing with One Make Racing like these guys, how cool are they? The way they just come down to the line. Jess Bell, the president of the club, she just drills into them how she wants this to look, and it does look fantastic.
Car 27, Brian Burke, you can't see it from this shot, but he is over his grid box there, so that could bring a
Well,
time
we get
penalty at the
underway,
end.
don't we? The does it nicely. Brett Stevens goes with him. Ash Rogers just left languishing on the line there a little bit. In fact, it'd be Brian Burke and Brett Stevens that draw alongside with him here. Jesse Bryan gets another outstanding whole shot run down to turn one. Brian Burke puts the short back and sides on Goose and right around the outside in the number 7. Great start there by Raw's Plant. And the number 27 of Brian Burke up and out over the back of the ripple strip there. Gee, they're high ripple strips here. They're hardly ripple strips. They're almost like gutters.
I don't know how these cars or drivers touch them. I don't know how it doesn't break suspension components on these cars as they fly over 23.
And people wonder why Formula 4 don't want to race here. There it is right there. Those
And the bumps as well.
Yeah,
I think they bottom out down the front straight.
Yeah, you'd leave a bit of skin on the road, I reckon.
Somehow the V's do it perfectly well. I'm not sure if their ride height's more or they're just more compliant over bumps.
Yeah, there is that, more shock and travel and more compliant. It's certainly a different setup you bring when you race at Calder Park in an open wheeler, that is for sure.
You're looking for a lot of drive out of these corners as well, down the long front straight and the back straight. It's a very drive-dependent circuit, and you got to have a good engine as well. Here goes car 7 pulling out of behind Goose Rogers. This is turning into a three-way battle for the lead.
Brian Burke wants this one. He hasn't had a victory for a while. He had some troubles at Phillip Island last year where he bent up a whole lot of equipment, and he just wants to get back on that, take that checkered flag first. And I've got to say, he will be enjoying this. This is the challenge. He loves to come to the track and race against the fastest possible people that he can, and he's doing a terrific job of it as they come through. The flip-flop there, Goose keeps well and truly away from those ripple strips as they line astern behind car number 19. It's Brian Burke to Ash Rogers, Brett Stevens in there as well. Shannon Cooper, welcome back to the top 5. Started off the weekend there, disappeared back through the field and has walked back through this morning's race, and now this time around. So car 90 doing a nice job. Goose also doing a good job, and that's the 23 of Twist and Blofelder. Just got held offline a little bit there as well. So hopefully he can gather it all back up and run onto the straight, as he has got Oppadesano in the mirrors as well.
So down the front straight we go. The number 19 of Jesse Bryan defending, but not enough as the 50 goes down the inside of Goose Rogers. Deep, deep, deep under brake. They make contact. Front left to front right. And it looks to me like Jesse Bryan's able to hold on to this into turn 2. Goose Rogers is going to say otherwise. He sends it up the inside. Gets that move done in the right-hander, but then Jesse Bryan fights back.
Oh, drives him off the track there too. Have a look at this. Brian Burke's going to weigh in on it. I hope they watch the 944s and realise you can't go too wide through there. Jesse Bryan wobbles away at the wheel there, and Brian Burke just had to get out of the throttle, but there was no way Goose Rogers was getting out of that. He had the nose in front, and it was off-footed there in Jesse Bryan, so the number 50 positions the car beautifully to get through that part of the track.
It's a cool bit of side-by-side racing.
Wasn't it ever? And I tell you what, that flip-flop sorts you out, doesn't it?
It does. You got to file into single file pretty quickly there, otherwise you'll know about it. You'll end up on the left into the wall or sprayed in the weeds outright where the big ruts are.
So down the straight now, it's Goose Rogers that takes the lead of this race. Jesse Bryan's gone for the tricos. Doesn't look like it's raining out there, but he's just given a bit of a wipe there as well across the screen. And down into turn 1, car 50 has itself best part of half a second or more lead over Jesse Bryan now. Brian Burke in the Transrock entry ranging up onto the 19. And Brett Stevens in the mix there, the Mansfield Hire outfit. He is absolutely up there. If you're in that Mansfield part of the world and you need some decent equipment, check him out at Mansfield Hire.
He's doing a fantastic job in P4 there. Flying over the curve, goes to 19, right on the back of Goose Rogers. Down into the hard braking zone of turn 6. Too far back to make a move this time by. So through they go, 13 minutes on the clock left. Jesse hustling the back of Ash Rogers here. And then it's car 27, Brian Burke, just keeping an eye on everything that's going on ahead.
Great support for the crew here this weekend from the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. It makes sense that they get involved with the E30 racing. If you're an enthusiast for the BMW brand, this is the One Make Racing Series for you. Of course, there's GT Racing and the Speed Series visits Phillip Island next weekend, but you just want to see the brand with those the kidney dishes, symbols on the front grille. Come out and have a look at the E30s. They do turn on great racing, there's no doubt about it. When you've got One Make Racing, everyone's in the same equipment, particularly with these front 3 or 4, they all have iterations for the victory, don't they?
It's also a little bit more of a cost-friendly alternative to GT
Agreed.
racing.
It is.
Probably a fraction of the cost, as the number 19 again flies it.
You
over
can't do that in a
curve with the
GT
flip-flop.
car.
No, you wouldn't be able to do that here. You wouldn't be able to race a GT car here, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it'd be a
think.
bit of bumpy old ride, that's
Although
for sure.
the Porsche in the sports cars seems to cope relatively well.
It does.
Battle on track here between the 33 and the 23. These guys are 8th and 9th respectively. So it's car 33, Vincent Opedicino and Tristan Blofelder going for it. Into turn 6 and turn 7. A very different line taken by the 23 if you're watching at home. Seems to open up the left-hander there at turn 7 quite a lot more than his competitors. So onto the front straight we go. 11 minutes 30 to go. Your leader, Goose Rogers, out by 6/10. Jesse Bryan in second, just behind. The fastest lap of the race being set by Jesse Bryan last time round with a 10.4. And a 10.5 set by Ash Rogers out front.
I tell you what, if you're in the BMW Drivers Club and you want to keep your pride and joy absolutely mint, check out the 303 car care brand from Trico. You need the Trico Vision glass cleaner, you need the Trico Vision washer bottle additive, and you need to get the 303 car care. Everything you want to do to keep your pride and joy shiny. A big shout out and reminder to everyone that comes first, second and third in our racing here today to report to the Trico tent for a post-race interview immediately off track. If you get first, second or third, report to the Trico tent out behind the race control area there in Trade Alley, where our great mates from Karting Madness and Famous Insurance are, and of course check out everything at the 888 Home Loans down there as well. So a reminder, everyone that comes first, second and third in their respective races to report down there for a post-race interview to get on the live streaming broadcast. Back to the BMW E30s.
So the battle at the front heating up big time. The 19 putting great pressure on Goose Rogers here. The red car leading over Mount Jane through the flip-flop. Let's check out the curb taken by the 19. Bang, smashes over it. Set sight after the number 50 down the back straight. Just behind these guys, a nice battle between the 27 and 17, just at the top of your shot there. That's turned into a 3-car battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But our focus returns to the front. Let's see if Jesse Bryan can do anything about this. A 10.3, his fastest lap of the race last time round, and a 10.3 also by Ash Rogers. So these guys separated by nothing on the timing screen.
Just watching all the crews down here from the teams. They're all lit up on the radios at the moment, trying to get their drivers, coaching them in. Matty Thulis working with one of these guys out there as well, and he needs very little introduction as far as a driver, coach and race tactician. So interesting. I didn't quite find out who he's working with, but certainly will be letting his driver know. I wouldn't be surprised, in fact, if it's the Mansfield Hire racing entry of Brett Stevens. He comes from that part of the world up there around that northeast area. So could be working with them. But Ryan Burke now sitting in position number 3, because Jesse Bryan is in 2, Ash Rogers in 1. So 8 minutes left, 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in this one. This is a really good battle. Have a look at Shannon Cooper weighing in on this as well in the number 90 up to P5. He's been there since lap number 2, so hasn't been able to make any further inroads, but I'm going to suggest that it gets more and more difficult the further you get up the field. And of course, coming onto the back of Stevens, who has driven brilliantly here this weekend, hasn't featured, as part of that top podium lot, but he has driven in a manner that ordinarily would probably get you into a podium position.
Yeah, very clean from Brett. He's going to have a look to the outside here, nothing doing, can't get past the 27, but you mentioned Shannon Cooper, he qualified pretty well. I think it was in the top 2 rows of the grid. fell back in race 1, and ever since that has been slowly clawing his way back into the top 5 where he now finds himself. So he's just behind car 17 here of Brett Stevens, who's also just behind the 27 of Brian Burke, and these guys have been going for it over the last few laps. No moves been changed between these 3 guys, but they're right on each other. The gap at the lead is now out to 1 second. It was Ash Rogers setting a 10.5 on the last lap. Jesse Bryan with an 11 dead, so there's that half a second margin for you people at home.
Here's where Shannon Cooper's getting his pace from. That's Matty Thulis coaching him there. So he's found himself up into the 5. There you go. You have the right bloke on the cans to you, encouraging you along. And that's where the pace is coming from. So car number 90 featuring inside the top 5. Brought Matty Thulis along this weekend to help him out. And he will certainly be very, very encouraging. It's what he does for a living at Thulis. You could catch him just about any day of the week at Winton or Sandown or somewhere around the country working with drivers and getting their minds right, which is a big part of the game, but doing the physical coaching out there on track as well. So Shannon will be enjoying this weekend, and terrific to see him up in P5.
It always helps having someone in your corner that's always encouraging, knows what they're doing, how to swing a spanner on a car. Having a look at the 2 cars on track, these guys swap positions last lap round, so it was the 23 of Tristan Blofelder getting through on Vincent Obadesino. We just missed that off shot. But the 23 eyes forward, is sitting about 26 seconds off the leader of Goose Rogers. Back on shot here is Ashley Cooper on Brett Stevens. Car ahead of them, Brian Burke has just sort of skipped away. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round with a 10.2. As a 10.5 this time by, and the 2 boys behind him 11.7 and 11.6 respectively. So the top 5 cars all in that shot there where we looked at the whole front straight. We're all running about 5 seconds, 2 seconds apart from each other. The gap in the lead is staying around a second, with Goose Rogers just holding off Jesse Bryan enough where he doesn't feel the pressure too much.
So a good battle here. Brett Stevens in the Mansfield Hire car, the Shannon Cooper car, with it's written down the side and inside it as well. Here is a battle. This is looking good. Mid-pack here again. Tristan Blofelder and Obadesino. And these guys are really mixing it up, and good on them. They're out here to have a race, and so far they've kept it nice and clean. And we encourage them to keep it that way indeed. But good battle. They're fighting it out for 8th and 9th. Just up the road from them is Raw's Plant. Zach Dunn in the 61. And Brett goes off. The 17 Mansfield Hire car goes off at turn 9. Gathers it all back up. But Shannon Cooper will have himself a very tidy gap now behind him and inherits 4th place in this one. That's what it's all about when you've got someone in your ear encouraging you to keep the pressure up. And that person in front succumbs to the pressure.
That's the whole idea about it. Number 90 was on the back of the 17 for a while and just forced him into an issue at turn 9 there. And of course, making a mistake at the second last corner affects your run through turn 10, which isn't much of a corner in any of these cars racing here. It might be a slight lift, but it's a long straight that follows after it. The battle on screen still with the 23 and the 33. These guys have been going at it all race. That's Obadesino behind with Tristan Blofelder. Getting all out of shape was the 33.
There's 10 numbers between them, but there's hardly been 10 metres between them all race long. These two absolutely having a ball there. And the 33 just having a momentary lapse of reason and cracking it out sideways. And at that point, it's when you go from 0.1 of a second behind to 1.1 seconds behind. It's that simple in this one-make style of racing.
But he's already closed that margin up, so since the 33 is not happy following the 23 here. Again, those different lines taken. The 23 tends to hug to drivers right out of turn 6. I'm not sure if that's the ideal line, given off what I've seen everyone else doing, but it seems to be working for him at the moment. He's able to hold off Obadesino for the time being.
Just under 3 minutes remain in this one, Tom. let's have a look at the positions as it is going into the last 2.5 minutes of this. Ash Rogers in car number 50 at 3/4 of a second lead over Jesse Bryan, which is really nothing in the scheme of things, as we see another swap around here between Oppisano in the 33 and Tristan Blofelder in the 33. And they swap again, so really enjoying themselves. Jesse Ryan in P2, Ryan Burke in P3. He's about 3 seconds off the rear there. Shannon Cooper into P4. It's quite a gap, about 4 seconds back to Shannon. But welcome to a top 5 finish to Shannon Cooper. Brett Stevens gathered it all back up, albeit that he outbraked himself down into turn 6 a couple of laps ago. Zach Dunn in position number 6, and Zach is another sort of 10, 12 seconds away down there. So there's a bit of daylight between 3rd, 4th and 5th out there at the moment. But Ash Rogers and Jess Bryant are, well, that's now just moved out to 1.5 seconds. So I would suggest Jesse Bryant's made a mistake, because last time round it was an 11.4 and Ash Rogers was at 10.6. So that's where that has come from. As this battle rages for 8th place, Oppisano and Blofelder down the long straight here.
They haven't stopped.
They have not stopped.
It's
Yeah,
been all race.
this is what you want. They're going to be worn out after this, that's for sure. Packing up the gear and putting the car on the trailer is going to be a bit of hard work after you have a 20-minute journey like this between these two.
Blofelder's putting in a heck of a lot of wheel work. You watch him, if we stay with this shot down to turn 6, how much he's heaving on that wheel through the flip-flop here, filling the mirrors. Oppisano back to the leaders, I believe, and it's closed right down. It's got down to 2/10. So Ash Rogers had a 1.5 second margin, and that's evaporated. It's now visual on screen. Jesse Bryan deep under brakes. He locks the rear brakes, runs it a little wide, and that's just relieved the 50 there of Goose Rogers for a little longer.
Yeah, we're just hearing he had a bit of a pinch up of the brake just going back a couple of corners ago. So the number 50 had himself a 1.5 second lead, threw it all away there. And Jesse Rogers, circling like a shark, has pounced on it, and he's gone back to that aggressive jumping out over the ripple strips there. Hard landings too, as the number 50 comes under fire now, the 19, and you get the feeling that Jess Bryan has just found a little bit more in the tank to serve it up to Ash Rogers. We've got under 8 seconds remaining. We may end up with the last lap board this time around. Just watching the officials of that.
Yep.
There it is. There's the last lap board. And that gives the clear signal to Jesse Bryan, the driver of car number 19, to push on Ash Rogers. It gives him the signal to cover.
So the last lap for the BMW Drivers' Cup. Race 3 here at Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers. They've been seeing us through the whole weekend. They're out back in the trade alley presenting the top 3 finishers with a bottle of 303 product.
Yep. Keep your the BMW Owners Club members very happy. The 303 car care. Ask for it by name when you put your new Trico windscreen wipers in, to keep your German machinery windows nice and clear and clean, and you put the Trico Vision additive into your washer bottle. We come down to 6 for the last time this weekend, doing it for the drivers. BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. It is Ash Rogers that will lead Jesse Bryan onto the straight for the last time. Back markers start to play into it, and Jesse Bryan takes full advantage of that, closes up to within 1 metre. But car number 50 puts the pedal to the metal and drives it down to the checkered flag. Will take race 3 for the weekend, and I would say the victory on this round. Jesse Bryan home in P2. Brian Burke, just reward for absolute ultimate concentration right throughout the 2 races today to return himself to a podium finish. Shannon Cooper, welcome to the top 5, my friend. Car number 90 into position number 4. What a great result there for Shannon Cooper. Brett Stevens drives it home to 5th, and well, it was all his to be 4th, wasn't it, Tom? He threw it all away, really.
He did, yep. He got right up to the back of Brett at the end.
He'd driven it so well all weekend, Brett. In fact, he's, apart from the 2 guys out in front, he's probably driven the best. Well, okay, I say that, and then I look at Shannon Cooper. He drove exceptionally well.
He did. Yeah, he got back through the field over the last 3 races. That battle between Oppadesano and Tristan Blofelder, the final blow went to Blofelder. He got that done. And that was for P8 and P9 respectively. Only 1 DNS this race, so no DNFs. That was Kyle Boyd. He didn't start the race.
So that rounds it out for the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne, the BMW E30s for this round of their championship. I hope they've enjoyed their time at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 888 home loans there as well. If your home loan is annoying you, go to the people that don't annoy you. Give them a call at 888 home loans. Give your home loan a health check and give them your business. Why not? They're out there, they're competing in the market, and they support motorsport at grassroots level. Big thanks to 888 Home Loans. We'll take a quick break. We've got Formula V's on track in just a moment. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors. Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Down here in Trade Alley, we've got the BMW E30s parking up as part of the podium presentations. Fantastic race there from Goose Rogers, we've also got Jesse Bryan in P2 there, so we're going to have to make this pretty speedy because it's a very quick schedule. We'll get him to throw down the net here and just have a quick chat there, so fantastic effort there, Goose. That was a great battle there with Jesse Bryan. He was coming at you hard at the end.
I got a car that's overheating. It's been on the red for the last 2 laps, so it was just finish the race as best we could.
No, that's high stakes there, so fantastic effort to get across the line there. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a win for the weekend. That's a win for the weekend.
Perfect, thank you, Goose. We're running out of time down here in the pit lane, so we're going to throw back to the commentators.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, a little bit of an interesting situation there. Still trying to marshal a couple of the BMW E30s together, and while you're trying to do that down there, the Trico windscreen wiper second round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship continues on track, getting the Formula V's ready to go for their last race of the weekend, with Steve DeVries and Tom Reed in commentary for you for this one. A winner piece, Tom, to Curtis Porter and to Daniel Reynolds, and the Interstaters have looked very, very speedy this weekend.
They have. They've been taking it to the Victorians here for the first national round, second round of the state series as well for some of these guys.
I was just looking for that yellow flag that was just being waved there in the back. I thought there might have been a car that maybe potentially has stalled or something on the grid. Actually, it's in the very back of it. It's actually a lot further beyond the grid than what we originally were thought from that angle we were looking at just a few seconds ago. But nope, the third race of the weekend, with thanks to Australian V-Dub Performance Centre, is underway. Reynolds with the jump off the pole position. Porter, no slouch either. He slots right into P2 straight away, ahead of Quiddington, who's looking like he might be trying to get a position away here from Kinsella at turn number 1. Wasn't quite close enough there. Looked like also the number 6, Jake Rowe, was trying to go down the outside on the approach to turn 1. So a couple of drivers having some pretty handy starts, with Reynolds with the best of them all, off the pole and trying to break away. He did tell me after race number 2, he feels like he's got a car underneath him that can break away, but that headwind that's been coming up the front straight all day long is just holding him back from that ultimate, getting those extra couple of Ks an hour to start driving away from Porter and Kinsella.
If you want to break away, I guess you got to do it off lap 1. Looking at the 32 here, who has made up at least 10 positions off the start. So he started out of P21. I'm not sure what happened in the race before. I saw he went off down at turn 2. Maybe you've got some more details about that?
Yeah, there was a spark plug issue with that on the left-hand side of the engine on car 32. It actually had become a bit of a de-threaded, the spark plug, and it popped out. So that was a bit of an unusual sort of a failure.
Very unusual.
So he had to start off the rear of the grid, but you're right, he's made an absolute blinder, already up to P10 on lap 1, so charging through the field. And in fact, it's a bit of a band-aid fix they've had to do to get that car through the rest of the weekend before they try and get that repaired properly. So we'll see how far Andre Kieran can get. The other car that we thought may have been involved in part of it was Alex McDonald from Queensland. He's starting off the rear as well. He's now up to 14th place, and he had some sticky throttle cable issues in that race, and that's why he came to pit lane. There actually wasn't any contact between the two of them down at turn 6, where they were both slow off that corner. We thought that they may have come together, but in fact they never touched.
Back on screen here is car 67 and 35. I get the feeling Daniel Reynolds has broken away like he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he's trying to break the back fairly early here. Maybe he's gone slightly lower on the tyre pressure to try and get a little bit of that initial grip and the purchase. He's not quite fully out of the draft range of these two just yet. You've sort of got to get that margin out to about 1.5 seconds before it really starts to become a bit difficult for your chasers to catch up to you. He's got it out to 1.1 at the moment, but he's very much on his way, leaving Porter and Kinsella to, well, at the moment, they're not going to fight. These two are going to try and work together as much as possible and play the old leapfrog game, especially down the front straight. Two cars are definitely faster than one in a straight line, provided they can cooperate and work together very, very easily. If you start to make life difficult for each other when you start to play leapfrog, that's when you start to lose time to the car in front.
It's a pity these cars have exhaust that hang out so far out the back, otherwise you'd see these guys bump drafting down the straight.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Quiddington, he's had a good start as well. He's moved up to position number, according to that, up to position number 4, ahead of Rocco Spinley, and then behind him Jake Rowe. Jake's had, God knows how many troubles trying to get past the Acura number 82 all weekend long. Quiddington seems to have found a way to make that work at the start here. It's important for Ash too, because he's been on the recovery path since that spin in race number 1 yesterday, and managed to get back to 10th, and then started this race in position number 5. And who's that off to the side?
Is that
Kinsella?
Car.
That's
Yes.
Michael Kinsella. Wow, okay, that was a little bit unexpected. Something has let go on the Jason number 35, and he was only one of 3 that could potentially win the round for the National Series, so that takes him out of the equation. He was going to need a little bit of help, mind you, points-wise, but unfortunately for him, it looks like he's out of business, and that means it is a straight-up fight between Reynolds and Porter. Whoever finished ahead of the other was going to be the round winner. They both come into this race on 77 points with 1 win apiece and 1 second place apiece. So they needed whoever won or finished ahead of the other is going to be declared the round winner. And that's a sad looking sight there for Michael Kinsella at pit exit.
That holds Darren Porter's chances of getting to the back of Daniel Reynolds.
Oh, Curtis Porter's chances,
Curtis
yes.
Porter, yeah.
Well, he's nearly 1.8 seconds behind at this stage, so he really needs a bit of help. Also seeing there's another car potentially that might be in the throes of retirement as well. We might see as they come across the front straight here, just in the foreground of the shot. No, not off that one. It's actually, I've just noticed Xavier Babbage Hockey's coming into the lane as well. It's actually completely run out of steam by the look of it. Just off to the right-hand side of your shot there. You'll probably just catch a glimpse of it as it just goes into the lane, just behind where Kinsella is. Rowe now down the inside of Spinley, gets that done. Curran right around the outside of Stephen Butcher in the number 13 Stinger. He's also managed to pick up a spot on Malachi Windsor this lap. So that puts Curran up into 7th place. So clawing back some of those valuable championship points that he lost in race number 2. And I got a funny feeling that race 2 could be a pivotal moment sort of in the championship fight, with the series leader not scoring a single point.
It's going to throw him back down the order, and he's got the rest of the state series to claw that margin back.
Got a big recovery sort of season ahead of him now as it sits right now, right on the gearbox.
He's got the pace though. He's shown over round 1 that he's got the car and the pace to take it up and win races.
Absolutely. Stephen Butcher here with the number 88 out of the Acura Motorsport stable of Malachi Windsor, trying to put a move on him. Steve Butcher more commonly runs the 1200 class cars in competition, but there's a step back into a 1600 for this round, and I believe for most of the year. Seeing how he goes aboard the faster machinery, doing quite well with the 2 top 10 finishes so far this weekend. Kieran gets the job done on Rocco Spindley. That moves him up to 6th, or up to 5th place.
Great move by Andre over Rocco Spindley. These two guys were your race winners back at round 1 at Sandown earlier on in the year, with Andre taking his first race win on the Saturday, his second on the Sunday morning, and then Rocco Spindley rounding out the weekend with his first win, which is pretty cool to see for the Akira Motorsport car, the 82 there.
Yeah, it was completely unexpected to see Rocco so far up the grid as well. He's come a long way in the last sort of 18 months since he stepped into a Formula V, but I don't think anybody sort of expected him so early to be in that battle group of 4 cars that was running around at Sandown out the front, and kept his head, kept his momentum, and picked the prime opportunity to get the passing done up the back straight at Sandown and take the lead on the last tour and then hold them all off to the line. So he knows what it's like to run in the front now, but being with the national competitors, this is another game. But he's not too far off the back of this group here, and still within shot of keeping up that championship charge. He's finished quite nicely all 2 races so far this weekend. Keep banking those valuable points. Consistency wins championships sometimes. So keep putting those points on the board, and then things that happen, like what happened to Ash Whittington yesterday and Andre Kieran this morning, they're the things that start to vault you up the order. A little bit of fortune goes your way, you start to move up the standings, and all of a sudden those points that you're banking from those sort of 4th and 5th and 6th place finishes, they start to become really valuable.
Just on the shot before of the front straight, you can see Xavier Babbage hockey just made it out of pit lane with the assistance of Will Faulkner down there. So he's back out on track, I believe.
Possibly not back out on track. Here's another one. Now, Xavier Babbage hockey, you speak of Xavier was in the battle with these 2 cars in the earlier race this morning, Charlie Richardson and Luke Mader, and there was a couple of other cars in there as well. I think we had Matthew Bode and Mick Fisher. There was a 5-car battle with all of them in this morning's race. Just wanting to see where those other 2 cars happen to be. Mick Fisher's actually a couple of car lengths up the road from this battle, so he's managed to kick away. Matthew Bode, who was the other car that was in that group, is actually behind Richardson at the moment on track. There he is in the back of shot there, just coming across the start-finish line now. And then behind Matt Bode, you've got Corey Horder.
Another car into the lane. That was car 70 of Cody Boys, the Victorian. So
yeah,
he's retired from the race.
Yeah, so he's been finding his feet this year and hasn't really raced at any of the tracks he's been to. It's his first time in any form of circuit racing out of karting, so naturally you've got to start somewhere, but Calder Park has been a bit of a rough challenge for him. Kieran now straight through on the Oasis building entry number 1 of Whittington, and look at this, Alex McDonald's actually caught back up to this group as well, so he's had a good run through the traffic too. It's been kind to him. He's now in this battle group, so 3rd place Andre Kieran, Whittington and McDonald. So this group of, well, I can call it 5 cars at the moment. If you can count Malachi Windsor, who's starting to catch up to them, I'd say it's 6. These 6 cars at the moment are looking set to battle over what is the last step on the rostrum for race 3 at the moment. And I got a funny feeling this is going to go right to the checkered flag if it keeps up with this. McDonald now back to the front of this group, and Whittington back through on Kieran. So positions changing hands rapidly in this middle group.
This will definitely go the full 7 minutes 30 left of this race. Car 6, the Joust Raceware machine car. That's Jake Rose stepping in for this weekend. He had that accident during last year's race at Sandown. Quite a large incident.
Yeah, absolutely large incident. A bit wide there for McDonald. Oh, look at the rear end sliding. Wow. Yeah, all over the place. He was left and right, fistfuls of opposite lock. He managed to gather that one up. Very deep at turn 6, and then when he turned sharply through the corner, the car wanted to swap ends on him. But great car control.
I wonder if he was trying to break this toe down the straight, but now he's going to get swamped.
Yeah, he's still trying.
He's weaving the conga lines behind him. They pulled out, and around goes the number 1. Around the number 1 goes the 32 of Andre Kieran. So this is the battle for 3rd. Kieran's got it. By the time they go to turn 1 on the outside is the 6.
Rowe wants to buy in here as well, but he's got nowhere to go. That's the problem for him. He's now boxed in behind Ash Whittington. There was no room left and there was no room right, so he had to go back to exactly where he was and stay put for the moment. Importantly for him, he stayed ahead of Rocco Spindley, and now Malachi Windsor has officially joined this fight. He is right on the rear gearbox of his teammate, Rocco Spindley.
Through turns 4 and 5. Still 6 minutes to go. Looking at the timing screen.
Rock Hamilton starting to catch up to this group as well. Keeping an eye on him in the background. He was a minute 9.5 compared to all these drivers that were in the 1 minute 10. So he's starting to get his skates on a little bit here. That car, the number 11, out of the Silver Fox Racing stable, they suffered a broken A-frame. So the A-frame, for those of you that don't know where it is in a Formula V, it's under the engine at the back of the car. Basically, the engine sits on top, and it helps hold the bottom part of the suspension together. It holds it to the back of the chassis. That's why the car was so violently vibrating from side to side in the braking zones. It had snapped on one side, and then the other side had nothing to hold on to, and it snapped as well.
Was that as a result of Sandown? Because we saw that car very violent under brakes there, and it was very similar to what was happening.
Not 100% sure just yet on what the cause of that was. You know, the bumpy nature of Sandown throwing, and also a bit of bumpy nature here, throwing
very bumpy
the brakes, throwing it over the curves. A couple of drivers, we've seen them drop tyres off the back sides of curves this weekend, so they're not 100% sure why that failed, but probably there'll be a crack there at some point in the weld that just hasn't been able to be seen, and by the naked eye, and then all of a sudden it just snaps, and then you've got two parts of the A-frame that bolt onto the back of the car, and then the other side's left doing, you know, the load of effectively what should be, you know, a shared load between either side of the car. So it then just snaps on its own accord pretty quickly. So he's getting quicker and quicker, and he's still continuing to do, you know, mid 1 minute 9s, where the group ahead of him is doing, you know, high 9s and low 10s. So he'll be in that fight pretty soon. Then Stephen Butcher's the last one in the 10. Cameron Bell's now managed to get back past Jury Portelli here. This is for 11th and 12th. And these two were literally separated by about a half a nose at the start-finish line at the end of race 2 this morning. So they've gone to battle again.
Back with the battle here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th,
all
and
three
so on.
wide, very tight.
3 wide through turn 1. The outside car, that's Jamie Rowe looking to get past Ashley Whittington. Rocco Spindley just ahead. They file through. Jamie Rowe got the move done on the Oasis building entry of Ashley Whittington through the flip-flop single file. Sort of have to go single file through here, otherwise it could end an unfortunate crash. But down the inside goes car 51.
Well, thinking about it, not quite.
Could
Forces Kieran to go quite deep there.
So these two started off rear grid, and they've made their way to fight for 3rd place on the podium.
Yeah, it was expected that they were going to come through the grid. It was just a matter of how fast they could progress, and if they were able to do it at such a rate that they might be in line to maybe latch onto the back of, you know, Kinsella or Porter or Reynolds, depending on how far they were going. But look at the distance there. There's Curtis Porter just disappearing off the right-hand side of your screen, and these guys are not even halfway down the front straight yet. So that just gives you an illustration of how far behind they actually are. Out in front, Daniel Reynolds in a class of his own doing 1 minute 8s, Porter doing low 1 minute 9s, and then the next group are in the mid 1 minute 9s. So it's a fairly daunting task to ask them to catch up from here, given there's less than 3 minutes left, plus the 1 lap still left on the board. So Kieran just looking to bank as many points as he can here against Alex McDonald. He's now currently 4th in the queue. A bit of a violent moment there for Spindley, who sort of caught the back part of the curb and might be vulnerable here to Rowe if he's not careful.
Deep under brakes from the 82, right on the braking threshold, just ahead of these guys. Car 51 weaving down the back straight, creating the conga effect behind him. Leads them on with 2 minutes to go, so the battle for 3rd all the way down to P9. I think Brock Hamilton has caught onto the back of this little group.
Grant Kelly's now started to buy into that battle between Jury Portelli and Cam Bell, so Kelly now moves up to 12th place, and Bell remains in 11th. And he's had a couple of challenges this weekend as well. He was another one with some throttle cable dilemmas earlier in the weekend, but has managed to keep that that repair job pristine since it's been fixed. And marching his way towards over top 10. Who's that? That's off there. That's
Babbage
Hockey. Xavier Babbage Hockey gone straight on at turn number 1. So they'll put some yellow flags out to let everybody know that there's a car off at turn number 1. I wouldn't be surprised just to see them let the racing continue, but it will take away a bit of a passing opportunity. I'll tell you what, that's getting rather ambitious from the number 1, Ash Quiddington. That was a left-hand wheel that was sky high in the air at turn number 5.
That was a harsh moment over the left curb there. This yellow flag, if there is one, a local yellow down at turn 1, proves well for Andre Curran if he can hold off car 51 all the way down to that section. But 51 of Alex McDonald is already right there, pulls out alongside him and gets that move done. Maybe not quite yet though.
Yeah, well, they've got a blue flag here as well for the number 54 machine. That's Matthew Billiak from South Australia. He's in the 1200 car there, the Elfin NG.
Is there a yellow flag down here? There's
No.
a blue flag and no yellow flag.
No yellow flag, so deemed to be far enough off the circuit and in line of sight that they can see it all. So that's important, because it means for Curran, he could still be under threat in the last 2 laps as they come across the start-finish line. Probably for one last time, I would say, this time around. Leaders some 10 seconds up the road from this absolute freight train.
Through the final corner goes your race leader, Daniel Reynolds.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye out to see whether or not we are actually going to get 1 more lap or 2 more laps. While we're watching this battle, and as you can see, Hamilton's now joined this fight, so he has managed to catch up. I think Reynolds just maybe got across the line with about 2 seconds to go, so that's the difference between 1 more lap and 2 more laps. So this battle, I hope they've got the fuel for it. This battle is going to go right down to the wire for the last spot on in the top 3. Cleared the lap traffic. What's Brock Hamilton got in store for these guys? Now that he's caught up, he's managed to get past Malachi Windsor. He's eyeing off a move here potentially on Jake Rowe down here at turn number 1.
What's Rocco Spindley got for these guys?
Yeah, what's Rocco got for him as well? Well, he's got something, because he's gone on down the inside here of Quiddington at turn number 1, and trying to follow him through is Alex McDonald. Not quite able to do so. Quiddington wide at turn number 2. It looks to go at turn number 3. And look at that. McDonald straight down the inside of the pair from Spindley. Had no choice but to run a bit wide. Drop some tyres onto the outside of the surface. And he loses a couple of spots. He lost it to Rowe. Oh, big airtime moment for Brock Hamilton. The former teammates had to take a bit of evasive action there. That was getting some air miles, if ever there was any, for Hamilton. All 4 wheels off the deck, if you don't mind.
Wow. Big moment over the curb.
That's insane. So that one's going to go into the replay bank, I think, at some point or another in time. That'll be brought out during the presentation, I think, a little bit later on. Race leaders have gone across the line. Reynolds followed by Porter, so they're set sail for home. Curran's now currently in 3rd. Oh, and Spindley has gone straight on. That's at turn 6, I think. Yes, it is. Straight at turn 6 and out of the car. So wondering maybe he's got either a little bit of damage from maybe having to take to the runoff area. Check this out. Look at the car 11. 4 wheels all off the air. Crunch hard down the thing. Doesn't look like Spindley got any damage after all of that, but maybe something sight unseen that we couldn't spot.
If that car had a damaged A-frame already, I'd be checking that one again.
Oh, Mick
off
Fisher.
The road.
Mick Fisher. That's down at turn 6 and 7, right in front of the leader. Yeah, so the race leader was coming up at that point in time as well, Daniel Reynolds. So they'll put the yellow flags out, no doubt, if that car can't get going. But checkered flag is in the air for Daniel Reynolds. 2nd win of the weekend, 2nd win of today, and your round winner in the checkmate number 78. Curtis Porter going to come home for 2nd place, 5.4 seconds down the road. That's a fair distance considering how the first 2 races have gone. Curran's going to have to protect the inside line here, heading down to the start-finish line. He might get overhauled by Alex McDonald at the line. It's going to be close. It just goes Curran's way, so he gets to P3 with McDonald 4th. Quiddington has come home in 5th ahead of Rowe. Hamilton, after that airtime moment, gets 7th ahead of Malachi Windsor in 8th. And then Stephen Butcher ahead in 9th. And Grant Kelly looks like he's actually managed to grab Cam Bell here for 10th.
So battles all down the field. Unfortunate to see Rocco Spindley go off there. A big airtime moment as well for Brock Hamilton. They'll have to check that car, strip it after this event, make sure nothing else is bent. Looking back through the field, it's car 30 and car 54. This is the battle on track for
13th and 14th. Yeah,
so
Matthew Bode ahead of Luke Mader here.
about 58 seconds behind your race leaders, and that ended up with car 30 leading across the line.
Yeah, Charlie Richardson was battling with Luke Mader there for quite a period of time and has unfortunately dropped off that little battle group when Bode came along and got the pair of them. So well driven there by the Sabre 02 pilot Matthew Bode. Yeah, I'm very curious now to understand what happened to car 82 that's off in the gravel trap. It's gone all the way up to the fence at the end, so we'll wait and see what happens when they drag that car back in. Great job by Daniel Reynolds to win the third race of Formula V here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Trico have definitely seen us through the majority of the weekend so far, and you can see there we've got 5 more races to go that they'll be seeing us through as well. Saloon cars coming up next.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here for round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, supported this round by the 888 Home Loans team and of course Karting Madness. A great activation down there in the pit area with Karting Madness, and head down to their new site there in Braybrook and check out all of the karting. We've got 3 more rounds still to go in this season. We're not even at the halfway point. Phillip Island is the next round for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2025, and that will be on the 16th, 17th, 18th of May, and I believe entries will be open in the next week or so. And as always with Phillip Island, get in early if you want to get a garage, because at May it is going to be starting to get a little bit chilly, and you want to get that done pretty quickly. Round number 4 for this year is the best round of the year for last season. So last night at the Victorian Motorsport Awards, the Australian Sports Sound Association of Victoria took out the best round of the year, and it will be run this year on the 22nd, 23rd and 24th of August, and then the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship will be at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, 3, 4, 5 of October. And keep a good lookout, and I would definitely get your accommodations for both those events at Phillip Island, 16, 17, 18 of May, 3, 4, 5 of October. Get them booked as soon as you can, because it does tend to fill up down there pretty quickly. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me. Tom Reed stays in the commentary booth for this, the last round, or last race, not the last round, the last race for the Victorian Saloon Car Series. And this promises to be an absolute ding-dong battle, this one. I get the feeling it's all about to go off, Tom.
Well, let's see if they can catch Brad Vaughan first of all. He stormed away to take the victory this morning and in yesterday's race, yesterday afternoon. Let's see if Kieran Pridmore or your row 2 places came back to Smith and Wayne King can get anywhere near the South Australian.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's going to be, it's Brad's really to win, isn't it? He's been streets ahead of the competition so far this weekend, and it's going to be a cruel twist of fate that sees him off the podium anyway as we get this Formula V. It's a long drag back out of the sand pit over there at turn 6. We've got another one being returned from turn 1 down there as well. So that is great to see that sand trap at the bottom of the back straight at turn 6 there. It never used to be there. It used to be a very solid wall just off the edge of the track. So pretty cool that they've put that in there. But when a Formula V skips all the way across it and parks it in the corner, it's presenting its challenges for the recovery, isn't it?
It is. That's baggage hockey on the right of screen being towed away. He pulled up down at turn 1 and the other car in the sand trap off screen. I think that is Juri Portelli. Sorry, Rocco Spinley.
So let's go down to pit lane.
Thank you, boys, up in the commentary box. Down here with Stephen DeVries. That was a highly energised race, and we were hoping to talk to the top 3, but obviously we can't for scrutineering reasons. And why is that?
Yeah, so because it's an Australian Series round, they unfortunately have to stay in the cars and then be weighed to make sure they meet the minimum rate, which is 500 kilograms for a 1600 class car. So until they've actually gone and passed through all the scrutineering, we can't actually pull them out of the cars.
It's a bit unfortunate for the live broadcast we've got going on here, but let's take a quick walk, Steve. We can see the race winner here, Daniel Reynolds from New South Wales, and they're just going through the process here. So he's actually just jumping out of the car right now, but obviously they've got to weigh the car with the driver included to make sure it's above the minimum weight.
Yeah, that is correct. A number of drivers were actually having themselves weighed this morning as well, and they're sort of trying to get to around that 5:05 to 5:10 mark, because that means when they pull all the fuel out after the race is finished, they should be as close to the 500 as possible without going under.
Perfect. Now, if we just rotate around here as well, so we've got Curtis Porter in P2, followed by Andre Curran as well. It's been a fantastic season for Andre so far. Is this his first national appearance?
Yeah, he's competed in some national rounds before. He competed at Island Magic in the last 2 years when it's been part of the national series. But this is the first time he's probably come close to actually striking a win in a national round. And unfortunately for him, had a bit of a moment in race 2 this morning. Not his fault, mechanical, but great recovery to finish in P3 and still bank some valuable points for the state championship as well.
Perfect. So we're going to hand back to the commentators now. There's a flurry of activity down here in the scrutineering bay, and we'll leave the hard-working officials to do their wonderful work.
They do terrific work. Well touched on there, Callum, and great reporting with Steve DeVries down there. Look, it is the rules of the game, and we do want to rule out anything that might be untoward, and that's what scrutineering is all about. We'll catch up with the drivers for post-race interviews at some point, but at this point in time, the scrutineers take precedent over it. Parc ferme conditions are in place down there. Some French word for don't touch the cars after the race is what parc ferme means to us Aussies, but certainly that is what the conditions are down there for everybody, as all of the saloon car teams make their way up to the viewing areas. And I'm really looking forward to this race. The cars all look clean and tidy. They've all been given a polish up, so they've obviously got their 303 car care products down there from the Trico tent, their Trico Vision glass cleaner and washer bottle additives to make sure everything is clean and tidy, ready for this last one. The saloon car races these days take a great amount of pride in the presentation of these cars, and this is the hard work of Dan Johnson and the committee he headed for the last few years to make sure these cars look brilliant and right on cue even, or crew. The number 5 Peter Tonk's car turns into pit lane there as well. Second to none with presentation of that car. Travis Lindorf, there he is in the Turn the Page bookstore car from Cows at Phillip Island in the number 51, makes his way out into pit lane from the rear of the grid. Not a common position for that car to be. Let's look at the grid sheet in just a moment.
Here we go, the final round of the final race of the Victorian Saloon Car Series at round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're going to run through the grid here. Off of pole, Brad Vaughan. He's gone 2 from 2. Let's see if he can go 3 from 3 in this afternoon's race. Alongside him, Kieran Pridmore, the Victorian, Kane Baxter Smith off of 3. Wayne King, the South Australian, off of 25, off of P4. Then we go to Adam Lowndes, Daniel Johnson, Tony Ordino, who came from rear of grid last race, made his way all the way up to P7. Drew Swain, Justin Shembry, Jason Cruz, James Jesk, and then we go to Nash Harris, Big Nash, in car 85 off of P12. 13th and 14th place will be Keegan Gaunt and Christopher Jackson, Brett Tate, Robert Knight, Darren and Peter Tonks, the Victorian, off of position number 18. Your final 2 rows of the grid will be Matthew Jager, Jacob Prestopino, Kerry Bryant and Travis Lindorf, who retired at the end of race 2 this morning.
He did, and we saw on the Saloon Car Instagram page, he was a bit upset. He'd broken the shifter. Never happened before. He'd broken the gear shifter in that car. What this race presents for us is a really spicy battle on those first 3 rows of the grid, actually 4 rows. Include all the rows, don't worry about which ones. That's all going to be a ripping affair. The interesting thing will be the number 90 out of position 20 and the number 51 out of position number 22. Travis Lindorf and Jacob Prestopino respectively, and those guys will not like not starting in those first 3 rows. So watch for the Turn the Page Bookstar entry, and Jacob Prestopino in the black, white and green liveried car from the rear of the grid. This is a long hold at the top end of the grid. The lights, 5 seconds. The lights have gone red. When they extinguish, we are away. That's a long, long hold there for the cars on the grid, but they get away nicely. Very, very close together on the front row of the grid. Here comes Jacob Prestopino. He's on a charge already. Kane Baxter Smith on the outside, on the inside of this one, but it'll be Kieran Pridmore on the outside. Locks him up. That is huge lock up. How does he gather the 66 up to go side by side with Brad Vaughan through turns 1 and 2?
He's going to
has torched those tyres.
Here we go, the battle for the lead. You had 66, just couldn't get it done over the out of Brad Vaughan, and Brad Vaughan takes the lead. We'll probably see him skip away in the distance. Up the inside goes car 1 there on Tony Ordino through the flip-flop. Got that move done.
Got to hand it to Kieran Pridmore. That was a massive effort to try and stay with Brad Vaughan there. He locked up those fronts and slid into the corner. He gathered it all up, jagged it into the corner and went through the turn with him. And that is going to be, this is now going to be the longest 16 minutes of his race, of his weekend, because those tyres are going to be horrible to race on from here on in. He gets to a threshold of braking, and every time it's just going to return to those spots on the tyre that he's torched up. Have a look at the 51. He is absolutely charging. Got that gear shifter fixed up, and Travis Lindorf is in the hunt. Where is he? He's 12th. So he's come out of 22, 10 places in the opening lap. There he is with the blue headlights.
Bonnet lifting on car, I think that's car 94 there of Keegan Gaunt.
Oh, there's a massive lock-up down into turn 1 there. Lots of smoke blooming. Keegan Gaunt wants to return to the pit before that.
Someone's gone straight ahead.
Oh, Dan Johnson.
So it looked like he skipped the turn 3 left-hander, or he spun. Car 1 bashing the curb. Car 4, Ordino bashing the curb a little bit too much, and he's bowled wide out of the flip-flop.
Wide, I tell you what, he was well and truly out in the boonies there. That was wide and a boundary all in one, wasn't it? If that's possible.
A few sundries in that one.
Absolutely, get the scorers onto that one. Dan Johnson lipping back to the pits now. But just watching Adam Lowndes, he had a torrid time this morning fighting back, and Adam Lowndes started out a P5, a big push. He's just dropped back one, but Dan Johnson is slowing.
Right
He's got a tyre torn off the right rear of his car there as well. There's Prestopino. He's going slow, also caught up in the traffic. Keegan Gaunt and Johnson return to the lane.
It's almost like they're coming in for their own pit stop, but I think all 3 of them are retiring. The bonnet flapping on one of those cars, right rear failure on the other one, and we're not sure what happened to the last car and shot there.
Look at the 51 now. What a drive. Travis Lindorf is up to 9th. He's made short work of everyone in the field up to the Shembry car, number 10. And he has got the bit between the teeth. I'm interested to see how his progression goes here, because He's going to ask a whole lot of his Commodore, and those Bridgestones are coming under fire already. There he is, the 51.
He's got the Tricos going.
The car in front, the Andrew McSwain car, is giving the sponsors a good run there. Got the wipers on. Lock up there for Lindorf, but gets the spot. As we see 3 cars retiring, Johnson, Keegan, Gaunt, and it's the 99, the guy's glass and glazing of Prestipino. He has got a busted strut. The car just about folded the wheel up underneath the floor wheel well on the passenger side there, so that is not good. So those guys started from the rear of the grid as it was with the Jacob Prestipino entry, an exciting race driver, and he has retired. Talking about exciting, car number 51 wants to tear the 51 off the side and put the 1 on there. Adam Lowndes has got that at the moment, and Adam is in P5. Travis Lindorf is in 7, and they're only being held apart by Travis Lindorf, and Travis Lindorf has teed off on it. He's gone all wheels and some more real estate in the dirt on the opening lap.
Justin Schember in the back shot there had a moment coming out of turn 1. Gathered it up nicely. Geez, Tony Ordino is locking up every time he gets down to a harsh braking zone, especially there at turn 6. He's hustling that car, sliding it out of the corner, chasing car 1 there of Adam Lowndes. Just behind them is the 51 of Travis Lindorf, who, like you've been saying, is putting on a mega show out front. Best lap of the race set by Brad Vaughan out front with a 7.6. Kieran Pridmore with the 7.9, so just needs to find a little bit more time. He's got 1.7 seconds to catch up to Brad. Car 33 there on shot. The entry of Darren Karitzis, following the 97 there of Christopher Jackson, the 2 Victorians.
So this battle is 13, 14, 15 up to 17 on the road. It's quite a freight train for these races. There's Peter Tonks there in that mix, Rob Knight, Matty Yeager just off the back of that one. So here comes the 97 of Christopher Jackson, the 33 going through of Darren Karitzis, and he has a lock-up as well. He goes to the dirt. Wow, we are entering up with a fair old rallycross being done here in the early 70s. It was the home of rallycross. The Saloon cars trying to make a return with it here. Jackson goes through, up the hill he goes. Ordino runs wide. Travis Lindorf in the 51 wants that spot, and he wants it now. Side by side onto the straight. He's probably got the better run there and will drive on by in a straight line. So Travis Lindorf now has Adam Lowndes in car number 1 in his sights as they come down to complete lap number 4. So that is a good change.
He's gone 22 to 6.
How's that?
What a charge through the field. He says thank you very much to Tony Ordino for the mistake.
Human and Mechanical Marvel Award right there. We've had a few rear fronts here this weekend, and they're always so much fun to watch. Great entertainment to watch a driver with the bit between the teeth and just trying to get a sweet victory or at least a podium out of the weekend.
He'll be hustling car 5 here on shot. That is the Tonks entry. Down the inside, looking at the 97. Too far ahead though. Parks it down driver's right, gets the move done there on the Falcon. That's car 28 of Robert Knight, the Victorian.
Tonks, the Phillip Island Cottages entry. Magnificent looking car that comes out of Black Mamba Racing. Ben McLeod and the crew. You can tell it's one of their cars. Brilliant looking car. And of course, Pete loves to make sure it looks great. We did an interview with him a couple of rounds, a couple of years ago at Winton, and just loves going racing. I guess you're not at the track unless you love it, hey Tom?
Exactly. Always at a racetrack. So this battle is a bit further down the field. It's the battle for 15th on. It's a group of 4 or 5 cars. And then just behind them you can see your race leader Brad Vaughan right behind him. Car 66 of Kieran Pridmore. Back on the screen here is Big Nash in the 85. That's Cruz going for the move down turn 1 and gets that job done. So these guys battling for P11, P12, and the 14 gets that job done through the flip-flop bash over the curb. Actually, that was pretty tame compared to what I've seen.
It was actually, yeah. We've seen a lot of it, and what was interesting was Jess Bryant. In fact, in the E30s, he was getting bigger air than the Saloon cars, and that's saying something. I wouldn't suspect the BMW suspension would absorb that for as long as what these cars will. The 97 goes through the flip-flop now. There's Pete Tonks. Just give me a little rub. That's how you use a ripple strip. That's it right there. Textbook by the number 5.
And then you look in the background of Brad Vaughan, who just sends it over the right hand.
Well, that's the difference between, where are we, 16th in the race and setting lap records, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
107.6, a 107.9 for Kieran Pridmore, a 108.24 for Kane Baxter Smith.
Off the road, car 1.
Adam Lowndes in position number 5, and Lindorf has found his way through.
What a free kick for Lindorf.
And then he does a massive rear lockup down into turn 6 there. So Saloon cars turning it up to 11 as they do. Oh, and that's a big understeer for the 25
Oversteered,
of Wayne
understeered.
King. Yeah, that was it. That's an Aussie car right there. Oversteered, understeered, lock to lock. Giving it a red hot go.
Got the hands going, got the arm pump going.
Yeah, like a motocross, getting that the arm pump all
So a replay here. This will be car 1 of Adam Lowndes. Bowling a wide out of the flip-flop. All 4 wheels off the deck. Sparks flying underneath the car.
Oh,
and
it
a
looks like there's
slow-mo
no
replay.
photographers. Oh, no, there's a couple of photographers up there. Let's hope they got that shot.
While Brad Vaughan getting held up here by the lap cars. That's the 87 getting out of the way. The next car will be Peter Tonks. So he'll be showing blue flags.
Yep, there's the blue flags. And coming through is Kieran Pridmore. The gap is 3.03 seconds. Let's gauge that as they come across the line. There's Kane Baxter Smith. He's found a way through there very nicely indeed. Well done, Kane. Although he is the 3rd driver arriving on the scene. So these guys in the mid-pack here will know that they're coming through. The blue flags waving are the first hint, and then a leader rattling down the side of your car will let you know as well. They just operated at a bit of a different level, the leaders in this sort of racing. The commitment to preparation, the commitment to the corner or the lap, just a notch up.
And the commitment to the curbs as well. That's I feel the biggest thing between these guys. They are willing to just bash their car over the 56 going for a big tail wag.
Kane Baxter Smith, he's always been an exciting driver, skilled operator, in fact, Kane Baxter Smith. And doing it very, very nicely indeed. Oh, there we go. Lindorf goes through on Wayne King. Have a look at that. Gives him a nudge for his efforts too. Travis Lindorf, P22 at the start of this race. He will now be P4. Measure it off.
Pretty fair effort.
It's a massive effort for the number 51.
He's got
broken gear shift this morning. Fixed, replaced, whatever he's done. He's clearly getting up and down the gearbox here. And this is going off, ladies and gentlemen. 5.5 minutes left to go. Do not think that Wayne King or Adam Lowndes are lying down for one moment of this. This guy, Travis Lindorf, will have used a lot of the Bridgestones up in the last 15 minutes to ease his way into the last 5 minutes of here. He's got iterations of getting onto the back of Kane Baxter Smith, which is, hey, it's not that far away. It's a fair way away, but it's possible.
Yeah. He's going to have to push seriously hard. The first thing he's got to do is get through this lap traffic here. So these guys have had blue flags for a number of laps. They'll know that a faster car is approaching. We've got a replay here down into turn 1. It's the move around the outside. So that's 51 getting it done on Wayne King. Into the right-hander, turn 3. Around the outside, textbook move. Through the flip-flop here. 4.5 minutes to go. You can hear the tyres screeching in the background. The 51 hustling, dips the right side wheels off, gets past the lap car, and sets his sights after Kane Baxter Smith.
Wayne King getting huge air as well, bouncing the car up over the ripple strips again that time through. The back markers have opened it up a little bit here. In fact, they've opened it up for Travis Lindorf, but closed the door behind them for Wayne King. So there goes Lindorf. Last time round, it was 9 seconds arrears of Kane Baxter Smith. Oh, it's actually moved out. So this lap traffic has slowed that last lap down for Travis Lindorf.
Big Nash on screen here, just ahead of him is car 91 of James Jace. Big right front lock up from Big Nash. Throw back to Big Kev, the Paul Morris car.
Great tribute, Livy. I never thought I'd see one, but it's so fitting. It's not funny. It's terrific to see that. James Jeske in the 91 has featured a fair bit on the broadcast here this weekend. 2J Racing.
He's doing a solid job there, just outside the top 10, running in 12th. Just ahead of these guys. Can't pick it. It's number 14, so that is Jason Cruz there. He's running in P11, just outside of the top 10. So these guys are all about 50 seconds, 52 seconds off the leaders. So lap traffic may become a part for them, but with only 3 minutes to go, they may not encounter that. Back on shot here is car 25 of Wayne King. Just behind him is the number 1 of Adam Lowndes, who's been hustling all race long.
There goes Travis Lindorf through in P4, started out at 22, and he is absolutely hustling. A 1:08.51 last lap around. He's matching the pace with Brad Vaughan and Kieran Pridmore out the front. He really has to do more than that. He has to outpace them. And at the moment, not matching the pace for Kane Baxter-Smith. In fact, at this point in the race, Kane Baxter-Smith is half a second faster than anyone else. There's Adam Lowndes in car number 1. He started out of P5 and currently is in position number 6 as they're catching up to the rear of Cletus Sonics, the Pro Plum entered outfit, car number 1. Up and over the curb, nice and gently. Just a bit of a launching ramp, landing ramp type of effect. Car number 5 just going a lap down for this crew, charging on through there. But Brad Vaughan has a very, very comfortable lead, 2.64 with 2 minutes left on the clock. Kieran Pridmore, 2.64 seconds behind, and it's Baxter Smith another 4 seconds behind Travis Lindorf. Some 12 seconds further back, then it's Wayne King, another 6 seconds arrears there as well. So interesting times. Brad Vaughan is doing a ripping job. Absolute sterling effort. Should be very proud of how he's going about it here at the moment.
He'll be back in the Super 2 car next time out for Brad Jones Racing.
You'd have to suggest so, wouldn't you? I wonder if we're poised to see Brad Vaughan do what Cam Ballard did as well and take the 3 from 3.
Dare say so. I hope you haven't put the curse on him, Darren. He's got a comfortable lead, 2.5 seconds. He'd just be managing it at this point.
That's an eternity in this sort of racing. That's a huge lead. And there it is, actually. There's our race leader just coming down the straight behind the Big Nash. Car number 85. That car currently 12th on road. The only one in front is just behind, was just behind, but has gone through on Nash as we're 36 seconds away from the 20-minute race of session plus 1 lap is what we will see.
Next time by, we'll get a last lap board.
We should, yep.
So these guys on screen, the 85, running at a pace of about 1:11, so not too far off. 91 setting the best lap time of their race at an 11.5, so fairly even with Nash, who's looking for a move here.
He's a lot tidier at the moment. Here comes our race leader, in fact, right in the back of these two, so let's hope they see him coming through. He's got a 3-second lead. It's not going to matter that much for Brad Vaughan, but it'd be nice to see the leader get through tidy. On the straight, there it is, last lap board out now. Been given to the race leader, Brad Vaughan. He pulls out. He's not going to ease up, is he? He's actually going to take these two down into turn 1.
Smart though. You have to take them on. If he gets stuck behind, there's the 66 of Pridmore ready to pounce.
Keep it turned up. Absolutely. Keep the wick turned up to 11. As soon as you back off, you start to lose your concentration. Keep the intensity in the cockpit.
Side by side between Nash
and Pridmore going to get mixed up in this too. He tries to split the hairs and go down the middle. You'd like to think that he gets a wave through. He does. And James Jeske and Big Nash just continue their battle there as well. How much fun are they having from 12th and 13th?
They'd be having a ball.
Absolute ripper.
But your race leader, Brad Vaughan, coming into the second last corner. He's going to go 3 from 3 here at Calder for round round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship.
He's going to borrow the broom that Cam Bella brought out earlier and sweep it clean. Comes across the line, flash of the headlights there for Brad Vaughan, 3 from 3. It's not every weekend you go racing you do that. It's like a hole-in-one in golf. It's the holy grail, and he's done a tremendous job. Driven very, very well all weekend long. Kieran Pridmore in 2nd place. Kane Baxter Smith at home in 3rd place. And where is the number 51 of Travis Lindorf? He's across the line now as well. What a drive there, apart from the fact that 3 from 3, Brad Vaughan. But what a drive from the rear of the field for car number 51 of Travis Lindorf. What a mechanical
Tony Ordino right front. That's a fact. Is it a tyre down or is it a right front suspension? It's a tyre, I reckon.
Tyre.
On the Ordino car. So he was running P7, yet to cross the line. So he will fall a number of positions down. Also, the exhaust dragging on the ground. That's been happening for quite a while.
So Wayne King home in 6th place. Fastest lap of the race was done by Brad Vaughan, a 1:07.41 for the Victorian Saloon Car Series, their final race for the weekend. Cars on track next will be the HQs, and they've been fantastic entertainment. Tony Ordino just dribbling across the line there now, so he gets home in 11th. Yeah, well, there's still some points there on offer for that position. And our entire field has now received the checkered flag. Brad Vaughan victorious, 3 from 3. What a weekend in his career. You don't get that very often, and it's a skilled driver and race team that have done that. There's been our entire day's broadcast schedule, and we're down to the 15:50, 3:15 scheduled point. We're a little bit behind time, but the HQs are actually driving out of pit exit as we speak right now. So we may stay with this as the HQs make their way down into pit lane. We will have post-race interviews to come. We might just take a quick break here from Central Commentary and be back in a moment with HQs.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Outstanding racing this weekend for Saloon cars, as always to be expected. But we've got an invader from South Australia here, Brad Vaughan. Sensational effort, obviously well versed behind the wheel of a rear-wheel drive Saloon style car in Super 2 and as well as the Enduro drive in supercars later on this year. But around Calder Park, how was that experience?
Yeah, I love racing this category. A bit of rear-wheel drive, a bit of power, lots of fun. We had some pretty cool races. That race yesterday was awesome, so that's why I do it. Bit of seat time and plenty of fun.
Absolutely. What keeps you coming back to the VSRS in particular?
I think it's a variety of tracks, 4 different tracks over here and some good competition, and more laps are better, but plenty of bang for buck.
Well done, mate.
No worries, thank you.
So we'll keep the interviews going. We've got Kane Baxter Smith here. He was actually 3rd for this race. We might just grab him really quickly right now, Kane. Fantastic effort this weekend to finish P3.
Yeah, it was pretty hard work in the Falcon. I was giving it my best to try and throw something back at the Holdens there, but that's how it was going to be today, I think.
Well done again, mate. We'll keep the interviews going. Kieran Pridmore is here. We're just going to have a really quick yarn. Sorry, mate. Well done, mate. P2 for the weekend.
Thank you. That last race was good. We sort of went with Brad a little bit there, but yeah, no, it was hot out there for 20 minutes, so no, it's good.
Back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Callum. Trying conditions down there, trying to find your way around window nets and all sorts of things, but well done. Good to see some smiles. I guess they're smiles through full-face helmets out there, Tom.
Grinning from ear to ear, I
Yeah, I
reckon,
reckon
Darren.
you're probably right. Why wouldn't you be? They've had some terrific racing. HQ's on track now. I'm going to run very quickly how this grid is going to form up. Andrew Magilton has had a couple of race victories already this weekend. Steve Banks wants to snatch that one away from him. Rod Rajas in P3, Graham Crawford in 4. John Mahoney drove a ripping race this morning. Glenn McDonald has made his way into the 6. Andrew Lordsley into 7. Ben Riches into 8. James Kenner, he is in position number 9. Eric Hill in the green car out of position number 10. Cars all formed up. Warren Truan down there at the rear of the grid, sadly. Graham Francis in there as well. In fact, not in there, but yes, he is. The 85 down the back there, and then the 97 tagging on the rear of the field, which is Brandon Wilson. Our cars go charging down into turn 1 for the first time. The front row of the grid bunch up closely. They do not want to see Rod Rajas try and push his nose down there. Will it be the water flow or an electric shock down into turn number 1?
Look at Rocket Rod menacing with the yellow headlights. Warren Truan bowls it wide down into turn 1. So all that work that he did at the start, he's lost now. He's back to third last, so he's got a heck of a lot of time and a lot of ground to make up during this race. The 91 and the 53, and the 53 is going to go for a half spin. That's Riches out of turn 3.
Cole at Gordo Care entry, gets back up the hill. Cold tyres and leaning on them just a little bit too hard. We see a couple of masters at the game here. Oh, Rod Rajas, what a lock-up. And, well, all 3 of them join in. So it was Rajas, it was Banks, then Rajas, and he goes off. Crawford as well. And Rod Rajas goes backwards. Eric Hill goes right up over the back of the whoop-de-doos there. A couple of jumps as he went off the back of the ripple strip there. But Rod Rajas gathers it all back up again, and he's got a mirror full of Graham Crawford in the Andrew Williams automatics.
Somehow he didn't lose a spot.
Yes.
I can't believe that.
No. So he's gone bush, and well, I guess everyone else was going sideways and trying to gather it all up. But out in front, it's Andy Magilton and Steve Banks. Rod Rajas remains in P3. Here comes John Mahoney. And McDonald, these two battled it out this morning, if you remember rightly, Tom, and they are going to go for it again.
Dude, they battled all day long.
They have to. It's great to see John Mahoney weighing in on these battles so well, and seeing Glenn McDonald and the Ready Roast car mixing it up as well. Terrific stuff. And we're fighting it all out with 4, 5 and 6 on the road.
Just in the back of the shot there was the last 2 cars going side by side over Mount Jane. Back to this battle, Rod Rajas holding off everyone off the 3rd. Bit of smoke there from, was that Rajas or one of the front 2 cars?
Yeah, I can't tell right now. They're all so close together that bit of tyre smoke. But they
It's
are
Rajas.
absolutely,
It's definitely Rajas.
Yeah, they're giving it a red hot go, aren't they? They've just gone right. We've got 15 minutes left to go. Let's give the Kenders a fry up. They've done well. They do such a great job to haul up these big heavy cars.
I don't think that right front of Rod Rajas is going to be used again.
No,
That's going straight to the tip.
Yeah, it's not good. It might be a coffee table for a race fan or something at the end of the weekend.
Perhaps, yeah. Down into turn 1. Rajas still holding everyone off for 3rd. Just in behind is the 68 there of Graham Crawford. Right on his heels is the 81 of John Mahoney. So, through turn 3, keeping a tight line, flowing the exit out, getting all that HQ power to the floor through the flip-flop, using a little bit of curve. Not a lot of curve actually.
202 or 3.3 litre, inline 6, cast iron everything in the single throat Stromberg Carby. Pettis suspension package, standard brakes package, indeed rear drums as well. So you get very good at adjusting up drum brakes if you're racing in HQs. 3-speed, you can have it on the column if you want, but you're allowed to have the floor shifter adapter and a pretty standard single spinner Stromberg, single spinner differential, Salisbury I think it is, and away you go. put a flash paint job on it. Everybody has out there.
There's no bland-looking car in this
No,
field.
there isn't. They like to have a bit of flash and a bit of flair about them.
Got a personal favourite on screen, the 77 of Warren Truan, the Berryman side, down the side of it. I'm not sure what sort of creature that is, but it's unique.
It's the Berryman. He has it on his Touring Car Masters HQ coupe as well. A lot of detail, isn't it?
It is. Have a look up closer at it in the paddock when it comes back in. You'll be amazed.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of detail there.
He prepares it well though. His trailer's a nice fifth wheel setup. So he runs a pretty professional operation.
John Mahoney's been around a long, long time. He is looking very nice indeed. In fact, they're all looking great with their tyre power stickers over the front.
That's a
windscreen.
problem for Rogers. That smoke's, it's not a tyre locking.
No, it carries on for too long, doesn't it? It's maybe like an axle seal or something like that.
It just carries on sort of outer corners under load, I've noticed. But down the straight, it seems to be okay, so hopefully that holds on for the remaining 12 minutes of the final race for the HQs. Over the stripe, 12 minutes down, sorry, 8 minutes down, 12 to go. They're starting their fourth lap. Fastest lap being set by Warren Truan down in sixth, who's on screen now. He's done a 15.6. Your race leader doing 16.1, 16.0s.
Well, he's just giving a little bit of a hurry along to Crawford in front of him, and Rod Rogers. That smoke's still coming out of. I'm going to say it's an actual seal, because on those long right-handers, when the oil will run over that side of the car, that's when we're starting to see that smoke coming out as these cars all start to line up behind Rocket Rog. It's Crawford, Mahoney, Truan and McDonald. They're all in his mirrors. Albert McDonald just a little bit long the gap to these guys, which is interesting in itself in the history of HQ racing over the last few years. And then in behind, there comes the fantastic looking muscle motor trimmers entry of Andrew Lordsley. In, as you said, Tom, in that HRT tribute sort of livery.
It's a bit of a twist on it. Over the line. 10 minutes 30 to go. Here comes Truan. Pulls to driver's right. He's going to try and go past the 68 there at Graham Crawford, but this is a lead change. The 76 down the inside. That's Steve Banks getting it done on Andy Magilton.
He had to arrest Magilton's charge on this weekend. He really did.
He's had enough of following.
He has had enough of following. He's gone early. Exactly half race distance. Stephen Banks has said, right, I'm going to try and get clear here. I'm going to see if I can do what Andy did earlier today and just try and drive away here, regardless of whether he does or not. He's getting some fresh air into the front of the 76 as Andy Magilton looks to the driver's left. Threshold braking for HQ. You're going to have a massive right leg after the end of racing with one of these cars, or left leg.
Hope they don't cramp.
The
Hope they've had their pickle juice.
The brakes, you just lean on them as hard as you can. Push that pedal as hard as you can to the floor.
To the inside goes the 14. I expect this battle for the lead to change multiple times between now and the end of the race. So it's the first time by that Steve Banks leads the field in this final race of the weekend for the HQs. Down into turn one, Rocket Rod with his bright yellow headlights and bright yellow wheels. You can't miss that car when it's out there. Even bright yellow windscreen wipers.
Yeah, it looks good.
I'm pretty sure Trico doesn't come factory with yellow.
It's a bit of an aftermarket touch up there for him, but the car always looks $1 million, except that smoke coming out of it at the moment. And Rocket Rog, synonymous with hard charging racing style. Here comes Warren Truan. He's thrown it all over the place. Currently sitting in P4, and they're starting to line up behind Warren at the moment. It's Crawford, John Mahoney, then Glenn McDonald, just off the tail end there. And this is Rod Rogers. He's got Warren Truan monitoring him as well. So pressure everywhere you look. Even out in front with Steve Banks and Andy Magilton. Just seen them charge through camera. There's hardly anything between those two leaders.
Truan a little bit of opposite lock. The 87 as well, taking a lot of curb. So over the drag strip, down the front straight, over the timing line. the battle for the front shows 3/10 between the two. At the front of the shot here, it's still Steve Banks leading Andy Magilton. Back here, Warren Truan trying to get past Rocket Rod. Clearly the smoke. Big look under brakes from Truan, pinches the right front. So all these guys seem to be pinching the right front and they don't really want to use these tyres again.
Well, it is the last one for the weekend, and the Bridgestones will have had an entire weekend of racing here at Calder Park. There's a couple of big stops, the bottom of the main straight and the bottom of the back straight, and then grabbing the brakes at turn 3 as well. The tyres and the brakes take an absolute punishing here, particularly down at turn 1. The punishment you give your brakes down there when you're running rear drums, the responsibility lands on the front brakes quite heavily. Rocket Rod bouncing off the ribbon strips, as is the McDonald and the Crawford car, sorry. Rocket Rod Rogers out wide.
They're using a lot of that exit road out of the second to last corner.
There's a lot of push in nearly a 2-ton car to get out there, and yeah, arms crossed over.
Bit of steer in these cars as the weight carries over. Here we go at the lead, ladies and gentlemen. The 76 defending hard down driver's right. The 14 of Andrew Magilton trying to go the long way around. It's not going to happen on the dirty stuff. So 6 minutes to go. I'm not sure if these guys have a stopwatch in the car to know how long this race is, but they've got to pick their time.
They'd be mad not to have something like that indicating the time, or at least a crew member radioing them how long to go.
Yeah, crew member watching that top, like we are.
You've got to know when to go for it, that's for sure. And I'm going to suggest we're not too far away from seeing Andy Magilton have a go at Steve Banks here.
I think so. Fast lap of the race, still Warren Truan with a 15.6. The only other guy in the field to get into the 15s is your current race leader, Steve Banks.
That does say something, doesn't it? These two out in front, Rocket Rod and Warren Truan in P4. Warren, customary to a top 10, but he's pushing really hard inside the 5 at the moment. And he's got two very experienced campaigners in Rod Rogers in front and Crawford behind. Graham Crawford, experienced HQer. Rocket Rod Rogers, many race victories to his name in HQs. No one's been really able to match it to these two that we're looking at right now, Stephen Banks and Andy Magilton this weekend. And whenever Andy Magilton's out in front of the pack, he is exceptionally difficult to catch, let alone get past. But Banksy, he's done it. And at the moment, I'm not going to call it, Tom. I think we're too far out with 5 minutes left to go, and just watching how much air they're getting over the flip-flop.
Let these guys play
I think
it
it'll
out
be a
for
run to
another
the
5.
line before I call it.
Pulling it up for turn 6 at the end of the back straight. Still your front 4, front 5 running in the same order. The gaps are all staying relatively similar. Rocket Rod about 3 seconds off the lead. Can't really do anything to catch up to the top 2.
Still 3 races to go here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for Triple 8 home loans and karting madness here this weekend. Don't forget our next round, the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, 16, 17, 18 of May. Get your entries in early and see action like this that we're watching now. The HQs side by side down at turn 1. The 76 of Steve Banks just managing to hold off the middies entry of Andrew Magilton. Magilton does not want to be in P2 for much longer. He has turned up the intensity in P2 at the moment. So as I was mentioning, get your entries in for 16, 17, 18 of May, round 3 of the Trico State Circuit Racing Championships. It's great to see this series growing from strength to strength. The Tyre Power HQ is currently on track and giving us some fantastic entertainment right through the field. This is our race leader, Steve Banks, with Andy Magilton on board.
As you said, 3 races to go. Up next we got the Excels, and they are forming up on the dummy grid. An exciting field always. About 26 cars. We've seen Ryan Phillips take out the first 2 races of the weekend, but our attention returns to the HQs, where this battle for the lead keeps going. And the car 14, the second car, the Middies electrical car of Andy Midgelton, who started off a pole, can't seem to find his way past car 76 of Steve Banks just yet.
Yeah, there's the ticking clock now, isn't it? 2:53, which these guys don't have in it, but that's how much time's left in it. 4.2 litre Holden V8. This is the 3.3 litre Holden 6-cylinder in all of these cars. And pounding over the curbs, they're our race leaders, as is Rod Rogers. He goes through there as well.
Rocket Rod leaving it all out.
Attention air traffic control, Tullamarine Airport, Rocket Rod coming in for landing.
Down into turn 6 he comes. Sorry, it's not runway 2, it's turn 6.
It's only just got to go over the ditch.
Yeah, it's not too far, is it? Just over the canyon.
Runway number 2, Rocket Rod coming in, clear to land.
Onto the main straight, here comes the 33. Rajas in P3. But these guys out in front are absolutely turning it on for the race win. Just under 2 minutes left in this journey.
Here we go.
He's going to have a go, isn't he? The 14 moves out.
It's not going to work around the outside unless he's really brave and hangs it round there, and he's a long way up. If he can hold the car alongside, he can't do it.
It just becomes a real estate thing,
It's
doesn't
not
it? If
happening.
you go around the outside, you've got to cover an extra 30 metres of racetrack on the loop around there. It's like real estate, this car racing thing. It's all about location, 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 or track position, track position, track position. Hear the diff open up as they go through there. They really harm their time, because once they lift that wheel off, there's no drive forward.
Hear the rise in the RPM as they go over.
Flares up, doesn't
Bash.
it?
So, Banks, he's defending well. Midgelton's got very limited amount of time to make this move stick. We're going to cross the line with about 45-ish seconds to go in this HQ race, the last race of the weekend for them. And I sense there's going to be a move down into turn 1.
I reckon there's going to be a move for P1 and P2 and for 3 and 4 on the road as well. Have a look at this.
Bit of side draft from the front 2.
The Middies car to the driver's left. Down into turn number 1. They ride the bumps beautifully. Has to capitulate there in the Middies Piermont entry. And Andrew Midgelton lives to fight another day, but Steve Banks playing a very clever game here in the Tyre Power HQ races. Up over the hill they go, and still got at least a lap and a half to go. But yeah, as you touched on, Tom, very, very wisely there. Lap traffic starting to come into play.
It's the only way I see these two changing positions at the moment, because Banks is doing such a great job defending. So just in front of your shot there was the lap car, who will be getting blue flags in a second. Can't quite pick out who that was. Find out for you as they cross the line.
Banks
All out of
goes
shape.
wide. We're going to see the last lap board. I think we are. Yeah, there it is for our race leaders. So we've got one more circuit of the Calder Park layout for the Middies car to execute the move, and also for Warren Truen to execute his move on Rod Rogers. These two are a lot closer together, and this is for P1 on the road, so this is all important. Blue flags,
James Kenner out
for
the way.
James Kenner, and he gets right out of the way. Well done to the 66 there.
So it's play on at the front for these two. See if the Middies electrical car is quickly running out of chances here to get past the 76. It's going to have to be a ballsy move down the inside at turn 6 under brakes.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes.
Swing to the inside. It's better of it.
Wow. The Calder tyres working hard on all of these cars, all 14 of them in this race.
A little wide there though for the 76, and it allows the 14 right up onto the back bumper into the final corner. thought better of getting a move done, but tries the over and under. It's going to be a draft all the way to the line, but I think it's going to be the 76 of Steve Banks that will hold on to take out the final race of the HQs.
How close do you like your racing? Steve Banks takes the win over Andrew Magilton. Fair's fair over a weekend of racing, and in the end it was 0.1 of a second between those two that saw the victory go to Steve Banks. I don't reckon Andrew Magilton will mind that too much. That was a ripping race. They swapped the lead. Each of them had a fair crack at it all the way to the line. Rod Rogers hangs on for P3. A really great weekend for Warren Truan. Graham Crawford home in the 68 in P5. John Mahoney in P6 for the 81. Glenn McDonald for the Ready Roast entry finishes 7th. And Andrew Lordsley gets home there as well in the Muscle Motor Trimmers entry. He's home in 8th. Eric Hill home in 9th. Ben Riches should be home in 10th. And then we go to Brandon Wilson and James Kenner, who got lapped there as well. That's been the HQs for round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And it has been a ripping run for the HQs. They've done such a tremendous job right throughout this weekend. Love to see more of them racing in the state series, but terrific stuff. Tom, we're going to take a quick break because you're still on air again.
I am.
And you've got the Circuit XLs coming up next. Second last race for the day will be the MG and invited British cars for Monitpower for their feature race. And improved production, the Hino, Prestige Hino, improved production cars will round out our day of racing. Looking forward to all of those 3 categories still to come. We'll be back with some, hopefully from interviews from Victory Lane. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Circuit XLs here on track at round number 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Last race for them for the weekend, 3rd last race of the weekend in total. Steve DeVries here again with Tom Reed. Tom, the second race of the weekend for the XLs, it was looking good. It was actually looking like it was going to be an interesting affair because Ryan Phillips didn't have it his own way. He was being put under some pressure, but then the safety car came along and that unfortunately stopped that race.
Yeah, it brought an end to an exciting race too, where Ryan Phillips was able to take the win. He did a similar thing yesterday afternoon and took a comfortable win. Let's see if he can do what Brad Vaughan did in the Saloon cars and get the broom out and take the sweep.
Yeah, that's the next question, isn't it? Because there hasn't been too many of them this weekend. We've, as I said, Brad Vaughan's the one who just recently did it in the Saloon cars. We had a couple of different race winners in most of the other categories so far this weekend.
Formula V, one of those.
Formula V was one of those, and improved productions along those lines as well. I think Phil Chester, is probably the only one who can possibly do it, I think, coming up in the MGs, because he's won both the races so far. But this is another one where we could see the pole sitter not only take the pole, but also go on to take all 3 of the race wins as well.
Quickly run you through the grid here. You got Ryan Phillips off pole, William Twining, the Tasmanian, Emily Jones off P3, Toby Waghorn, Rio Campbell off of 5th, Harry Strick off of 6th, James Sarah, Adam Bywater, Ashton Kadich, Jake Harwood round out your top 10. Then we move to The 6th row of the grid, Samuel Gibson, Brendan Jenner, Cisco Morales doing well in 13th, Lachlan Harvey, Campbell Fraser, Lee Salemeiler, a bit quiet down in 16th this weekend, John O'Keefe, Jamie Ellis, and then we go to Carly Fleming, Travis Mitchie, Norm Lee, Mayo Bongiorno starting 22nd, Tyson Chaplin off 23, and then Jared Anvelt off of P24 in car 24, and your final row of the grid, Dallas Harvey and Aiden Cardagley.
So I haven't seen Aiden all weekend long, but also Dallas Harvey's car is on the trailer out the back, so he won't be taking part in this one. So that means we're down to 24 runners. Still, again, healthy field in Hyundai Excels. Front row of the grid has a little bit of a different look because William Twining's found his way through to second place by virtue of his great drive in race number 2, although it didn't get the win. He was definitely hunting down Phillips for that. Emily Jones is going to start in the second row next door to Toby Waghorn. So she had a lightning start in race number 2 earlier today. She hasn't quite got the same sort of start this time around, and it's basically Noah's Ark as it sits right now. It's 2 by 2 for the first 2 rows, heading down the front straight towards turn number 1. Very, very even start from the first 4 cars, and usually that means advantage goes to the car that is the one on the inside, which of course in this case is Ryan Phillips, and that is indeed the case. He holds sway into turn number 1. And now comes out the other side of 1 with the lead. Jones looking down the inside of turn 2, but the next corner goes left. And you're going to try and get the crisscross here, get the drive out of the corner. Beautiful drive from Jones in the number 6. Has her nose just in front before they get to the flip-flop, and I would expect Twining to concede, and he does.
Good move from Emily there. But
Twining, sorry, let's cut you off there. Got the last rear of the car, got loose and got it out on the outside of turn 5. Had to get fistfuls of opposite lock, put the foot down very nearly through the 72 away. Waghorn's been tagged by Rio Campbell by the looks of things at turn 6, and I think Waghorn might have enough purchase just to be able to get that car going again. Twining's off as well at turn 7 and 8. So all happening at the beginning of this XL race.
The XLs have saved it all to the last race of the weekend to put on all the action, and they're all going off left, right and centre. There was action there between Rio Campbell, and then Will Twining went off twice, decided to spray it off at turn 6 as well. Look at this conga line going to the hard right, driver's right-hand side. It's Harry Strick leading this battle. This is for 3rd on down.
Yeah, he's taken advantage of that little kerfuffle at turn 6 as well. And Bywater's had a fairly decent start too. Where did Adam Bywater start? He was in 8th place. That moves him up to 5th, so good start from him. 3 spots gained in all of the chaos. So Emily Jones had a great run out of here, then up the hill, and then managed to get Twining, who then got sort of caught in no man's land. Check this out. This is where it is. So there's this is out at turn 6, I think, and the top 2 go through. Ooh. There's the contact with Waghorn. Looks like it was very, very minor, if any at all. It was very hard to see from that angle, but it did turn the number 84 180 degrees to the racing surface.
Will Twining unfortunately had nowhere to go, and that has buried him down in P15, so he started off the front row.
Here he is actually just in the back of that shot there, starting to make his way through. So he crossed the line, he's in 15th place. He's behind Cisco Morales in the number 87. He's behind the number 91 at Campbell Fraser, which is the link storage and transport entry there, coming down the main straight. So there he is, just all on his own. Looks like he maybe has cleared a couple of those cars, and he has. He's cleared Morales, cleared Fraser, and cleared Seelenmeyer on this lap, and gets himself up to 12th. But he's got a bit of a fight now to join these 2 cars here, which are pretty much where he was before that little off.
Emily Jones is trying to hang on to the lead of Ryan Phillips. She just did the fastest lap of the race at 14.4. Ryan Phillips only marginally slower with a 14.5. With a flip-flop here, we're watching Harry Strick leading Rio Campbell, who took a heap of curb at the right-hander. Just behind them is Adam Bywater in the white, blue, red car. Campbell deep under brakes behind Harry Strick, the Ravage Raceworks machine. The car Rio Campbell spanned on by Adam Macro out of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport camp.
Well, here we go, getting a good run out of the final corner here. Very, very important. Right in behind Strick. So we've talked about this a little bit during the weekend so far. Got to time your run. The different cars have different characteristics, so you need to time your run out of the final corner. have any sort of shot of pulling out of the draft at exactly the right time for a pass down here at turn number 1. Strick's leaving the door open here for a potential move for Campbell, who's very deep, got a little bit out of control, got a little bit too close to the outside of the circuit. Just put a wheel on that little bit of concrete that's on the outside of turn number 1. The rear jumped sideways. It sounds like a little bit of revving going on up the hill here. It's a bit hard to hear whether they're actually bouncing on the rev limiter or not.
Sounds like it.
It sounds like it, doesn't it? Here at this part of the circuit, I would kind of expect it because you don't want to be sort of shifting up mid-corner. So quite happy for a few drivers, I think, just to leave it in gear, wait till they get to the other side of the course, and then pull the next gear in the car.
James Serra got a terrific run out of turn 3 and was able to just drive right around the outside of the 95 car of Jake Harwood, still finding himself with his ears boxed in the back of the pack.
Likewise, Lachlan Harvey. You mentioned talking about James Serra getting a good run. Harvey had a really good run out of the flip-flop there and was able to get down the inside of Twining. Took a fair bit of curb on the inside of turn 6 in the process. So he's not making life any easier for pilot of the number 72 machine, William Twining.
Well, after all that action on the first few laps, we haven't had a safety car. So we've been able to... Shouldn't have said it.
No, shouldn't have said it.
We're going to be able to keep going at this rate. Kadich down the inside of the 83 there. That is for P5 on track. So 13 getting past. Looking back here, the 85 behind the 119 of Brendan Jenner.
Jenner just got through on the 95 there of Harewood as well. So position change for him up to position number 8.
Harewood going back just a little bit here.
Twining's now, what's he on the road? He's currently managed to get ahead of Lachlan Harvey now, so he's finally cleared the 25. That brings him up to P11. Jenner
goes to
wide.
119.
Yep, so Jenner wide. So that's a worse mistake compared to what Twining actually made, but for him, he was actually able to carry the speed through the grass there. The car got a lot more ground clearance than a lot of these other cars we've seen going through that part of the course. Oh dear, big Kadich and Bywater coming together. Well, you predicted it. Unfortunately, the old commentator's curse is just struck. And Ashton Kadich and Adam Bywater are going absolutely nowhere. Front left corner damage on the PFD Food Services number 83. And the number 13 pretty much stuck right in the left side door of the Bywater mobile down at turn number 8. So they don't look like they're getting going at any great rate here. So safety car, boards and flags have indeed been pulled. Let's see if we can see here. Bywater's wide on the outside there. That's a weird one. That's a little bit innocuous, that one.
Yeah.
They were leaving each other some space around turn 7, and then it's almost like one didn't leave space for the other going through the next little part of it, but it's a bit hard to see who's kind of, if either of them are at fault there. They sort of just drifted into each other a little bit.
I'll leave that one up to race control to figure out.
A couple of bruises there that are definitely going to need to be patched up before the next round of the Trico Series, which of course is at Phillip Island on the 16th to the 18th of May. So the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships has got 3 more rounds to go after this one. Phillip Island is next. Sandown Raceway, the 22nd to the 24th of August, and Phillip Island again on the 3rd to the 5th of October to round out the series. So there's a big old gap in there between the round in May and the round in August. And if talking to David Cox from Improved Productions anything to go by, I wouldn't be surprised to see a number of clubs just grabbing a few of their driver pools together and having a couple of social nights, taking them down to Karting Madness and letting a few more things be settled on the track.
It's good fun down at Karting Madness.
Oh,
I've been there before, out in the eastern suburbs. I think they've just opened one up not far from here in Braybrook.
Braybrook not too far from here. The one in Bayswater's been around for quite some time. Actually used to be not too far down.
Used to be in Churnside Park as well. I remember that one.
Yeah, the Bayswater facility not too far from where I used to work down there off of Stud Road. So it's literally just up and around the corner, not too far away at all. So out in the eastern suburbs, growing eastern suburbs actually, I should say. So plenty of opportunity to go there and settle all your indiscretions on track against your family and friends. Do we call settling things against your family indiscretions, or do we call them arguments?
Not sure.
Depends on the severity, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so this race has been put on ice for a short while we clean up a couple of cars at turn number 7. So let's take stock of where everything is at. So Ryan Phillips, your pole set up, going for the clean sweep, or the, I guess they call it the Grand Slam, which of course means pole and 3 race wins. And I haven't seen whether he's got the fastest laps at all for at all this weekend. I think there's actually been split a couple of different ways on the fastest laps. So there they are, just fire crews and medical teams doing what they do best, and doing what we are exceptionally grateful for. And that's keeping the area safe and making sure that everybody gets past the scene without causing any further chaos.
Sad sight to see those
It
two
is a
cars.
sad
They were
sight.
running well. They were inside the top 10 pretty much all weekend long and knocking on the door of the podium there.
Adam Bywater's an experienced racer too. He's not only been in XLs for a while, he's also had the Saloon car on a couple of occasions as well. And memory serves me correctly, I think maybe even had a HQ Holden at one point as well. I'm happy to be proven wrong on that point. I'm sure I'll have a text message from Dave Amor if that is the case or not in the next few minutes. Phillips in front, Emily Jones in second, so she's moved back into the P2 that she started in the first race of the weekend yesterday. Harry Strick, the beneficiary from William Twining falling down the order, and also for Rio Campbell having his little moment with the number 84, Toby Waghorn. So Campbell in 4th, James Serra in 5th. The Jenner number 119 is actually showing in 6th place in the order here, but I'm not sure if that is actually correct or not, because I thought Toby Waghorn is actually on visually on the camera was actually in position there, but
I think it's correct.
So we'll wait and see what happens there, because Jenner was off the road at one point. Wait to see if we get when we get the next shots through.
Running P6 there.
Running P6. If that is the case, I'm just looking to see where is Waghorn. According to this, it says he's 15th. So I have to keep an eye out for where the 84 car is. And if that's the case, he's had quite the recovery after moving up the order. It looked just visually like the cars were very, very similar, but given he had that spin around at turn number 6, he's recovered to 15th is actually pretty decent for where it is now. This is actually a sort of a bit of a blessing for him, being able to have the field recompressed and
just
be able
to
regroup. Yeah, you're right. So there is the Jenner in 119, and then the car behind was just mistaken with the colour combination, thinking it was Waghorn for a moment, which is actually Harewood in 7th place. Gibson in number 172 is in 8th. Will Twining in 9th, so he's slowly been picking his way through the field, but the field hasn't been making it easy for him to get back up into that sort of top 5 spots.
There goes Waghorn past his shot just then, down in 15th. So we got, I believe, 21 or 22 cars still running in this field.
Yeah, 20 it looks. 21 it is. We just had the last car cross the line just now, which is normally.
So a DNF for Bywater and Kadich,
and Tyson
Chaplin in the pit lane.
Yeah, he came in actually fairly early while we were, after lap 1 had been completed, he actually came into the lane at that point. So under his own power, so not sure what happened there to Tyson Chaplin in the number 101. But he's officially registered as a non-finisher for this one as well. Time continues to tick down here in the Link Cold Storage and Refrigeration Series X3 XL race, the 3rd race of the weekend. 2nd time for the weekend. It's under safety car conditions.
Hopefully we get to see some racing action here. A bit of a lock-up from one of the cars, trying to get the rear tyres warm. Of course, these are front-wheel drive cars. And yeah, 4 minutes to go. And with the only one tow truck, I'm not sure if we're going to get any more racing action here. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Keeping an eye on some things while we are watching here. They're just coming up to the scene of where the incident was. They've actually had to pull out. The tow truck has taken the first of the cars back, and they've just got one of the vehicles just being towed in at the moment. So the safety car's already gone across the line. So
this lap,
I would hope that we would see a restart at the end of this race. You might be able to just see it sort of in the back of the shot there, right over the back corner. There's the Ashton Kadich car being towed into pit lane behind the recovery vehicle. There it is, the very back, the black car. And about a couple hundred metres ahead of that is the tow truck with the Adam Bywater machine on it. Just leaving the, there you can just see it there, leaving the stage to the left of the circuit. It's fairly sad left front. Very, very similar sort of damage to what we saw on Peter McLean's Subaru BRZ in improved production, with a couple of corners being hit. Similar to what we saw with Graham Francis in his HQ Holden being hit as well. You know, visually, and you take a look at it from the angle here and go, geez, that's a lot. It's not until you really open it up and have a look underneath you get a true extent of what the real damage is.
And then your fingers across, your toes across, that there's no
everything's crossed.
Structural damage.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do when you have an accident is open your wallet and then go, okay, where does is the moth going to fly out or not? Because some of these repairs can be quite expensive if they are indeed a pretty substantial accident. Safety car officially going to be in this lap. So Ryan Phillips has got control of the field here in the Dale Earnhardt Jr. Tribute livery. It's been a fan favourite, I think, all weekend long whenever we've seen that car in the flesh and also on the circuit. Brings back the old NASCAR vibes, and there's definitely a few XLs over the years that have gone down the avenue of putting on tribute liveries and putting their own little spin on it. Let's see how the restart goes here. Nice tight pack at the restart. So where does the number 8 decide is the time to pull the trigger? It's right now. We are back underway with 2 minutes left on the clock. So guesstimate is about 3 more laps worth of running here in the final XL race of the weekend.
No overlap throughout the field, so everyone's still in single file order. All the way on driver's right. You can't go any further than that. Is Ryan Phillips trying to fend off around the outside, James Serra.
Right around the outside there. That's on Rio Campbell and looking to grab position number 4 away. He's going to run side by side with the 333 up to the turn here. Little bit of light contact there, I think, between the two of them. Did Serra lose a spot? He nearly did to Brendan Jenner. He's actually just escorted the number 119 a little bit wide just on the run up Jane Hill. And that then gives another spot to the number 95, Harewood. So he picks up one over Jenner as well. So not a good couple of corners for a couple of those drivers. They've lost touch with this little group of 4 who've skipped away at the restart.
Beautiful restart from Ryan Phillips. A bit wide there is Harry Strick. So Rio Campbell's going to be right on the back. Down the front straight looking at James Serra, who went for a move around the outside. In hindsight, it was... Well, at the moment it was probably a good idea. In hindsight, maybe it's affected him more than he hoped. So he's lost touch.
Everyone was protecting the inside, so the only option to go anywhere was around the outside. But as we've said a few times already this weekend, it's a risky move because you've got to be able to hold that or all the way around the outside, all the way to the apex of turn number 2, and it's not an easy thing to do considering the speeds you're carrying through some parts of the course. Down here, it's roughly around about 60 to 70 k's an hour at the lowest minimum speed going around turn number 1, and it's not too dissimilar when you get up to turn number 2 and 3 here. The drive out of turn 2 into 3 is important, so you really want to be going through here in single file to get that drive up the hill. Jones skipping away in pursuit of Ryan Phillips, leaving Strick and Campbell over 3rd and 4th. There's Harewood, gets down the inside of James Serra before the flip-flop. That's a smart bit of driving there. William Twining, he's had a good restart. He's now moving up to the outside of James Serra on the approach to turn number 6, and he's going to hold command on the outside, and he'll pick up another spot there. So moves into 6th place behind Harewood. There's a rollover in the back. We're just getting some reports through. There's a car that's had an accident behind here on the screen. We're not sure who it is just yet. It's immediately gone. Safety car. It's the 717 belonging to Travis Mitchie that is on its roof in the gravel trap at turn 6. So this race is neutralised. This race is now officially over. Checkered flag at the start-finish line is going to be displayed the next time around if it's not been displayed already. We've gone checkers on the timing screen.
Red flag.
And it is now officially red flagged. So this will mean that the results probably going to be somewhat mixed because the red flag rules normally dictate that they go back 1 lap compared to what the order was when they crossed the line. So we won't be 100% sure on what the finishing order is. At least we do know that the top 3 or 4 are probably settled as it is on your screen there. It'll be Ryan Phillips, Emily Jones, and then Rio Campbell and Harry Strick. They'll either be Strick and Campbell or Campbell and Strick. We're not quite sure just yet about what that order was when the lap will be counted back and the points awarded based on that situation. Never a good sign to see a car on its roof. Just waiting to get some confirmation through that the driver has exited the vehicle and is okay. We haven't seen anything just yet. We've just seen the back of the shot there. The fire and rescue crews are very quickly making their way through the field here in the forward territory down to turn number 6. It's just off to the right of your shot here. There you can see the lights from the recovery vehicle. They're on the scene pretty quickly. Also, the recovery vehicles heading that particular direction. Very, very scary. We've had a couple of rollovers in XLs in the not too recent past as well. Sandown turn number 1 is usually the prime suspect for that. You catch a bit too much of the curb, and you end up rolling over on your lid if you carry too much speed. You can just see it on the other side of the circuit there, about sort of 1/3 of the way across your pitch up. That's the scene of the incident. You can probably just see the car that is actually affected just on its roof over there. So we're just waiting to see and make sure that the driver, Travis Mitchie, is indeed okay before we do anything else here. Sad conclusion to this race. Of course, don't forget, round number 3 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is coming up in 7 weeks' time on the 16th to the 18th of May. We're going to look forward to seeing you there. Hopefully the XLs will be there along with it. And we will take a break up here in commentary while they attend to Travis Mitchie. And hopefully when we come back, we will be having a race with the MG and invited British sports cars.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors. Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to Calder Park Raceway, Trico VSRS, round 2 of 5 for season 2025. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of a delay while the hard-working track crews attend to the accident in that XL race. So, unfortunate, we sincerely hope that the driver is okay, but they are in the best possible hands, because it's a big thank you to all of our officials. As we get Tom to actually just rotate around here, you can see how hard they are working indeed. They're obviously just standing around at the moment, but they have been standing all day. They do get fed well, they get lunches, they get all bits and pieces from the organising committee behind the scenes, and you can see them all just having a bit of a recce amongst themselves. But it's a great camaraderie amongst all the volunteer officials. So we're down here in MG land, zeroing in on Paul Vanel, who's normally behind the wheel of one of these MGs, but you're actually not this weekend. You're holding the cans and you're supporting Maddie Chester as well as Kaylin Chester this weekend. For the viewers at home, what does that actually involve when you're wearing the cans and you're communicating to the driver?
Keeping them out of trouble and making sure that, mainly that they go home with cars in one piece because their parents are watching on TV and their dad's out the front as well and paying the bills. So just keeping all the parents happy. That's the number one goal here. So they've done really well this weekend. Full credit to them. Maddie, it's only her second ever race weekend. And she's beating her sister. So that's a good start. So we've actually got a three-way comms going on. So the two girls and myself are a three-way conversation out on track. So earlier today was great. We were sitting there and I was coaching them through passing each other. That's a pretty cool story to do. So, no, it's good fun. It's all about having fun.
You like having fun, like as much as the next man, of course. The Rusty's Lightning McQueen livery, is that your idea?
No, it was actually it was Maddie's idea that she wanted the Ka-Chow car from Cars. And then if you notice, Kaylin's got the green car with the exact same livery. So there's a red Lightning McQueen and a green Lightning McQueen. So that's how we can tell them apart on track. But the same liveries, number 71 and 73. So, but no, the girls are doing great. It's great to have some. MG's a bit of an old category, so it's great to have some young girls involved with the category. So no, it's good. They're doing good.
So you say they've come a long way in their racing development. They obviously did some go-karting prior to stepping up into circuit racing.
Yeah, a little bit, not a lot. And Kaylin came and started racing in an MGF probably about 5 years ago now. And then went away to do other things in life, study and a bit of other stuff. And then Maddie never really did a lot, just a little bit of go-karting. But last year they both started taking a bit of an interest in it. And then obviously when you've got two sisters, you're sort of stuck a little bit. You can't give one a faster car. So they've basically got identical cars, just red and green. And it comes down to who's going to be a better driver, which again, hopefully means that at the dinner table, there's no fights. There was a little bit of animosity at round one because one thought that one had more power than the other. We've sorted that out now. They're the same. And it's great. They were driving around all weekend. They're driving around together and it's who's got more game under brakes, basically, is where we've got. But it's great. It's so much fun and they're having a ball. And, you know, they're not at the front, but they're probably having the most fun of anyone on the grid at the moment.
Cool. Thank you, Paul.
No worries.
So let's keep this train on the tracks. We were looking at the car before of Matty Chester, and you can see the eyes at the top there. Doesn't it look absolutely beautiful? And this is, of course, Phil Chester in his beautiful MG GT V8. It's a massive power plant under the hood of this car, and it sounds even more impressive than it looks. Phil there giving a wave to the camera. Of course, Phil works tirelessly behind the scenes from a commercial standpoint for the VSRS, so it's a big thanks to him for his involvement in bringing Trico to the Trico Victorian State Race Series. And doesn't that car look absolutely beautiful? Plenty of aerodynamics, a lot of power, massive tyres, or slick tyres we should point out on this car. He spent a lot of time over the last few seasons developing the car to where it is at the moment, and he takes a lot of pride in his racing and works extremely hard to ensure that the car is in best possible condition. We did say he was out of service for quite a while when they were getting, I think it was a crank for that car, or no, pistons, I think it was, he needed for the V8 under the bonnet, and it just took a little bit of time to get that sorted. And a great variety of cars, as you can see as well. So Simon Elliott here is always keeping Phil Chester very honest and racing as hard as he possibly can. And we're also just getting word from race control that the driver is out of that Hyundai XL from the crash earlier and they are walking. So that is fantastic news. That is a great update. So actually we might have a quick chat to Richard Milligan if he's willing. Did you want to have a chat, Richard? There we go. Mate, how's this weekend gone so far for you?
Oh, it's been really good. The car's running very well and we've got it very well sorted out. It seems to be handling well. It's easy to drive and still quick. Yeah.
What sort of changes are you making to the car to make it faster throughout a weekend?
Well, it's not so much the speed, we're looking for handling. So we've put the original front spoiler back on it, which has got these little winglets on it, and it's giving us a little bit more downforce on the front, which is giving us more grip, and we've put a bit more downforce on the rear wing as well. So it's all working pretty well. Very, very well handling at the moment.
And how many years involvement for you in the VSRS now?
Oh, gee, I first started racing, I shouldn't say, in about 1980 at Winton in a Mark II Jaguar, Group N, but had a few years off from there, but got back into MG racing in about 2004, and before that I just refreshed my racing skills doing sprints in the MG Car Club in an MGB. So yeah, I've been doing it for quite a while, but yeah, buying this car was probably the best thing I ever did from Dr. Mort Fitzgerald.
I was just going to say, so this car is obviously famously in the hands of Mort Fitzgerald for so many years. How did the conversation come about where you became the custodian of this car?
Well, I was looking at buying that MGC V8 that Phil Chester ended up buying, and Nordlinger, I think it was, owned it. He didn't like the offer I made him, and I told Mort about it when he was doing my medical, and Mort said, look, why don't you just buy mine? And I said, well, you're not going to sell it, are you? Yeah, I'm thinking of selling it. I've won so many championships, I'm getting a bit bored. I'm going to retire soon, so I think you're ready for it, Richard. You've done well in your 4-cylinder MGB. I think you're ready to step up. So, of course, I bought it. My wife wasn't very happy about that, though. She wanted to go on holidays with the money. I said, no, we're buying this car. Best thing I ever did.
No worries. Look, thank you, Richard, and go well for the third race.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
It's a big thanks to Monitpower as well for their support of the feature race. It was going to be 30 minutes in duration, but they've had to reduce it, cut it down to 20 minutes just to try and keep this weekend on schedule as much as possible. There is Mike Trathen. He's got the number 1 on the door. He is a regular competitor in MGs. All-round good guy, always giving the thumbs up as well. So it's a big shout out to Mike Trathen. Fantastic competitor and regular in the Trico VSRS. Let's keep making our way down to these beautiful MGs. We've got David Bagent here in the number 64 MGB. We've actually got the club president here. This is John Makem. Darren Smith makes a lot of references to this man, and you can see this beautiful little MG. And John is quite a tall fella. You happy for a chat, John? Happy to have a quick yarn? You've had a couple of technical issues this weekend. Have you gotten on top of them?
I hope so. We chased a rear seal leak in the back hub on the left-hand side, and my son and all the little helpers did a brilliant job, which is fantastic with what we do. And the last race I had a very large clutch slip, so that meant I had to go and chase some people, which was a lot of fun.
How tall are you exactly? Just to put it in context, you're trying to cram yourself and fold yourself into this tiny little MG. How tall are you?
I'm actually the second shortest in my family. I'm only 6'1". Mitch is 6'5", and I've got a daughter at 6'2", and my other son's 6'4". And they fit in a bit easier than me because I'm a bit tall in the torso, but other than that, it's quite good. I'd just like to say thanks to all the helpers out there today, all the flaggies, all the fireys that make our life a joy, and you guys especially. You do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for all your work behind the scenes. He is, of course, the leader or the president of the MG Racing Car Club as well. We'll get Tom to pivot over here. You can actually see the guy wearing the Red Bull hat there with the beard. Sean Hurley here. He's normally behind the microphone. Is he happy for a chat? It's live, mate, so you better watch your language. What are you doing here this weekend?
Just on the spanners this weekend, mate, keeping these things rolling. So, look, we've done a fair bit of preparation into this weekend down at my little workshop in Carrum Downs, getting a few of the MG race cars going. So, just here helping out, basically. A bit eager to get back out there, to be honest. I've got the bug again. So, I've actually dragged out my little MGF race car that I bought a few years ago, and trying to put that back together and get out here and have some fun with these guys, because as you've probably seen this weekend, there's a lot going on out on track, and a lot of mid-pack racing going on, and it's just great fun. It's good fun to watch, and it's actually better being in the seat, believe it or not. So, but no, this weekend just out here for a bit of fun and helping out the fellow MG enthusiasts.
Thank you so much for being here this weekend. We'll give you time to brush the crumbs out of your beard, and it's time to throw up to the commentary box. We've got Darren Smith ready to go.
Perfect segue there, Callum. A couple of crummy beards down there in pit lane, all chatting to each other. It's like a fur festival down there with all of those guys with their beards. And nothing more present than a grid of MGs and beards. Welcome all around with everyone. Darren Smith, Chris Gidney up here, clean-shaven MG racer, sometimes commentator as well, as is Sean Hurley. He would have heard him at the last round having a chat with us as well. Chris, bit of delays there, but the field's being told to, I guess, prepare themselves for an imminent rollout on the track, as we see the officials just calling the helpers away so that they can roll the cars out. Welcome, Chris Gidney.
Thanks, Darren. Good to be here for race 3 of the weekend, and hopefully nice, clean, green racing to the finish our weekend. So good to see that the driver in the previous event is okay. So we look like we're just getting the signal for the cars to roll out on track now. So Phil Chester, pole position. Obviously everyone knows a bit about Phil, that amazingly blue, fast BGT V8, Monitpower backed. Phil's a part of the Monitpower family. Then followed by Simon Elliott, works at Derby Works, or owns Derby Works, sorry. Historic car restoration, I think some class winners at Motor Classica over the years in Simon's restoration history, followed by Richard Milligan in that ex-Mort Fitzgerald BV8 Roadster. Followed by Mike Trathen in the ever successful Blue Midget, and with Jeff St. John Cox leading our invited British sports car field. Sadly, yes, there is another one out there, sorry. Behind Jeff, we have David Bagent all the way down from New South Wales in his Group S style midget. David actually has a run at one raceway this coming weekend, so hopefully all stays well for David. Next in the line is John Makem, our club president, our round sponsor for Bennett Signs as well, so thanks to him and team at Bennett Signs. Followed there by Hank Vorderveen. Now Hank is still having a bit of fuel pickup coming onto the straight issue, so he'll be quite happy that it's 10 minutes shorter in this one. And then Jason Edwards all the way from South Australia. Hard competitor Jason is, so it'll be good to see how he travels in this one, if he can continue his weekend-long battle with Gordon Bunyan, our other invited British sports car competitor for the weekend. And then we're into the Battle of the Sisters with Kaylin leading Maddie, followed by Jim Dodd in the ZR, rounding out the field as they're starting to roll into the grid now.
So the sisters will be beside each other on row 6 to start this, so it's going to be an interesting drag race, I'm going to say, once we take the shot down at turn 1 to see whether it's the red one or the green one that pops the nose out in front. We know Paul Vernell is holding a 3-way conversation down there between them, so I hope he's not choosing any favourites. But certainly the cars come down and take their spot on the grid for the final race for the MGs. This weekend brought to us by Bennett Signs. This particular race also supported by Monitpower, and that is emblazoned all over the Phil Chester car along with Yarra Valley Towing. We're in the starter's hands. We're going to go red light and extinguished, and away we go. Phil Chester was right on it there as well. In fact, his wheel spinned it off the line there. The number 10 does exactly the same thing from the second row of the grid with Richard Milligan. Have a look at Simon Elliott. He is going to lead the field nicely down into turn 1. Phil Chester, just a little bit too much wheel spin there. Let's look at the back of shot. We can't see the Chester girls coming down into turn number 1, but certainly these three guys are lighting it up out in front. And the 72 fills our screens for position number 2 in this race at the moment. Simon Elliott and the RV8, the magnificently prepared car. You mentioned he does RV Works restorations. He does all sorts. Car 10, Richard Milligan. We're getting a time penalty notification coming through from timing. But yeah, interesting touching on the Derby Works, or Derby Works, whichever way you want to come from each side of the Yarra River. But certainly like Bentleys and all sorts of things like that he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure. It's some impressive work if you ever get down to historic Sandown. Sometimes he has some cars on display there, or Motor Classica itself. So good to see him put that level of effort into his race cars as well.
Yeah, that RV8 is I'm not going to say every one of these cars is a masterpiece, because most of them are quite old and would be very difficult to keep spare parts up to them. Often a bespoke spare part has to be sourced from a piece of billet, steel, aluminium, whatever it might be, to keep these some of these older jiggers going.
Yeah, that is right. So I've just spied in the background as we look into coming into turn 1, Mike Trathen down in position 10. So Mike's obviously had an issue somewhere on the opening lap, as Hank Zorderveen leads Jason Edwards through 2 and 3, so up over the hill. So it'll be interesting to see where Mike Trathen can get back to. So you've got Johnny Maple on the back of Jason Edwards there, so a much better start. Obviously didn't fry the clutch on this start. So
yeah. He's leant pretty hard on the clutch, obviously. He mentioned that as he spoke to Callum Brannigan down there in the marshalling area. There's Johnny Trathen. As our leaders cross the line, it's Elliott to Chester, and there's a penalty hanging over car number 10 of Richard Milligan for that start line infringement, we were informed. So that'll drop him a further 5 seconds back, and that'll bring St John Cox at this point in time, will bring him into P3 as the field churns on down the straight there. Johnny Makem in the Bennett Signs, the naming rights sponsor for this race, or for this category this weekend. Big thanks to John. Does a tremendous job. Great generosity to be shown to support the entire category for the weekend, and big Bennett signs emblazoned on the side of his car. Phil Chester has got iterations for the lead in this one. The 55 of Simon Elliott gives him plenty of room. In fact, there's a fair old gentleman's club going out there at the moment as each of them just start to work out where the strengths and weaknesses are, if they haven't already sorted that out over this weekend. And they point it in a straight line. Who's got the straight line handling package? The power on down. And here comes Phil Chester as he draws alongside the Montipower Yarravelli towing car, comes charging on by Simon Elliott. It was hardly easy, but Phil just managed to flow the car onto the straight better than Simon Elliott. And that ultimately, as we get down to that sort of V-max power down the straight, is where the blue and pink car started to push through.
Yeah, it's just got a bit more straight line grunt than the RV8. So
I love the Mike's trackside as they come across the top of the hill,
it's
and
great,
it
isn't
picks
it?
up 300 or 400 revs as they go across and the rear wheels come off the ground.
Here we go. Trathen's starting to make his way back through the field here. He's obviously picked his way through Zwaardeveen into turn one. Edwards trying some different lines there to see if he can get some drive around the bumps there.
I love watching Mike Trathen's hands come up, and he's acknowledging the yellow flags there.
We've got Gordon Bunyan, who's spun at the end of the back straight.
Yeah.
He's got himself going though.
So, we've gone safety car. Gordon Bunyan under brakes all by himself. Oh, that's not nice when you start to hit across the corner like that. And James Dodd and I think that was Matty Chester coming through there.
So this will help Mike Trathen.
It definitely will. This is, for all intents and purposes, they're going to all line and stern behind the Racer Industries safety car. We have seen way too many safety cars in motorsport in recent times.
We all know about results earn you championships, and so does a bit of luck.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, if this puts Mike Trathen on the back of St. John Cox, and we just had word that the safety car is going to be in this lap, so it's not going to bunch everyone up too much, but it could have helped Trathen get on the back of that big V8. Now, he's going to be hoping that the V8 wears out its tyres and brakes come the 15-minute mark, and he's
right on the back too, so that is where we are. That is the state of play. So safety car in Phil Chester. The flags are now waving. Phil will give it the big right boot, and the 72 will charge down the straight. Let's see if the 55 and the 10 go with him this time. Milligan has got some work to do with that penalty hanging over his head. Bajan is now in the pit lane, so that's a shame. The guy's come all the way down from New South Wales, and as you mentioned, he's got an event at One Raceway, I guess, on his way home next weekend.
Yeah, so hopefully it's nothing too much of an issue that he can sort out during the week and still continue in that event. So Phil's gapped Elliott a couple of car lengths down the main straight and down the first few corners. Oh, look at that jump over the back of over the top of the crest. So
it's a bit of fun, that one. That is for sure.
Yeah, everyone will be scrolling through all the photographers' websites come Monday morning to see how many wheels they got off the ground.
I tell you what, Tim Wolfe in that brand new 992 GT3, 4 wheels off the ground in your whatever they're worth, $600,000 or something like that. That was pretty spectacular. That was a radio into air traffic control at Tullamarine for that one.
Here we go. As we're just talking about, Trathen on the back of St. John Cox. He's going to have a look at the big Triumph coming into the back straight, and he's going to climb the curb trying, but he's not going to do it this lap. So he's going to have to sit behind Jeff for at least another half a lap once they get through. Oh, big lockup, but still don't think it's going to be enough to help Trathen get through. He's going to pull a few car lengths down the main straight. Mike's going to have to sit there calm, cool, collected like Mike is, and then have another go. I would say the spot is going to be at the end of the back straight for this one. He's going to be right on the bumper coming over the top of the hill. So let's just watch and see how this one plays out as they go past Gordon Bunyan, who had that loose, but seems to be all going okay again. So
John Cox just ran a little bit deep into that corner, really left the turn in quite late. It might be the way that the TR7 handles it best, but I tell you what it did was it dragged Mike Trathen right back into that, because as we know, he doesn't back off for anything, for anyone, and I've never seen him jump a ripple strip like that either. So Mike Trathen's really starting to get the bit between the teeth to get onto the back of this TR7 V8.
Oh, still not close enough.
But it's
over that curb again.
It looks awkward compared to the midget, doesn't it?
It sure does. It sure does. So
that big weight transfer over the front wheels there, whereas Mike, if he glances at the brakes, he gets angry with himself. Splat Engineering emblazoned on the guard there of that TR7, a great MG competitor.
Yes,
friend of everyone.
Trathen looks to be maybe a car width closer this time, which might help him.
Watch him close up here. Hands up,
he's
reef on the wheel, tips it in, up on the ripple strip. Gee, he really is getting a driving style change here. I'm going to say moderately aggressive for Mike Trathen. I'm going to even say more aggressive there. He's put wheels up on both ripple strips down there at turns 1, 2 and 3. Last time round he ripple stripped here on the right-hander. Yep, again he goes. Both. He's collecting the set.
He's obviously upset with himself about whatever happened on the first lap. So here we go.
I'm liking this, and under brakes, the blue car sticks it up there. Power down. Both power down, in fact, and they are giving each other a great amount of respect through the S's there. Coming around onto the straight here, you'd expect that the big TR7 V8 might not wait too long behind in a straight line as they point down the main straight here, and this is where the V8 will just start to run it down. But what it does is it gives Mike Trathen the faith that if he has to run to the flag, that he can just beat him to that checkered flag line.
Yes, it's a good practice run. So, but with doing that, it also gives Jeff the heads up of what you're going to try. There's
a lock-up even out of car one.
Was it a rear lock, that one? It looked like it over the bumps.
Doesn't matter. It's car one with a lock-up.
Yeah. So let's see how this plays out at the end of the back straight. Is he going to jump these curbs again through the flip-flop?
Mike Trathen's found he's in a demon out there at the moment. He's really just attacking the Calder Park layout.
As we switch to Edwards leading Vordeveen. And closely followed by Bunyan, but he is a little bit further back. He's not racing for position here, so this could get interesting with the leaders coming through as Vordeveen has a little look, and he's not close enough, but with the leaders coming through, he's got to play it smart and maybe pick his moment to get past.
6 minutes remain in this 20-minute journey for the MG and invited British cars for Bennett Signs and Montipower, their feature race for the weekend. The 20 minutes is over in a flash here late on Sunday afternoon. The Prestige Hino improved production cars are coming out on track next, and that will round out round number 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Phil Chester leading the way, a 104.7306 out there for Phil at the moment. Simon Elliott just coming through the field now. They've gone all the way up to Jason Edwards in the 260, and here comes Richard Milligan. So Phil's arriving with those bright LED lights. Who knew that an MGB GT came with bright LED lights like that?
Yeah, it's definitely not a factory.
Aftermarket.
Yeah. Seeing as though they last this long as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the 260. Having a ripping time. Jason Edwards from South Australia. It's great to have him over here this weekend. We do see him from time to time, in fact, running in the MG Racing Championships here. And Mike Trathen leads onto the straight again. Ooh, and wow, if it is a drag race, it needs to be done a bit better than that, Mike Trathen, because the TR7 just grabbed him before the checkered flag. that time around.
I've been in this position many a times. That Triumph's got so much speed, and you really got to find the right spot to get past, because Jeff will not give up, I can tell you that. He's going to push this all the way to the flag.
Well, it's a shame that we haven't got the Ondachis here in their Stags here this weekend. They normally run right up the front, particularly Keith. He likes to be in that podium position.
Yeah, it's a shame. We'll hopefully see them back out at our next round. Would have been a good battle. I reckon Keith would have been right in the mix of these two.
Perfect 2 long straights for the straight line handling of the number 40. Big shout out to Keith. Hope he's watching on, enjoying the coverage here for the MG and invited British cars, the Bennett Signs and Montipower feature race here. And we've only got 5.5 minutes left of this as the TR goes to the dirt and just loses a bit of momentum. You'd have to suggest he's got himself a good 100 metre, well, maybe not 180 metres or so in the JLJ 199 registered car. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Road reg on that car and running, where is he? Where's it put Mike? Puts him P4 on the road. There it is. That's the gap he needed to run down the straight and have the TR behind him, because this part of the track he'll be able to stretch the legs. Coming up on the back of the red.
That's Matty Chester.
That's Matty in the MGF.
Yeah, he's built a couple of car lengths on Jeff now, so should be a couple more by the time the end of the back straight, I reckon.
Nice work for Matty. Just keeps over to the right-hand side of the track to let these cars go through. Here's a ripping battle going on here. And just tipping it into the bottom of the back straight. And that's Hank Zwaterveen going through there as well. Hank currently sitting in 7th place and doing very nicely in the all-blue MGB.
Yeah, Hank came out at round 1 second in our club championship, so he is going to be pushing the line to make sure that he keeps a podium spot in our club championship, to see if he can do a full year. And maybe it's
bit of a wave on the way through.
It's obviously, I think that fuel issue, pickup issue, has come back, because he was saying at about the 15-minute mark. It's
because that's Gordon Bunyan going through there. Gordon's running down there in 12th at the moment.
Yeah, after that spin that he had early in the race. So he's obviously trying to make his way back through.
Phil Chester's gone faster again on lap 11, 104.65. So he is pushing the Montipower Yarra Valley Towing BGT very, very hard indeed. Simon Elliott also pushing hard on a 106.05. So a little bit off Phil, but certainly pushing very hard. Mike Trathen is doing personal bests out there at the moment. That's a 110.83. And he gives up something like 4 litres of capacity, or 3.8 litres of capacity to those V8s. But he's only sort of 4 seconds behind them.
Yeah, it is very impressive when you look at it. Straight line speed difference, the aero difference, so 4 seconds really to the second and third place.
One of those V8s going down the straight just had a massive miss on it then. Yeah, sounded like a drum roll going down the straight.
Hopefully everyone can get to the flag. I think that's what Zwaterveen's trying to do. He's taken a leaf out of Trathen's book over the last couple of years. Just make sure you get to the flag in every race.
Yep.
And the results will come. So on screen we have Jason Edwards. He's skipped away from Zwaterveen with this pickup issue that he seems to have come back. So he's hopefully going to go home having a good weekend. Go back to South Australia, get everyone else over there in South Australia to come back for our next round. We want to see more of you back out here. He's taken that real wide line into.
I reckon we put on a pretty good series as well from the travel over the border. That's why we do see the South Australians and the New South Wales, across the board, across all categories.
Yes, it's not just ours; it's everyone else that have people.
The Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships really is the jewel in the crown of the grassroots racing series around the country. Phil Chester on the Le Mans flashes there, just letting everyone know he is coming on through. A 104.65 is what he's established 5 laps ago. We've got about 30 seconds remaining in this one, and that's probably how much it will take Phil to get round here as well. So
as he's coming through there, lifts a few wheels, he's still trying this deep into the race, still bouncing off those curbs as he's coming down the end of the back straight. And it's a good time just to have this car on screen, listen to it as we switch to Jim Dodd and Gordon Bunyan coming around the last corner. And Gordon Bunyan is still trying to make his way back through. He's just pulled out of the slipstream a bit early there.
Last lap board has been displayed, so the whole field will see that. And I reckon there's a couple of drivers out there, and one of them might be Mike Trathen, that's quite happy that that is being displayed, because he's got through on the TR. And I would suggest that these cars out in front are just probably a little bit too far away for the closing part of this weekend for him to catch them. He'll give it a go. He'll certainly give it a red-hot go, but as we just see the 36 of Hank Waterbean, he's retiring. That's a shame. Didn't expect to see that, that's for sure.
No, that is a real shame. So obviously those problems have gotten worse and he wasn't able to limp it to the line. Hopefully he doesn't kick himself when he realises that it's the last lap. So Chester's coming around the last set of corners now to take a clean sweep of victories along with a pole position for the weekend. And he's put on a dominant show, to be honest. It's been well driven, but well chased by the following V8s. Chester
there it
is.
Now. Checkered flag to Phil Chester for Montypower, Yarra Valley Towing and GB Galvanising. The race victory goes to Phil Chester. Great weekend for the blue and orange car. Terrific results right throughout this weekend. Simon Elliott into P2. Richard Milligan will be into P3. He will have a post-race penalty applied, but that won't lose him any race result position. Mike Trathen, there he is, home in 4th place, amassing points as the weekend goes on, and a terrific result there for Mike Trathen. Then we've got St John Cox home in the TR7, put up a valiant effort against the ever-present Mike Trathen. That must be so annoying seeing that car on your left, your right. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah, you don't know where to look, and you want to look straight ahead, but you can't because you know he's buzzing around somewhere behind you.
Johnny Makem to the line. Kalen Chester brings home Matty Chester. Hanks Waterbean to the lane. James Dodd, Gordon Bunyan already finished. Chris, thank you very much for your time this weekend. Fantastic to have you, and the MG and Invited British Cars putting on a great show as always.
No worries. Thanks for having me, and we'll be back at the next round.
We'll see you then. Fantastic. The MG and Invited British Cars for Bennett Signs and Montypower rounding out their weekend. Improved production cars are already in the lane, and we will have them on track in just a few moments. I don't think there is any recoveries out there as we will roll into the Prestige Hino Improved Production race number 3. Welcome back to the booth to Steve DeVries.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Last race of the day. It's been a long time, as I said yesterday, since Improved Production was the last category on a schedule. But someone's got to be last, and every now and again, I think everybody's got to take their turn. So Improved Production.
It all rolls around over a sort of a 2-season rotation. It certainly does. I've got to say, it's been some time since I've called an Improved Production race as well, Steve, and I feel I might get up and about during this one. I called some 15 years of Improved Production when it changed from club cars to Improved Production. So. Not a lot of those dudes out there anymore, but certainly love this style of racing.
Yeah, certainly do. And if the action was anything to go by in race number 2, I would imagine we're going to be on for quite the fight out in front. We've had 2 different race winners so far this weekend. So Matt Logan starting on pole, having started at the rear of grid from race number 2 this afternoon. So he's starting P1. Starting next door to him is going to be Brett Lehman in the Icon Tiling Commodore. And then Royce Lyon, the hard-charging, really quick and really nimble BMW. I reckon he's going to give those 2 Commodores a decent shake for line honours here in this one. We could very well end up with 3 different race winners for the weekend. Peter Dixon's got a pretty speedy Monaro, but it's good down the straights, but it does labour a little bit in the corners. So whether he's been able to smarten that car up so it turns a little bit better, maybe he might have something in store for them as well. And you've got Brad Wyatt, who's going to be coming off the back. So the one of the cars that was in the lead group of 3 and came off the track not too long after the safety car with an alternator failure is going to be starting off the rear. So it'll be interesting to see how much progress he can make from the rear of the grid.
Cars making their way down onto their grid positions. The general overrepresented in the first couple of rows down there, but I tell you what, a guy that has graduated through the ranks out of karting and into BMW E30s and remaining in an E30, just happens to be a whole lot wider, faster, more powerful and aggressive, is Royce Lyon in car number 4 out of position number 3. Really looking forward. He came on so strong at the end of that race earlier on today. But I'm going to say from here, let's see how that RX-7 goes, because Johnny Perkins, he's put it on the 3rd row. He's raced very well, as he always does. And it's always interesting to throw a bit of something different amongst it. There's a couple of RX-8s there. Great to see Richard Opie down from Bendigo. In fact, he's probably got the easiest drive home. It's just 45 minutes from here up to Bendigo. Revs rise. We're about to start.
Certainly are. 2 General's men on the front row get away pretty cleanly. In fact, the first 3 rows got away pretty cleanly as well. Peter Dixon's Monaro starts to come on strong from the 2nd row of the grid. He surges ahead of Royce Lyon. He might try and challenge the front 2, or he might try and sit there and just see what happens. He elects to do the latter. Sits there and sees the Mack Trucks number 43 and Matt Logan go through at turn number 1 to take the ascendancy in this one. Andrew Tickner looks like he's lost a couple of spots. Chris Bodale's getting interested around the outside of Bruce Henley's RX-8. Bruce has got a fairly straightforward drive from here home all the way to Ararat as well. So a couple of people looking forward to going home, but they've got to do these 14 or so laps first.
Have a look at Brad White. Started out at 16th and he's made his way inside the top 10. He stayed out wide in the Douglas Parade automotive entry and just ran down the fence. There he is right there on screen. Fantastic. And he is charging. He's left all of these cars in his wake before he even got to turn number 1. There's Richard Opie in the Bendigo Mazda entry. He's had that car for a while now. Brings it out quite seldomly, in fact, but very, very busy man running that Mazda dealership up there in Bendigo, and a great competitor, been around some time as well. But wow, what a start there by Brad White in the 48 out of 16th. Where does he land?
6th place, 10 positions gained. That's a huge start for Brad White. So the next car for him, I think, is going to be Larry Merrifield, unless he's been able to pass him already. Looks like he's got that done. He's also got past Brett Harris in the AU Falcon. And now he comes up to the back of the veteran Johnny Perkins in the green and gold RX-7.
I tell you what, we've seen a few of the green RX-7s from the Kyneton Bendigo region. The Varecas come to mind straight away. Brad, who ran in XLs, and other family members. Con, that ran in RX2s. They ran Thunderdomes as well. Just slips up the inside there in the Douglas Parade Motors entry for number 48. John Perkins, just the gentleman there in the G&G Engineering RX-7, lets them through on that point. There's no point putting up an argument with a car that's got 400 more horsepower than you have.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. Lights it up a little bit out of the last turn. Let's have a look at his lap time as he comes across, so we'll get a read on everyone's fastest laps when the timing updates itself. But Wyatt on an absolute charge at the moment. He's registered as 4th place according to what's on the line, but I think that's going to have to change, because Dixon and Lyon are still currently ahead of him. I think he's crossed a line as 5th. So they're looking to see about whether or not that timing will correct itself. Getting some word through. Yeah, we can see it on screen here. There's a little bit of fluid coming out of the back of this Honda Civic, the number 50 of Larry Merrifield. Something out of the rear left or rear right. Just a little bit of fluid being dropped. They're just paying a little bit of attention to that at the moment.
Steve, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see?
Nothing to see here.
Are you sure about that?
Obi-Wan, there is nothing to see here.
Well, either way, he's giving some chase here to the Irwin and Bunnings trade entry there of Brett Harris. So Here we go. Now, this is what I was sort of interested about, because Peter Dixon and Royce Lyon were ahead of Brad Wyatt, and Wyatt registered as 4th, but there's definitely 4 cars ahead of him, so Wyatt is indeed 5th and currently holds the fastest lap of the race.
I've got to say, at the moment, I can't remember what company it was. It might have been Petters, but going back, someone had a jingle riding the bumps with a grin, and that's what Royce has got this BMW set up to do. It's just floating over the bumps as he comes down into
That's a
turn
line
1.
in the Hawthorn football song. I know
it?
you're not a Hawthorn
Maybe
supporter,
that's
neither
what
am I.
it is.
But that's where it comes from.
Maybe it is. Maybe Petters like Hawthorn Football Club. I
Maybe
don't know.
they do.
But there you go. Riding the bumps with a grin is what car 4's doing.
Great
Up
switch.
the inside of Peter Dixon, you've got to have a leader here. You can't go too wide into the flip-flop. It's the Brave Pills for car number 4 as he bounces it up into the air and goes to the dirt on the exit.
Oh, that was a game of chicken, I would have thought, coming up over Jane Hill there. They were side by side, neck and neck, and usually the one on the narrow line's the one that has to concede it, and that's what Royce Lyon did there. Now, can he set out after Brett Lehman and grab another spot? Matt Logan's only a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Lehman here, so they're sort of managing the race a little bit, I would imagine, at the moment. They're trying to giddy up here, Royce Lyon, and get onto the back of those 2 Commodores, because now they see the BMW coming, they might start to get a little bit more serious about things.
You'd have to expect that around about lap 10, these bigger, heavier Holdens will start to succumb to a bit of tyre heat and a little bit of overwear, but the BMW being a fair bit lighter probably doesn't quite have the horsepower. We're just seeing Lehman kick it out there. He's got Ben McLeod keeping that car pointing in the right direction for him between race meetings, but certainly this car coming up over the hill, they do a little jump. There's Royce. There's no further argument in this.
Wow!
He's handed out the don't argue to the 97. Well done, Royce. Just absolutely shoved it in there. I don't reckon they saw him coming.
No, they were too busy fighting and arguing amongst themselves, and they were slow up the hill, and then the BMW just arrived on the scene at a vast rate. And not someone smoking in the back there as well. I think it's the 48 of Brad Wyatt that may have either let something go there. There was a lot of smoke in the back of the shot just a few seconds ago. We'll wait and see if that is the case. But Royce Lyon with the don't argue and just full commitment round the outside of turn 4. Takes 2 to tango, and he absolutely surprised Brett Lehman, something shocking.
Just watching some back markers getting totally gazumped by these front runners coming through on them. Brad Wyatt should know that smoking is bad for your health, and apart from that, it's not cool anymore. As he parks it up in the gravel trap there. Royce Lyon, he is absolutely flinging it around. Lehman has gone, righto, I see you, I've got your measure now, I'll just drive through here. I've got a little bit more under the front of my car. Royce goes for it again. You're not going to get away with that twice as the 97 cranks it almost sideways. Power down over the top of Jane Hill, and the number 4 has all the work to do again. Still plenty of time, just under 11 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what, if you're Rob Braun sitting at home watching this, you want to get that car out of yours at the next lap, at the next possible opportunity, and come out and have a race. Matt Logan has to shortcut the turn at turn 6 and 7. I think he went a little bit too deep. Royce Lyon now right onto the rear bumper of him. Not sure what happened there. Were there some yellow flags out potentially for the stricken number 48 at turn number 6? Did a couple of the drivers just get a little bit upset by what they didn't see?
There's a deteriorating surface flag out,
there we
or
go,
otherwise known as the oil flag. So yeah, they were going to be contending with that all race long. I would expect the car's gone around the corner, so it's out of sight for the gravel trap. He managed to get it out of the gravel trap, but continue on no more. But Royce Lyon gets round to turn 1 and turn 2. This is fantastic here, Steve. Just throwing something different amongst these generals men that just drive away with this race out in front. And there's a half a dozen of them that do it.
Yep.
And oh no. Is Matty Logan slowing?
No, he was slow up the hill again. He just sort of gave because he didn't want to do anything to upset the car, because he was on the inside line with Royce Lyon going right around the outside of him for the 3rd time at turn number 4 and 5. That's what I was alluding to before. You just pointed it out on the monitor. There's not only the deteriorating service flag, but there's a yellow flag out there as well. So that's why I was sort of looking at that, understanding, did a couple of drivers not only get caught out by the surface, but did they get caught out unexpectedly by the yellow as well and slow up?
I'm going to suggest there's a couple of manoeuvres we've seen on screen that have gone on whilst that yellow is out. So that will be interesting to see how that plays out. Out in front now with a 105.01, and the fastest race of this lap is the BMW of Royce Lyon. A terrific run here And he may be one of those ones that took advantage of that run down there. There's Logan.
Yep, so he probably just got caught out by whatever Brad White had left down there at turn 6, and that's forced him to run a little bit wide and a bit deep in the braking zone there.
Brad White left a lot of smoke out there, didn't he? As we just saw a bit of a clip off there from the XL race. That isn't live. There's definitely not a car upside down in the sand trap at turn number 6. Matty Logan continues on. So these three Holdens get together again. There's Peter Dixon. He's just sort of been resting off the back of this pack, hasn't he? And he starts to weigh in on it a little bit more here in car number 21.
There's a little bit of debris down there at turn 6 and 7 as well. I just noticed sitting on the racing surface, but I don't know what it was from.
Peter Dixon out sideways, doing exactly what Logan was doing. So there we have it. 8 laps in, these guys are getting a greasy set of Yokohamas under them. They've had a lot asked of them this weekend.
Yeah, the bigger, heavier cars definitely start to slide around at this point in time. We've completed 8 laps. It's an enormous distance when all things considered. The lap times are in the 1:05s and 1:06s. We've still got nearly 8 minutes left to go, and we've already completed 8 laps. It's a torture test around here, much like the MG and Invited British Sports Car race was just a few moments ago. It is a big torture test for some of these purpose-built race cars. The 3 generals men all together here, 2 of them of which are going up to the mountain in a couple of weeks' time. That's the car at the lead of the group and the car at the back of the group. They are destined for touring Mount Panorama with the Bathurst 6-hour support acts, the Autosport Bathurst Cup. It's great to have Autosport on board as a sponsor for improved production here in Victoria this year as well. Great to see them spreading their wings on the national stage as well. Big 50-plus car grid heading up to the mountain in 3 weeks' time at Easter. And also a big shout out to ProCut Tree Services and Kerrison Mechanical and Design, who are putting some sponsors stickers on the cars this year. And of course Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer.
Great to have Prestige Hino as part of the improved production, and indeed across the Victorian grassroots racing scene. They stand tall in their industry, as does the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and improved production. Tall in stature, honest to goodness people that just want to get on with life. And across the top of the hill we go again, and it's like the jumping jacks as they come across the top of the hill. Let's have a look with 6.5 minutes left to go how the race is unfolding. Royce Lyon leads. He got the lead about 2.5 laps to go in his BMW. He's cleared out 4.5 seconds up the road from Matt Logan.
I could just see, he was looking at the Larry Merrifield car just there. It looks like there's something, it just looks coming out of the outside of where the petrol filler cap is. Maybe it's a bit of overflow or something that's coming out of there. Just as it turns as a car turns right, that's all it does.
Obi-Wan, I told you before, there's nothing to see here.
Well, I've got better eyes than you then, clearly.
Yeah, I've got new glasses on and I still can't see.
You still can't see.
I'm just trying to give you a little bit of don't look here.
Don't look here. No, so Merrifield still hasn't been able to get past Brad Harris, or Brett Harris, sorry. So he's doing a fine job here in the number 16, and he's running in 6th place, so fair amount of margin between him and John Perkins at the moment, who's having a lonely old race there in 5th place.
I've got to say, though, Perkins doing a 1:06.75 is only 1.4 seconds off these cars out in front, and that is only a 2.6 litre twin rotor. No turbos, no nothing like that. So Johnny Perkins is absolutely driving the wheels off that RX-7.
He certainly is. Andrew Tickner, who's just in the back of shot here behind Larry Merrifield, driving the wheels off that VH as well. He's had a very, very good weekend overall. He's been in the top 10 on both occasions so far. He's in the top 10 again. And likewise, Richard Opie, good solid weekend. The Milton Motorsport prepared RX-8. And then Bryson Lloyd. Good to see Bryson Lloyd's made his way into the top 10 as well. He's been away for 3 or so years and hasn't driven at Calder at all, and has now taken little Toyota Celica up into 10th place.
That's a really good result there. Those Celicas were a weapon of choice for a long time of Osborne Motorsport, and when they were running in production cars at Bathurst and things like that. The 97, a little pinch up at the brakes there, and that's all you need for Brett Lehman, because that has given Matt Logan just that millimetre of breathing room that he needs at the moment. But I tell you what, there is no breathing room needed by that red BMW. He has skated away with this. What a fantastic run this weekend for Royce Lyon in the final race of the weekend. It's great to have the cameras rolling on this one.
He's been some 1.5 seconds quicker than these three drivers for the last several laps as well. He's got that margin out to 8 seconds, so it's growing quite quickly at a vast rate of knots as the laps get dragged on here.
Brawny did it in a BMW at the end of a season, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he
and
absolutely
are we looking at someone that could potentially head off these raging lions?
Potentially, but you remember we talked about this earlier. It's like the RX-7s that are going to be in the Nationals at the end of the year. You've got the likes of Ben Schutz who can pilot that car. You've got Zach Hudson with the Phil Laird prepared one up in Queensland.
Two
very quick ones that against some of the other ones. And then again, as you're saying right here now, is Royce Lyon the next one of the the generation like Rob Braun before him that could really know how to wring the neck of that E30.
It's a talented steerer, that young fella, and a welcome addition to the Prestige Hino improved production scene. Wow, this is a ding-dong battle, isn't it? I mean, they've got no race with each other. It's just about track position. The undercar is doing a terrific job there. P7 on the road. Nothing to scoff at there, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this is, again, the different ebbs and flows and the different car characteristics that improve production. You've got the under 2 litre cars, which are much quicker through the corners. The bigger, heavier cars that are a bit slower in the corners, but they're quicker on the straights. So Merrifields have got a little bit better drive out of some of these short, punchy corners where you've got to get the accelerator. Watch the gap just sort of close up a little bit here. It just closes up nicely as Merrifield's able to take the corners just a little bit quicker, but then the bigger Falcon just pulls away on the main straight. So all it takes is a little mistake here or there from one of these drivers and the positions will swap, but then they'll probably go back the other way in a lap or two's time. Into turn number 6 they go. They've got a little bit of lap traffic here, which is Jason Orchard in the XL. Good to still have a couple of the XLs in the race. Oh, Andrew Tickner. Looks like he's now managed to find Richard Opie for company, or Opie's actually managed to pull his socks up here and it's closed in on the back of the VH Commodore. And Richard flying the RX-8 flag at the moment. The other car in the field, of course, is Bruce Henley, and he's currently sitting in 12th place on the running order. And Chris Bodale's got ahead of him quite early in proceedings and has been able to hold that position in the EA Falcon against the veteran Bruce. I don't know if you'll appreciate me calling him a veteran, but he's been around a while.
Oh, he has been around a while. I remember at Benalla Gold in sports sedan racing with a mustard yellow RX3, and he had that thing absolutely lit up. I reckon about 7 degrees of negative camber on the front of it. It used to wobble around Winton, but he greeted the checkered flag first more than anyone back in the era I'm not even going to mention, but it's decades ago.
Yeah, it was sometime well before my time, let's just put it that way. Through the flip-flop goes the VH and the RX-8. We go back to the battle for position number 2. Now, these two drivers have dropped Peter Dixon, and they go into turn number 2 and turn number 3, and we're waiting to see some timing. It looks like that the Monaro of Peter Dixon has gone back to pit lane. Unsure why. As we said, he is one of the combatants that's heading up to Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time, but we're getting some word through that he is out of business with this one.
Yeah, he's parked up just, I'm going to say the pit entry road. He's parked up there.
Yeah, he hasn't actually made it to the timing line at all from what we see. He's just literally, as they go past the stricken 48, you'll see it just on the in the background, a shot right about now. There he is. So he hasn't even made it fully into pit lane. Logan round the final corner, 23 seconds or so remaining, so penultimate lap commences for the race leaders. The gap now 11.7 seconds to Royce Lyon. He's dipped back into the 105 and a half that last time around. He is setting an absolutely cracking pace out in front, unlike anything we've seen for some time before. And it sits right now. He will be our third different race winner here this weekend for Prestige Hino.
Well, we have now gone time certain, and we're waiting for our race leader, Royce Lyon, in the line. Motorsport entry to come to the line here, and wow, this is a pretty precious moment in this young man's racing career.
Hope he's managed to get past Andrew Tickner here as well, somewhere on the last lap. So good driving for Richard, but here we go. The VH has still got a little bit of mumbo under the poke of that 40-plus-year-old chassis, and gets back ahead of the RX-7. Look at the bonnet flapping there on the RX-8 there.
One of the favourite shapes of Commodore for the old school people, the VH Commodore. We all fondly remember the Group C days of those cars racing, and we get a look at the replay.
Here.
There's where Tickner ran long
Yep, and that's where Opie managed to get him right around the outside. Nice bit of driving there, but all in vain, unfortunately, because the horsepower race was won down the front straight by the VH.
Our race leader now on his final lap. The last lap board has been displayed. We're moments away from waving goodbye to round 2 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Race leaders just in the back of shot here behind these two cars. There's that bit of debris I mentioned a little bit before. It looks like an inner guard or something that's just been sitting there. So I tell you what, all 4 guards and inner guards and every other piece of this car is still very much attached. And after some fuel trouble in Saturday's running and a sensational drive from the back of the grid, Royce Lyon's going to greet the checkered flag here. Salute for the Bavarian Motorworks.
Yeehaw! Well done to Royce Lyon. That is a terrific result. And that team, tiny little father and son outfit, should be very, very proud of their achievements in such a short amount of time in improved production.
Absolutely. Second place to Matt Logan. Third place to Brett Lehman. Those two have driven the wheels off their cars this weekend. I'd say Brett's going to be the round winner overall for IP, just purely because he finished all 3 races in the top 3 positions, and including that race win as well. With a bit of mixed bag of results for some of the other drivers, it'll be a bit hard to try and work out the points overall. A little bit of tail-happy sliding bits and pieces there for Brett Harris coming through the last couple of corners. He's having a little bit of fun in the closing stages here. Just ahead of him, you've had John Perkins go through to finish an excellent 4th in the RX-7. Brett Harris is going to come home for 5th. Larry Merrifield, the first of the under 2 litre cars, home in 6th outright. So 3 really solid results for the Merrifields Honda Civic. And then Andrew Tickner and Richard Opie, the next ones to come across the line. That gets settled in favour of the VH Commodore of Andrew Tickner. And then Bryson Lloyd has moved up to 9th place as a result of Peter Dixon unfortunately dropping out of this one. And then you've got the 10th place Chris Bodale in the EA Falcon. Oh, here we go. Oh, I was about to say, maybe a little bit of, speaking of fuel, maybe run out of a little bit of fuel there for car 97. Just a bit stationary, couldn't quite make it over Jane Hill.
Plenty of battery still on board, running the high beam, sitting there though, but certainly that draws to an end the Prestige Hino improved production race. Some great entertaining racing as always from the Prestige Hino improved production field. Lehman, well, stopped just on the verge of getting over the hill here, and he is parked up. Steve DeVries, a great weekend of racing from improved production. You've been on board also with Formula V and Excels. Certainly been a ripper. We're really enjoying the last couple of years coming back to Calder Park, aren't we?
Yeah, 3rd year we've been here. This year a little bit different because it's in March instead of being in October, but doesn't take away what the challenges are around this circuit. It's been great having it back. Looking forward to having it again next year, and keep coming back, and they'll keep improving things, as they said a couple of years ago, and hopefully that continues to be the case, and we keep coming back here for several more years yet.
Improved production cars make their way back into the pit lane. Don't forget, we've got plenty more rounds to come for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it's great to have Trico joining us. Trico seeing you through. The next round will be at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the 16th, 17th and 18th of May. Sandown Raceway, 22nd, 23rd and 24th. The award-winning round from last season at Sandown in August. So congratulations to Australian Sports Sedan Association. The Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit will round out our season on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of October. Big thanks to Trico for seeing us through, the great crew at 888 Home Loans, as well as our crew down there from Karting Madness. It's been great having them all as part of round 2 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I'm Darren Smith. We'll see you at the next one.